looks like Rayola may have been hit and is hurt a little bit.
It's like his shoulder, right?
His right shoulder.
Yeah. Chicken wing got bent up a little bit on that Oklahoma.
5 of 10 on third downs here this afternoon in Oxford. Talked about a beautiful day. Rebels lead 26-14 with 11:48 to go in contest. Trips to the right, 3 receivers and a bunch set. Long back is Henry Parrish. There's the snap. Dart wants to throw, being chased, and throws it away here on the near side. I don't think he got outside the tackle box, but he got hit by Stutzman. And so that was not a good play. And Otis is going to be stopped and have to run away.
Yeah, that Stutzman came on kind of a delayed blitz. David, nobody picked him up. I'm not sure if Henry Parrish was looking at him or not, but nobody picked up Stutzman. We got to Jackson Dart before we had a chance to survey the field. Just we got rid of Rebel stuff. Got stopped. Now they're going to run it away.
Back to receive is Peyton Bowen. Details for the defense. They're good corner. Like Sanders, still the rookie from Michigan, second round pick. He's under 5'10" though. There's certain guys that explode, but he's really well built for receivers. So he can play that kind of physical style of play if it must come down to that. So last year DJ Moore beat a game. DJ Moore is going to be going against somebody who has no business covering him. Maxwell mentioned Zay Flowers and Rashad Bateman against the Browns. Now, Mario was really interesting was the Browns played the Bengals a couple weeks ago, and we know the Browns were the man-heaviest teams in the league. They played a ton of zone against Cincinnati, and that was like a big change for them. Divisional opponent, and Schwartz I didn't expect to see. That said, they're playing the Ravens this week. Might not be the worst week to play some zone. We'll see how that works out. Anyway, Zay Flowers had a bit of an injury. It's off the injury report. That might explain last week why he had 1 catch for 11 yards. But he's been very up, very down. He's had big games, and he's had almost nothing. Rashad Bateman, though, in the last, he wanted a touchdown. So he is plays. Defense has been very worried about Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson's mobility, and they're worried about Zay Flowers. Bateman's been eating for a few weeks. What are your thoughts on Flowers and Bateman in this matchup against Cleveland?
I really wish Flowers had practiced all week, or at least had a full practice Friday. This sure seems like one of those cases where the guy is still hurt. The team is just kind of lying by removing from the injury report. But I have a good amount of Flowers this year, so I'd like to be wrong. If he's active, I'll feel compelled to start him because he's just drawing too many targets to leave on the bench, or so I see it. In any case, as far as Bateman goes, he has been really productive the last 3 weeks, and I do believe Bateman is a good receiver for certain applications. I'm still concerned, though, that the Ravens are using him ones that don't perfectly suit his skill set. Specifically, they use him as a downfield specialist, which the last 3 weeks, that's been open a few times. He's getting favorable coverage against these bad defenses, bad cover defenses, Washington, Tampa Bay. Maybe the worst in the league as far as that goes. Cincinnati wasn't getting great play exactly from Dax Hill, so you might even put them in that group. Cleveland has one guy, Martin Emerson, who's really been struggling this year. If you can get Bateman against him, I do think that you're at this point where even if Bateman is maybe misapplied somewhat by the Ravens scheme, if he's going against a corner who's just not able to hang with it, then that offsets the previous concern. So particularly if Derrick Henry keeps rolling, you might get, particularly against these lesser defenses, Bateman lined up against corners. He can beat them basically with one hand, type behind that gravitational pull to keep the safety down. I was talking before so much about how spacing is bad with Bateman as your deep threat. Having a Derrick Henry level rush threat can somewhat alleviate that, because I'd rather have someone with speed driving back the safety. But for Bateman's purposes, he still ends up with single coverage because Henry's pulling the safeties down so far because they just need to get in the box against him. So I think Bateman will be like a wide receiver 4 or 5 type in fantasy, where you're always rolling the dice by playing him. But if the Ravens offense keeps succeeding like it has, Bateman can kind of go along for the ride to some extent.
Defenses have no clue how to approach the Ravens. They have so many answers. They are a thing of beauty to watch this year. Last quarterback we'll talk about. Now, how about Josh? We'll talk about Josh Allen. We'll talk about Amari Cooper, receiver. But let's get there by Allen. Allen threw 33 passes last week. Mario has the most passing through in a game all year. He had never more than 30 in the prior game. Think about that. I mean, 35 is a decent pass level game. And the 33 was hit. Amari Cooper came in, played 35% of the snaps. I believe he ran 12 routes and was targeted
5 of them. That was very heavy use. And he came right in, 4 for 66 and a touchdown. They have such Pure gets 7 targets, Coleman gets 7 targets. Defenses automatically have to play them differently because now they have somebody that can beat them. And so before we saw the whole middle of the field like gummed up with defenders, it's going to be a looser now. What are your thoughts on Amari Cooper against the Seahawks and going forward?
Yeah, I had a lot of concerns for the Bills' offense and how to budget the passing game coherently going into this year. I'm pretty much over it. And, you know, that answers so many of the questions that there previously were with the Bills. And Josh Allen's been playing maybe better than he ever has. I think in past years, if you had left him with some of these really difficult spots where it's just, you know, 3 underqualified receivers all struggling to get open, Allen in the past might have kind of gotten a little desperate or reckless, thrown some interceptions. He has no interceptions on 189 pass attempts this year after throwing 18 on 579 last year. So Allen's been playing probably better than ever. And now if Cooper's there, it seems to me it's as simple as wheels up, especially for Cooper, because he's, of course, coming from Sean Watson, where he was averaging like 3 yards a target.
I don't know what to tell you. I know I love Amari Cooper, always heavily invested. The man's a dynamic receiver. So excited for this opportunity. Yeah. Anyway, Cole Kmetchman is tight end 3 in fantasy points per game this year. Can he stay hot this week against the Commanders? Find out when we return in 3 minutes. You're listening to RotoWire at SiriusXM Fantasy.
Charlotte leads at Memphis 28-24. That is a surprising scoreline inside of 2 minutes to go. Memphis does have the football in plus territory. Tulane leads at North Texas 45-30. Arkansas cruising at Mississippi State 41-17. App State leads Georgia State 25-16. That's a third quarter score. And Temple leads at East Carolina 21-13. Okay, coming out of the injury, Ohio State facing a 3rd and 9 here. We're inside of 4 minutes to go. Nebraska's got 2 timeouts remaining. 21-17 Buckeyes.
3:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. It's 21-17. Ohio State leading Nebraska. Both these teams trying to bounce back after defeats in their most previous games.
Well, much better effort this week out of Nebraska than the last week versus, Indiana. Indiana put a wall.
Yeah.
56-7 in that game.
They took a thumping over there.
Something that.
Percent to fly. 39. Ohio State at 38 with 3:48 left in the game. Buckeyes leading 21-17. It'll be an empty backfield for quarterback Will Howard. Smith and Henderson wide to the left, wide to the right, or Ibuka and Tate. Now Henderson will motion back into the backfield. 3rd down Ohio State from there on 38. Will Howard dispatches Henderson wide right, gets the snap, screens it right side to Henderson. He's in trouble as he bobbled it. He's going to be stopped at the Ohio State 30-yard line, and Nebraska smelled that one out right from the get-go. And the Cornhuskers get that stop made by Javen Wright, linebacker.
Timeout, Nebraska.
Wow. Screen to the right, bobbled, and it allowed Javen Wright, the linebacker, to close in on the play and make the stop.
Yeah, now we got to figure out if Raiola's hurt or not. He got banged up on that last one.
He sure did. So Joe McGuire in the punt for Ohio State. Isaiah Garcia Castaneda will be back to wait in for Nebraska with 3:43, so not much time evaporated for Ohio State, who leads at 21-17.
Less than a minute.
John Verma, long snapper, will be positioned over the ball at the Ohio State 31-yard line.
You can use that 61-yarder he had in this game already.
No question. The personal protectors are Kate Murray and Cody Simon. Between the punter, Joe McGuire, and the long snapper, John Furman. Garcia Castaneda for Nebraska is in there on 30-yard line. So play will resume. Furman position himself over the ball. The long snapper for Ohio State gets it back to McGuire. Rolls to his right, puts it in the air on the right foot. Garcia Castaneda backing up and making a fair catch at his own 24-yard line. That's where Nebraska will have the ball with 3:36 to play in the fourth quarter here in Columbus. 21-17.
In Ontario, bonus bets expire. Wire has the tools you need to win.
Screen out to him on the right. Didn't work. Well, you win with defense, and we'll find out if that's true.
Dylan Raiola, the freshman quarterback, is in the huddle for Nebraska. It appears as though he had a right shoulder problem there last series. He's going to work in an empty backfield. 2 wide to the right, 2 wide to the left with the tight end Fedoni on the left side of the line. Now Emmett Johnson motions into the backfield. First and 10 Nebraska at their own 24-yard line.
Two
Sam
back of
Terrell
Motorola.
back to throw with pressure. He lobs that one deep on the left side, and it is caught with a flag coming out by Jamal Banks. He was harassed by Davis and Igmanosa on the left side. And the officials threw a flag. Offensive pass interference on Jamal Banks.
Oh, my God. He used 2 hands to push off.
Where have we seen that before?
Pass interference. Offense number 4.
Offense. The hell? How the hell did that happen?
Somebody almost got home to the quarterback, too.
They must have pushed out.
So Nebraska's moving backwards. Meanwhile, Oklahoma has it 4th and 1 on their side of the field.
Oh, Oklahoma.
Move across the 35 to the 36, move the chains.
Good individual effort right there. Not a whole lot to work with for Barnes. He just snuck it up in there and churned the feet. Got the first down.
9:23 to go. 26-14 Rebels. Tatum replaces Barnes. They've taken it from their own 2 to the 36.
Who's that, Ole Miss?
Ivan Cario checks in. He's to the near sideline.
Ole Miss Rebels.
Regan's also in. He goes in motion. Arnold has it. Handoff Tatum. Bounces right. Runs into a pile. Push sideways from the 30.
Oklahoma picks up the first down, but they're still on their side of the
First game suspension. Juwan Jennings is out. Alan Lazard, Quinn Johnson are doubtful. Juju Smith-Schuster and Curtis Samuel will be out as well. Dallas Goddard at tight end is out. Mario Olkomet has been getting it done. The ups and downs at tight ends. He does have a 3 for 34 in the last 4 weeks. But other than that, at least 57 yards in every game. He scored 3 touchdowns in the last 4 games. He's on the field over 85% of the time over the last 4 weeks. 3 to 5 catches in the last 3 games. So he's not always in that 10-catch game he had a while back. But he is a big part of this offense in the middle of the field. What are your thoughts about his usage against the Commanders?
Well, it seems like unless Caleb Williams just is throwing for 300 yards every week, there still is a zero-sum interaction between Komet, Roma
Well, tip the
Dunze,
channel, double tap that screen if you'd like to see.
So I guess we're kind of waiting to see right now how much
That's my new motto.
is still capable
Double
of.
tap the screen.
If
Nailed
Allen
this.
can take up a presence in the middle of the field, I think that would
So
somewhat
the field seemed like this.
the expense of Komet. Basically, one of the left similar part of the
Take that with you.
most plays while Dunze and Moore are both on the boundary. But it's been interesting because I think
Everybody don't want to double tap the screen.
Pocket, looking, throws. Tatum caught it behind the line of scrimmage, up to the 30 and out of bounds. Took a late shove, and here comes a flag. Tatum shoved after he was out of bounds, and they're going to tackle on 15.
You said Tatum?
Just a bad play by Ole Miss right there. I mean,
It was Chris Paul.
absolutely nothing.
There's
to
an old
gain
Raider
by
named
that.
Jack Tatum. 97.
It was a 7-yard gain on the play to the 27, and this ought to move the ball inside the red zone.
On that one for 15 and that really bad horse collar earlier in the game.
6th penalty on Ole Miss. Jackson Arnold 6 for 7 passing on this possession. And that moves the ball to the 13-yard line. From their own 2 to the 13. We're down to 7:22.
Going the wrong way, buddy.
Sooners trail at 26-14. By far the best offensive possession second half. Barnes joins a trio out to the left. They throw it behind the line to Sharp. He's going to throw. No, he's going to tuck it and run. Couldn't find anybody. And he almost got back to the line of scrimmage, but not quite. A 1-yard loss.
They tried to, sneak the Taylor Tatum, the running back, through on the backside, and like he was going up to block and then release vertical, but they had plenty of guys deep ready.
Sooners in the red zone, brought to you by Delta Dental of Oklahoma, the state leading provider of dental benefits. 2nd and 11 from the 14. A field goal does you no good here. Thompson in motion left to right. Arnold has it. He'll run it himself up the middle, but nowhere to go. He's immediately wrapped up. Called quarterback run, loses 4. And now it's 3rd and very long.
That was, I don't know, someone messed that up. Power Sharp is going the wrong way, or the puller's going the wrong way. I'm not sure which.
This will be the 13th play of this drive, 3rd and 15 from the 18. Need to get it to the 3 to keep. to move the chains. See if they take a shot at the end zone here. 4 wide receivers set with Barnes in the backfield. Jackson Arnold takes the shotgun snap. 4-man rush. Waving, directing traffic. Steps up. He's sacked. 24-yard line where they bring it down, and now it's a long.
Players May is as good as first.
Steps up, Eddie sack.
Maybe not as much this week as some other ones, but should be a weekly noticeable presence.
David Njoku of the Cleveland Browns is next. Now, Njoku started the season, got injured in week 1, played 25 snaps, had 5 targets in those 25 snaps. He missed 3 weeks, eased back in week 5 with another 25 snaps, 3 targets, but healthy in the last 2 games. 7 and 14 targets in those games, and last week he finally saw his snaps all the way up to a full snap count. Well, we remember last year when David Njoku played with Joe Flacco, we saw his numbers go through the roof. It wasn't Deshaun Watson. What are your
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. Go ahead and double tap that screen for the like, please.
Passing games, and now we also know that Jameis Winston's the quarterback. Thoughts on Njoku?
Yeah, going from Watson to Winston should be a little, or a lot, like going from Watson to Flacco last year. Not just that there's this general improvement at the position, but there's this stylistic shift too, because with Flacco, and then I think you'll see something similar with Winston, they were running more like true drop back looks, and these I formation, double tight end, whatever type of thing, where they drop under center, dropping back, and setting up these play action looks on, I guess what you would call corner routes, sort of like backward posts, things like that, where they're getting Njoku in line. It kind of looks like it's a run play, and they've run a lot of plays already that look like that were run plays, and it kind of looks like a run play. So you get the play action effect, and you get Njoku freed up downfield where he's got room to run, and Njoku's he's kind of been covered up his whole career in Cleveland for different reasons from time to time. It's easy to forget he's an elite athlete at tight end. He's not just some really good. He's like one of the very most athletic tight ends past 25 years. So he always should have been a downfield threat, and with that run game commitment, the play action from the bigger formations, clearing out those corner type routes, you should be getting some of those downfield type throws to Njoku going as soon as this week. Something that had been totally forfeited with the Watson offense. With the Watson offense, they were just banking on these yards after the catch scenarios, which Njoku's okay at, but honestly, he's at better yet, breaking into a free gallop down the field, and I think that play is back now.
Jonnu Smith of the Miami Dolphins is next week playing the Cardinals, which is, numbers-wise, the Cardinals haven't given up a lot of tight ends, but they haven't played a murderer's row tight end, so I think this is not a tough tight end matchup at all. But here's the thing. Obviously, you're going to have Tua back. You know that Hill and Waddle are going to be the focal points of the offense. Hill and Waddle barely saw targets last week, while Jonnu Smith is getting 7, catching all of them for 96 and a touchdown, 8 targets the prior game, 5 for 62. But then we also see the goose eggs and the 2 for 18. Is Smith going to have a role, in your opinion? We know in the preseason Mike McDaniels wanted to weaponize Smith, but is there going to be any role at all for him with Waddle and Hill and Tua Tagovailoa, assuming Hill's healthy enough to play?
In the sense of target share, it would have to go down for Jonnu. I mean, Tyler Huntley had limitations as a passer that just sort of cut off parts of the field from consideration. It's like certain parts of the reads process, he's not even looking. The ball can't go there, so it would go to Smith in the middle of the field at these lower depths, almost just out of that one necessity. I personally think Jonnu Smith is quite good, though, so to me, this should be a situation where the Dolphins would ideally just have it both ways. Yeah, with Tua back, Waddle and Hill are rolling again. That's great. Wouldn't it be nice to have a third shot to take anyway? Wouldn't there be some? We've already seen situations where, great as they are, Hill and Waddle will run into cold stretches at times, and when they do, or if they do, the Dolphins' passing game just ends right there, no conditions. And I think what Jonnu gives them is an option to counter-adjust in those cases. Like if Hill and Waddle are struggling, it's probably because the defense did something to sell out against them and is succeeding. But if they are, they're probably leaving something in the middle of the field or down the seam open to put so many resources toward Hill and Waddle on the perimeter. And I think Jonnu is the perfect way to hurt a defense if they start to do that. So we'll see. To this point, Mike McDaniel has had a concerning love for Julian Hill, and I don't get it at all. I know he's supposed to be a blocker, but I don't even see Hill blocking that well. He's a total zero as a route runner. If McDaniel can get over that, just put Smith on the field for 50 and 40 snaps every week. I think Smith could be fantasy viable, even with Hill and Waddle and Tua all together. But yeah, they go back to this like Julian Hill, Durham Smythe offense, and he's not even on the field, let alone getting targets.
All right, which quarterback wide receiver matchups are ones we should target and avoid in Week 8? We'll find out when we return in 3 minutes. You're listening to RotoWire on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Horseshoe for the finish there. Also for the finish between Ole Miss and Oklahoma, where the Rebs lead by 12, 26-14. There's 4 minutes and change remaining in that one. We step aside so we can get you back out to more games after this 2-minute break here on the Blitz.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary, and even deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
A true teammate takes on every day with a winner's attitude. Gets up when they fall down and leaves it all on the field. There's a group of teammates who do all these things every single day. But they're more than your typical athlete. They're kids dealing with unthinkable medical circumstances. Team Impact matches children facing serious illness or disability with college sports teams, creating a long-term, life-changing experience for everyone involved. Help us get all kids in the game. Visit teamimpact.org. Team Impact. All in, all together.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Home, featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss.
Need y'all to double tap that screen. We got 39 people on here. Double tap the screen if you like to see.
Unlimited DVR. Anywhere from up to a year.
There you go, there you go.
Double tap. AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and
Sports Radio.
Just wanted to thank you because ain't nobody gonna beat me after this drive.
You set a winning lineup with the expert advice of the best fantasy football analysts.
I don't see any downside to him this year whatsoever.
Ryan Day from getting even further. He was headed for the middle of the field, no doubt about that. 2 minutes to go, and nobody has left the joint.
21-17, Ohio State with the lead.
Well, Coach, he spent a lot of time talking to officials during the 2-minute timeout there.
I'll bet. 2nd and 18, Nebraska. They're
All
on
right, 43 people on here. We need y'all to double tap that screen if you like to see. Come on, double tap the screen.
Off the line to the left for quarterback Dylan Raiola.
Yeah, you sitting up there watching? Go ahead and double tap.
Don't let Raiola squirt out of that pocket. You see him make a big run already today at 38 yards.
Isaiah Nair is wide to the left. Thomas Fedoni is wide to the right with Ja'Cory Barney and Jamal Hanks. Center Ben Scott positioned over the ball. 2nd and 18 for Nebraska. From their own 38, 21-17. Buckeyes leading. 2 minutes left in the game. Raiola and the shotgun. Buckeyes defenders creeping up. Linebackers is impossibly to blitz. Styles and Simon. Raiola appears to be changing the play. Reeves settles in the gun. Gets the snap. Pressure coming. Screens right side. Caught by Evan Johnson. Stopped at the 36-yard line by linebacker Cody Simon. Going out on the right side.
How about the captain, Cody Simon, these last couple plays? He's been beautiful, man. Keep it up. Now we need another one.
Brings up
another one.
Of course, he has 3rd down, 19 to go. Nebraska at their own 37. Maybe the best game we've seen Cody Simon play. Minute and a half to play the game. The Buckeyes leading 21-17. Out of the huddle, Nebraska will send Bonner wide to the right, Green wide to the left. And a Johnson to the backfield with Dylan Raiola, the quarterback. 3rd and 19. Raiola back to throw from his 28. Throws up the field. Intercepted. Hancock picks it off.
Come on, man.
45-yard line.
Hancock up there.
With his
You see, I need that for stuff.
17.
That's a terrible throw there by Raiola. He missed his wide
Oh,
receiver by
subpar
5
throw.
or 6 yards. But
That's probably going to do it.
Subpar
because
throw
Nebraska's
right
just
there,
got
bud.
one timeout remaining, and we're already inside of the 2-minute timeout. So it's going to be victory formations for the Buckeyes, who lead 21-17. Remember, Ohio State visits Penn State next Saturday. A couple of housekeeping items we need to clean up here. Finals that we were talking about earlier.
So y'all double tap that screen. Pew pew.
33-28. That is a
Just
final.
double tap it. Pew
Tigers
pew.
come from behind and are able to nip the Niners there. And North Texas has scored a late touchdown, but too little, too late. Tulane leads 45-36 with a minute to go on the road in Denton. Reminder that Ole Miss leads Oklahoma by 12, 26-14. Arkansas leads Mississippi State 44-25. They just started the fourth quarter in Starkville. All right, let's go to Oxford. Here comes third down for Ole Miss.
Color combined on the stop. Hey, let's say a quick hello. We're coming up on this 2-minute timeout, and we're going to run all the way to that here shortly. To my daughter, who just got married, Stephanie, and her husband, Patrick. Patrick and Stephanie Ford are honeymooning overseas in Austria, listening to us do this game.
It's probably middle of the night.
I would think so. They're probably not doing anything to stay there.
I want to throw a shout out. I know we got to go.
All right, we're doing shout outs on the Ole Miss Sports Network. You're not supposed to do fall weddings. What are we doing? 26-14, Ole Miss with the lead on Oklahoma.
See what
By the
we're
way,
doing.
the
We're
3:30
talking about
Eastern
football.
slate, which
Talking
we're
about
coming
goddamn
up on
wedding.
here in a
What?
matter of moments. It's absolutely loaded. We got all the big ones for you, including number 11 BYU on the road at UCF. The Cougs are undefeated, and yet they're a road underdog at 3-4 UCF. We got that game. We also got number 1 Oregon hosting 20th ranked Illinois, and a big one in the SEC, an elimination game, you could say. Number 15 Alabama hosting number 21 Missouri. All three of those games kick in a matter of
Missouri knock off Alabama
for you here. We also got Texas and Vanderbilt. Those are two top 25 teams. Yes, Vandy is ranked. That game kicks about
Oregon
45 minutes from now in Nashville. All right, let's go to a fun one in Starkville. Mississippi State and Arkansas, 44-25 the score. Bulldogs trail by 19, but they have the football early fourth quarter.
The single receiver right. Van Buren takes a shotgun snap.
I'll get out of here, Van Buren.
For Akari, one-on-one, reaching out, can't make the play. But flags come raining in where he dove for the ball one-on-one down at the 5-yard line. And Akari turning back to Dean Singletary, pointing at a flag, and he said, see that? Yeah, he said, that's us.
Yeah, Neil's sitting right behind you is Coach Sherrill here in the booth, Jackie Sherrill, in this weekend. And even if it was true, he wouldn't have let us get away with pointing at our penalty flag right in front of the opponent. Of course, things are a little different now. I don't know, though. Maybe if it were against those other guys in this state, he might have allowed it. I don't know.
All right, 1st and 10 State after the penalty. Ball on the left hash at the Arkansas 27-yard line. They go 5 wide here. Van Buren gets the snap. Throws over the middle. Traore, the tight end, makes the grab, takes a hit, falls down at the 20-yard line. Big tight end able to hang on to the football, though. Jake Johnson.
We're going to keep it with this Mississippi State drive. Do want to just let our audience know. Final in Denton. Tulane gets the win over North Texas, 45-37. That is a final. Back to Starkville.
To a seam, that big wall of humanity, and he finds just enough room to push forward for a first down inside the 17 to the 16-yard line. Devon Booth picks up 4 yards. He's been a positive today. He's run the ball hard.
Yeah, he really has. A lot of second effort yards. He's pushing for 100 yards in the game. We're under 10.5 to play now in the red zone.
Yes, State down 19 here in the Case IH red zone. Van Buren takes a snap, throws underneath. Coleman catches the block outside, gets outside the numbers 15, turns down the sideline, and gets knocked out of bounds at the 11-yard line.
Go. He was trying to get out of here.
Akari out here on the edge. That's a good decision by the freshman quarterback. Just give it to him. It didn't look open, but just give it to him. In any space at all with a guy that fast, he's going to do something good. And nice first down play.
Singletary knocked him out. 2nd down and 4 for Mississippi State in the Case IH red zone. The Arkansas 11. And a handoff to Daniels, who's checked in at running back, straight ahead, right into the teeth of the pressure, and a yard, maybe 2, down to the 9. Shepard, the backup defensive tackle freshman, in there to make the stop for Arkansas. They'll say 2 yards to the 9. 3rd down, and it's
right at 2 yards, 2.5.
See, I think they fooled Van Buren there. They show him a 6-man box, and he's reading it with a tight end.
Come on,
then they
man,
fire the linebacker. That's 5 coming on the line and immediately bring the safety down. So you had 7 in there right away, and they just snuffed it out.
Mosley and Coleman go left, and Kari single receiver right. Van Buren takes the snap, gives Daniels, runs through 1 tackle, a second, reaching for the end zone, ball pop free. It's loose at the goal line. Arkansas says they have it.
Oh my
They're
God!
stacking players on the goal line. And
Are you
Arkansas's
fucking
got it.
kidding me?
Well, but I think they're going to want to review to just see if he broke the plane.
Yeah, if he broke the plane,
he's got it in his
touchdown.
left arm.
Field is a fumble recovered by the defense. First down.
Okay, he's got it in his left arm, but they're going to want to look and see if he actually broke the plane before fumbling the football. It's going to be really close.
Well, I tell you, it looked like his elbow was down before the ball popped out, even on the replay they're showing in the stadium, Matt. So even if he doesn't score, I'm not sure based on that replay that he's not down by contact at the 1.
Yeah, no, he fumbled.
Now they're going to take a look at it.
I mean, they're going to look at it, but Jay asked if his elbow was down, and I don't.
Call on the field was that it was a Mississippi State fumble. While they review that in Starkville, we are going to go to Autzen. Oregon, Illinois underway. We have both radio feeds courtesy of Deerfield. We're going to be bouncing back and forth all day. Ducks ranked #1 for the first time since 2012. They are on offense first. That means Jerry Allen and Mike Jorgensen on the call here at Oregon Sports Network.
Field position you want to see your offense start the game with. Let's see what they have to do here against a very savvy, a very physical Illinois defense.
Herbert comes out to the right with Justice Lowe. Stewart, Ted Johnson go left.
In the backfield, Dillion Gabriel. And here is a give. Nope, going to throw a little screen. They missed him. Dillion Gabriel. And here is a give. Nope, going to throw a little screen. They missed him. Cornelius went in motion. They moved up to right tackle. Cornelius in motion to the left set up. And then ran a little screen to the right. But we're not fooled on the play. Oregon trying to give him some eye candy. The Illinois defense wasn't fooled at all.
2 receivers go out to the left. Second down and 10 from the 17-yard line. Herbert.
Back in the backfield now. Still catching it. James going right. Gets a little block. Spins across the 20. And is taken down at the 20-yard line. Got to pick up 2, maybe 3. It's going to be 3rd and long. Yeah, at the point of attack. Number 17, you got to watch for him all day. Gabe Ackus. Guy has a lot of sacks, makes a lot of plays along long line of scrimmage. Athletic, very much like Oregon's defensive ends. Don't want to be in a lot of 3rd and longs like this against Illinois today.
Ackus had 13 tackles last week.
There's 7. Empty backfield. Snap. Gabriel back to throw. Quick screen. So he's going to try to go out to the 30-yard line. Great blocking. They had a lot of bodies out there. Decided to come back inside, which is where he tried to get it. Knew there wasn't something there. His athleticism and speed gets him back outside to be able to get the first down.
Sadiq, 14th catch of the year for 12 yards. Up to the 32-yard line, right hash, and out of bounds. 2 receivers, 3 to the left-hand side, 1 along right. This could be a pass again. Gabriel, plenty of time, swings it out to James out of the backfield. They get a 40-45, another first down to the 46-yard line. And back to the 45, it's still a big game. First down, and Oregon on the move. Just underway first quarter, no score.
Good protection.
They're going to whistle an injury. I don't see anybody down on the field. But a timeout call down there that we missed. I'm not.
They brought Gabe Ackus off the field, and I think it may have been just a quick uniform. Maybe it's something they change on his uniform, but they brought him back out, so he's not even going to have to miss a play.
All right, first down at the 45 of Oregon right hash. James goes back to the formation and join Gabriel to his right. Tez in motion all the way to the right. That's actually low. Back to throw again. Rolling to his left. Short pass to James. Going to try to straight over, go out of bounds at the 49. Short gain. Big up 4. Second down and 6.
I like that design of that play, looking like Dylan Gabriel's going to set in the pocket, and yet it's designed to be a rollout. So you hope you get the defense settled in, thinking it's just going to be a set up in the pocket pass. No, all of a sudden he's on the move. Sadiq, H-back to the left, two receivers right. Ducks a little overloaded on that left-hand side. Up under center. Under center, Dylan. It's going to give him a speed coming right. He's got speed coming first down 40. Out of bounds around the 34-yard line. He is so quick for a tight end. More like a wide receiver, much like Terrence Ferguson, who is not in uniform today. 17 yards.
He is a weapon that's just getting stronger and stronger each week. Big body, speed, size, really good blocker downfield. Everybody sees the catches and the runs. Watch.
Low joints him. Looking down the middle, it is incomplete.
Wire at Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Quiet your mind. Reduce.
To come to. Throw the ball so the receiver will come and get it. He kind of threw it in the hole out there, and just as slow just stopped at his spot.
Now, on the stop with Miles Scott, a free safety.
Yeah. On that play before, Dylan Gabriel does such a great job of throwing people open. And what I mean by that is he throws it to a spot, you go get it. Just as slow just didn't get it.
Way out to the left side is Stewart. Three receivers to the right, two receivers left, three right. Empty backfield on third down at 6. Dylan Gabriel looks to the sideline for the play. Illinois adjusts their defense. Still an empty backfield. Snap a straight route to throw. Looks middle, looks left, looks right. A lot of time, a lot of protection. Now they'll throw it. It's caught. 10. Johnson outside of the 15 on a 2. To the 10, to the 5. He got to the pylon. Touchdown. Tex Johnson. Touchdown, Oregon. I'm going this way. Nope, I'm going that way. I'm going this way. How about 6? 31 yards on the run. Absolute thing of beauty. I mean, not only the patience and the protection by Oregon's offensive line, but Tez Johnson across the field and the move he made at about the 15. Nobody's going to tackle you when you do that to somebody. That's about as good a well of execution that you can see. The offensive line started it by giving Gabriel all kinds of time, and then Tez got to the free zone, and then he made everybody miss after that. Oregon shows
That's Jerry Allen on the Oregon Sports Network. Ducks march down the field, 75 yards. They get the touchdown drive. They lead Illinois 6-0 with the PAT still to come. All of our 3:30 Eastern games have kicked. We got highlights to tell you about. We got scores, including an early touchdown.
The next big hire. Find them on LinkedIn. Post your job. To his right, cuts it back upfield. Up the middle he goes. Spins out of a tackle on his feet to the 20. Down to the 10-yard line. Sabia will score. Hit the horn with 10:48 to play in the opening quarter.
That's Brian Estridge on the TCU Sports Network. Horned Frogs lead the Red Raiders 7-0 early going in the first quarter. To the Big Ten we go. Minnesota hosting Maryland.
In motion to the receiver to throw. Brosmer fires. Has a man caught near the goal line. Touchdown! Daniel Jackson! His second touchdown of the year. He had 2 grabs on this drive. And Minnesota with a beautiful drive to start. Print day, print day, print day.
Oh, come on, right back, Maryland.
Mike Grimm with the Larry David reference there, I'm assuming. Gopher Sports Network. Minnesota on the board first. They lead Maryland 7-0 early first quarter. BYU has drawn first blood. They lead at UCF 7-0 on their first drive of the game. Cougs march down the field, and they get the early touchdown to lead in Orlando. We're going to the SEC. It's homecoming in Tuscaloosa. Alabama hosting Missouri. And Mizzou's already gone 3 and out. They're punting it back to the Tide here. See what Alabama can do on offense.
Concentration and just feeling good about yourself. Back into number 4's hands. After the 48-yard punt from Alabama starts officially at their own 21-yard line. 2 wideouts. Right initially, now they split to the right side. That's Ryan Williams and also Jerry Menard. Jam Miller in the backfield to the left of Milrow, who gets the snap, fires it quickly to Robbie Oates. Here
you had the tight end who's making the first grab on your Bama Bingo card. Congratulations, you're off to a good start as Robbie gets the 7-yard pickup on first down.
Well, everybody's focused on Jeremy Bernard and Ryan Williams, but it's actually to go to the side with the two tight ends and the running back.
Boots to the right side along with C.J. Dupree. They'll bring Bernard in tight to the right side with Williams wide left. The handoff will go to Miller. Jam, stutter steps, and then pushes forward, just follows the pile to the 30-yard line. It'll be third and a short one from that spot, and there is a penalty that's going to be flagged on Missouri, as I believe Christian Williams is the man who pulled the face mask of Alabama's Ty Booker at the end of that play right in front of the official, and so Booker will get to stay in the game, and also they will tack on additional yardage, or I'll be shocked if they don't.
After the play, personal foul, face mask, defense number 5.
Alabama's first down of the game, brought to you by ATix.com. Let ATix be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. Again, ATix is the ticket. From the 45-yard line after the penalty gives Bama the automatic first down. Ryan Williams and Jeremy Bernard will both be in. A third wideout for the Tide as well. It'll be the option read from Bill Rowe, and he dumps it off to the tight end. C.J. Dupree gets leveled, but not until he picks up 3 yards on first down.
It's really a triple option. So Jalen Milroe has the opportunity to hand it off underneath. He can carry it himself or to fling it out to C.J. Dupree. It looks like Alabama's got an injured player.
Looks like they do.
Get him out of here.
Tyler Watts.
Get him out of there.
We'll see exactly who it is. Cole Adams, unfortunately, appears to be the man who is down. He was in on that play, and as they attend to Cole, I think we're going to stay right here. That is
While there's an injury timeout, do want to let our audience know. Final in Oxford. Ole Miss gets the win over Oklahoma, 26-14. The Reds get it done coming out of a bye week. Oklahoma, meanwhile, falls to 4-4 on the season, 1-4 in the league. The Sooners, who have dropped 3 in a row and 4 out of their last 5. 26-14, Ole Miss. That's a final from Oxford. Again, early scores in our 3:30 window. Oregon on the board first. They lead Illinois 7-0. BYU on the board first. They lead at UCF 7-0. Back to Tuscaloosa.
Who initially goes wide right. The handoff on the reverse comes to Kendrick Law. Kendrick coming to the left edge. Gets first down. Gets more. To the left sideline before he shoved out of bounds. Inside the 30-yard line, Kendrick Law lets the play forward. That one, I believe, will go officially as a pass. I'm not sure if he flipped it or just handed it off to it, but he got big yardage down the left sideline for the first down of the game for the Crimson Tide. Kendrick now will go back to the right side. He is wide. Bama's got the receivers all bunched in, though, and they'll go play action and set up a little bubble screen right side to Kendrick again. He'll stretch forward and get about 3 yards on that play. Some positive yardage before Higgs Alonso Jr., the corner, makes the stop.
Just to the defensive back and broken 3 yards onto Missouri's sideline. Complete opposite side of where the play developed. So if you didn't believe his words during the course of the week, he is proving it here early on.
Man, he is ready to go barefoot with a switch. There is no doubt about it. Bama's got 2 men split wide right. One of them, Robbie Utes in the slot. They've got 2 split wide left, including Ryan Williams. They bring Bernard in motion left side, set it up to him, little wide receiver screen. He's trying to make the man miss. He'll get 1 tackle broken, but not much more. After all of that movement and motion and blockers out there, still only gained about a yard and a half, it appears. Additionally, we'll have 3rd down upcoming for the Crimson Tide, about 6 to pick up the first down.
One thing that we are seeing here early on, those throws are being much more accurate than they were a week ago. All these passes out into the short game are putting it in a position where the receiver can catch it going towards the line of scrimmage.
Haynes, the running back to the right of Milroe with the pistol. They bring Dupree in tight to the right side. Toss going to Miller. Jam trying to cut it, and Bama just couldn't get him blocked on the edge, and the Tide will lose a couple yards on the play. We'll have to
try a field goal here. Joseph Charleston, the safety, led the charge. The Clemson transfer gets credit for the stop as Alabama's turned away and will now have to try a field goal from around 40 yards. Graham Nicholson, the senior from Miami of Ohio, on to try the field goal, which will be from 46 yards from the hold of Burnham. The snap up coming from Neelan Hibbett. It's near the far hash. That's the Bama sideline. As the snap and spot are good, the kick is up. It has enough leg, and the kick is indeed good. The Bromberg scoring drive.
That's your story. Tyler Watts on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. 3-0 Alabama with the early lead on Missouri. Let's go to the bounce house for the first time live today. Number 11 BYU leading at UCF 7-0.
On the ends, Talboy Payal and Nelson the tackles. BYU showing a 4-2-5 defensively. A sweep handoff to Harvey. He did not get there. Tracked down by Harrison Taggart. He got 3 of the 4 yards needed, so Gus Malzahn looks like he's going to keep the offense on the field on 4th down and 1 at the 49. So BYU kept Harvey from making the line to gain, but makes the make with here comes the punt team. The fans are going to let them hear it.
That was the linebacker DN exchange that I talked about in the pregame, Greg. So you got Harrison Taggart who's able to get over the top, but the DN takes that edge off. There wasn't enough push to get the traffic, so Taggart had a clean swipe and an easy tackle.
Fans do not like to call on a 4th and 1 to bring in punter Mitch McCarthy. The snap to McCarthy, and he will indeed punt it away. A high back spinner that Parker Kingston will catch fair at the 8-yard line. One of the reasons...
That's Greg Wrubell and Hans Olsen on the BYU radio network. Cougars have the ball back. They lead at UCF 7-0. Let's get an update in Starkville. This game's been wild, and I think we finally put it to bed.
6 minutes to play in the game. Satavia in motion. Play fake. Green rolling right. Runs away from the rush. Fires to an open receiver in the end zone. Touchdown, Arkansas. Lucas on the receiving end of a 15-yard throw, and the Hogs have hit 50.
That's Chuck Barrett on the Razorback Sports Network. They've actually just scored again, so they've hit 57. They lead 57-25 at Mississippi State. When Taylon Green is good, he's really good, and today he's been exceptional. 23 of 29, 314 yards passing, 5 touchdowns through the air. Arkansas getting right in Starkville over Mississippi State, 57-25 inside of 5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter there. We're going to step aside. We've got some 3:30 games that are
foot on the pedal. The Cardinals would, in theory, have to go hurry up too in response, but I don't know. I personally would try to avoid that if I was the Cardinals. I think the second they pull James Conner, then their day is over, no matter what else they might be thinking.
Very quickly, Mark Andrews, 4, 4, and 5 targets in the last 3. Scored 3 touchdowns in the last 2 games. He should have scored 1 3 games ago, but he was missed very easily at the goal line for a catch. Mark Andrews, he's back in our circle of trust. He's playing the Browns.
Maybe not trust. Maybe that's not quite the circle of hope, at least. Maybe we know Andrews is capable, and if the opportunity is there, we have reason to think he will thrive with it. But they do have 2 good tight ends on that same team, and there are some weeks where they just don't even really care about throwing the ball that much. So maybe these Browns corners or Newsom put enough pressure on the receivers that they look to Andrews to pick up a little more slack than maybe against some other defenses. But as far as what to do with them, in general, I would start Mark Andrews in fantasy. It's just a little more harrowing than we would like it to be.
Remember, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, tune into this channel. Myself and Alan Slaus will be back to the RotoWire show. Go over all the overnight inactive news. No Sunday London game, which we have more time to focus on the actual Sunday action. That'll be great. We want to thank our producers, Faye Kessler, Kayvon Allen, for their great work behind the glass, making it sound great. They did a wonderful job. Missed any of the show, we covered a lot of players today. Go back and rewind that Sirius XM app. Make sure you do that. We appreciate you. Your time is the most valuable thing you have. You chose to hang with us. Mario and I appreciate that greatly. If you want a free trial at RotoWire, rotowire.com/radio. 2 days, no credit card needed. Don't change the channel. We got a great station show coming up. We got Roster Watch, Alex Dunlop and the Trashman, 4 to 6 Eastern. For Mario Queen, got Jim Coaching. Good luck in week 8, everyone.
That's peak baseball. Experience.
Available 6. Jordan James, by the way, is on pace for 1,000-yard game or season.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving.
11 a.m. Eastern on ACC Radio, Sirius XM Channel 371.
That thing down. 35 upcoming as Jahai Campbell led the way for the Crimson Tide defense. I believe Brady Cook wanted to pull that ball. He has
his legs more than his athletics. Absolutely capable.
They're down at 2. He'll hand it off here and
1-8. Trailing 3-0. 3rd down and 5 for the Tigers. Goes in motion to the left side, tight end. So check down.
That's a play Stanford needs. Let's see if they can keep it moving here. Micah Ford in a pistol behind Brown.
That will 50 sugar and 0 on the Golden Bears. Bullet. Upward.
Okay, defense will trot back out of the field. They get shoved around in that first series before
Sports Radio, Channel 84.
field goal. Thank you, Drew Stevens. 3-0. Shorter pattern brings up 3rd down for Oregon.
So 3rd down. They got 3rd and 4. And Oregon had a player go out, so Illinois is able to.
I see it there.
Defense, it's a 3-3-5. That started with West Virginia 15, 20 years ago. And when it's a running team, a running team like Minnesota traditionally has been, they will shift to a 4-3.
Jones is jawing a little bit with Ollie Gordon as they get up.
Forward here. And the Frogs once again give up a 3rd down and 2 as TCU opponents are perfect 8 of 8 this year. Thornton calls that one.
XM Internet Channels 84. LSU on Sirius XM. 7:30 p.m. Michigan faces Michigan State. Michigan.
From the top brands like Nike, King Dude, no matter the occasion, Shoe Station has something.
Two interception for Arkansas, turnover number 5 for Mississippi State today. And the Razorbacks have it back with 2:25 to go.
Marathon Building Environments is a premier provider of commercial furnishings, flooring.
They're getting tighter on the left side, and we have movement on the line.
Buchanan, 5th year, linebacker, San Francisco. David Reese, grad student, outside linebacker, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Marcus Harris, senior, corner, Portland, Oregon.
Miles Williams, senior, safety, Mansfield, Texas. Craig Woodson, 6th year, safety, Grand Prairie, Texas. Williams, senior year, quarterback.
Have you had a high five moment today? High five casino.
Wide left. Quarterback Lausch looking that way. Fires and incomplete.
What's next? Time now for the keys to the game, and for the keys, here's Mike.
Well, the keys to this game has
7 from the 21-yard line.
The conditions apply.
Find out what channel your team is.
They have lost the ball 6 times, turned it over. So continue that trend. Second.
And pretty good coverage downfield that time. That was too tricky.
Morgan State on XM. 4 p.m. cable on XM 386, Internet 970. 4 p.m. Vanderbilt faces Texas. Vanderbilt on XM and Internet 374. Texas on Sirius 158, XM 191 and Internet 961. 5 p.m. Colorado State faces New Mexico. 388, Internet 978. 387.
Every second of the action. Radio from behind the bench. Every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Sirius XM Sports, I'm Ryan Peyton Keys, known as one of the greatest quarterbacks to play in the NFL, and he played for the Colts and the Broncos. Pete?
Now it's a tackle first with D square. Huge to see 2-3 and out.
I think people will vote if they knew how it affected their lives. Is your kid going to?
Good news, he's not playing today, but he did practice this week, so he could be a good...
Always makes a great tasting turkey worth passing around. Tony's
out in front to help him. Yeah, good.
And Ford. Punt and a 12-yard return for Legion.
a belief, and in no way are we entitled to winning.
GoToRx is not insurance.
Does it feel like it's time to
If they had tried to keep running, of course, there was nowhere to go. Yeah, had he fallen down right away, they'd have it.
Broken the seal in this game. They take the 3-0 lead.
Prefer this. Minutes and 13 seconds, and they have the lead.
Birmingham, Alabama, the 83rd Magic City Classic. Ted Dixie along with our spotter Joe.
It's on 25.
And we mentioned that they're starting to rank their win total today from all of last year. And they've done it in style.
A few small additions and you're back in the gym in little time. Start your road to recovery by calling 8.
Did a great job breaking that thing up.
Monterey Baldwin is inside receiver to the left for Baylor. Ashton Hawkins wide left.
Well, let's see, is it left or right here? I guess it would be from this angle. That's his...
13th play of the drive at the UCF 28-yard line.
The three forms our booth camp that's here. Again, it's important to note it was called an incomplete.
He throws, the pass is going to be high and incomplete.
High shotgun snap, rolling to his right is Mendoza, throws on the run, and Lexing to make a sliding catch is Tron Brazell for a first down pick of the 13 to the 38-yard line. Move the chains, get that big first down. That's a big piece of it. Now they're going tempo. Right back on the ball, 4 receivers.
Big news here, I think. Look, you know to play Jamar Chase. You have Burrow, you're probably playing him. But the big news here was T. Higgins. And I'm a little bit concerned about T. Higgins. If he's in, you should probably play him. Gosh, man, Trash Man, whenever I put together the expected points model every week in our ranking sheet, I've been so amazed recently with how high it always is on T. Higgins. The model has this thing. As T. Higgins is the number 6 wide receiver of the whole week. It like ranks him higher than Jamar Chase. And it's just because of these, the usage when he's been healthy has just been absurd. I mean, he's got almost a 30% target share. He runs 95% of the routes. He's got almost a 40% air yard share, and his yards per route run is up above 2 at 2.08. So he's 9 targets a game. It's like all the things usage-wise that you really like to see, we're seeing right now out of T. Higgins. The problem is he pops up on the injury report. I believe it's with a quad on. Let me just make sure about this. So it's a quad. He's questionable. He got in a limit. He was limited on Friday. So I don't know, man. I sometimes worry about T. Higgins in the same way that I was worried the other day about Mike Evans possibly being used, just kind of running him out there and having. Do you remember how this used to happen with Mike Evans and with Julio Jones, where they would play through hamstrings and stuff, that they just wouldn't be effective? Sometimes people say that they're being a decoy and stuff. I worry sometimes in games like this that if he plays, maybe it's kind of a Jamar Chase kind of thing. I don't know. How do you see the action playing out here in this one?
I mean, well, these are two teams who, barring their prime
primary receivers, top 2 receivers, and quarterback, and running backs, I mean, you're not really bothered with any players outside of them. And that's why I'm worrying about Higgins. I mean, maybe Andre Yosivas, if Higgins doesn't play this week, you know, could be worth a spot start in that offense. I don't love either Cincinnati running back in this matchup. I think it's a tough matchup for them, and I don't know that Chase Brown has taken the #1 role. You know, I think he took it, and that, you know, recently because Zach Moss had that fumble, and I think he's kind of in the doghouse. But I don't know if, you know, a week removed from all of that, like, you know, that he's usurped him necessarily, and it being the tough matchup that it is, I don't really see much upside in either of these running backs in this game. So aside from that,
it's kind of weird. I mean, it does feel to me like Chase Brown is. I think you're kind of right. For Trashman, for once you're kind of right. It feels to me. I mean,
for once every 15 minutes, once every segment.
I didn't like the opportunity share for Chase Brown over the course of the season has been 47.4. It's been 52.6 for Zach Moss. So it has been down the middle. Maybe it's just like Chase Brown seems to make the flashier plays, dude. I don't know what it is, but I mean, you're right. He's running less routes. He's running less routes. He has a slimmer target share. So maybe I was kind of wrong about it. Like by the eyeballs, he looks better, but there's still huge thorns in one another's sides. I think is something that we both can agree on.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if this tough matchup, like you said, Phillies, it's a top 5 run defense right now in the league, and so yeah, I mean, I think so here's the deal. If Higgins is not active, is not played, then maybe Brown gets a little bit of a boost as a pass catcher in that backfield. But if Higgins does go, I'm not terribly bullish on either of those backs in this game.
Gosh, man, I think Jamar Chase has a big game. I saw over on, I forgot it was on Underdog or Prize Picks, but I think it's Prize Picks because they have the combo plays, you know, where it's like it's in the same game and they'll give you like, you know, for this game they gave you AJ Brown plus Jamar Chase for combined yards over 155. It's like, golly, man, like this is the kind of game where, you know, given the fact that these teams have been a little bit leaky on the back end, it's like one of those guys can maybe get to that on his own. You know what I mean? If they had a big enough game, so that would be one that I'd be interested in taking the more or the higher one, depending on which side you were using.
Right, Greg. I think that's the first fake field goal attempt, perfectly timed on the second possession here for BYU.
Jake Retzlaff, 5 for 10 for 67 yards. Jake has run it 2 times for 24 and a touchdown, and a long run of 29 and a loss of 5. On snap. All right, Cougars break huddle here in the final 60 seconds of the opening stanza.
So UCF started out really aggressive in that first series, and they really backed off. A lot of 4-man rush here in the second.
Retzlaff in a shotgun split back situation. Martin Volati. And glad the chest side snap. Retzlaff being brought down from behind at the 20-yard line as he took off up the middle. Yanked down, no gain on the play. Another 0-yard gain on first and 10, and actually a loss of 1 to second and 11. Cougars now had good success on their first downs. The last three times on first down, they've gained 0 or lost yardage. Second and 11 now at the UCF 21. Ball far half. Final 30 seconds in the opening quarter. BYU right to left as we see it and you hear it. Barton out of the game. Twins left and right. Prokopi's the back off the left of the Retzlaff. He's in a shotgun situation. High snap. Again, a loss on the play. And Jake's in a pile of people. You want to keep Jake out of harm's way. That was nothing doing there. And now the Cougs go to 3rd down and 13 or 3rd and 12 from the 22-yard line of UCF. So a great fake field goal. Keep the offense on the field, but since then the offense has not done anything but lose yardage. That'll be it for the end of the first quarter, so we'll take our end of quarter break with BYU beating it 7-0 over UCF. BYU's won its last.
All right, once again, Greg Wrubell Lons Olson, BYU Radio Network. It is 7-0 BYU into the first quarter. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa, Missouri, approaching midfield, trailing Bama 3-0.
Brings up a 3rd down and 4 for Missouri. Alabama 49. First time the Tigers have been in Alabama territory today. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the first. 3-0 Crimson Tide. We have to come in again here. We don't see any defense at all for Brady. Twin Steed side. Hardy lines up in a slant to the left. 3rd down and 4 for Missouri. 5 in the box for Alabama. Jamal Roberts off to the left, and Cooper takes the snap, looks right, pressure moving to his right, looking downfield, throws it over the head of the intended target. Makai Miller at the Alabama 39. Missouri will be forced to make a decision on a 4th and 4, and off comes Luke Power, punt for the 3rd time. Well, incrementally better. Not exactly what we hoped for, but they were able to get a couple first downs there, so that's at least a positive that we've seen that there's life in this offense. Continue to attack the short side of the field. Yeah, and middle. Mbakwe is back deep at the 10. Power to punt it, trying to deep coverage kick, high end over it, moving right, calling for the fair catch. Clock, juggling it, then scoops it up after calling the fair. Mbakwe at the 9, brought down at the 11 over on the far right side. They'll mark it down at the 7, so Power does his job. Alabama back deep inside its 10. Almost disaster for the Crimson Tide. A 42-yard punt takes us to a timeout.
Timeout on the field. Bama's got the ball back, and they lead Missouri 3-0. Other scores in the top 25 right now. Oregon leads Illinois 14-0. BYU leads UCF 7-0. Outside the top 25, let's go back to the Big 12. Get you an update on TCU and Texas Tech.
For the quarterback, Josh Hoover, he's got Savion in the backfield this time. Savion leaves it, Hoover to throw the football. In the middle, he's got it wide open. Savion, over the middle he goes, 50, 40, 30, Williams to the 20. Sprint, nobody will catch him. Touchdown. 75 yards. Savion Williams from Josh Hoover out of the backfield. You get the matchup you wanted, just like that, and he's able to race to the house.
That's Brian Estridge at the Horn. Horn Frogs Sports Network, 14-3. TCU with the lead on Texas Tech. Minnesota's tacked on another touchdown. They lead Maryland 21-0. That's a first quarter score. Minneapolis, Iowa leads Northwestern 3-0. You got Wake Forest with 2 early touchdowns. They lead at Stanford 14-0. Oklahoma State and Baylor tied at 3 early second quarter. Let's go back to Orlando. Start of the second quarter. BYU in the red zone here, looking for some points of some kind. They've got a fake field goal on this drive and a 4th down conversion. They lead 7-0, looking for more points here to start the second quarter.
And you're putting them in harm's way a little bit. You're not showing any signs of fear of any quarterback behind you. You're just continuing to push them. And right now, UCF is doing a really good job swarming to the ball. Dalen Dotson and Nigel Kelly both hitting him on that last attempt and putting a real shot on him. You see Jake get off and trying to shake off some of the hits. So, yeah, I like it. You've got to keep him involved in the run game, Greg, but be cognizant.
Sorry, maybe I'm misidentifying a player down there. Let's sit down on Mitchell Jordan's pitch. There he is. No, I do see him. That's right. No, I do see him now. He wasn't out for pregame, but he is in uniform now. So let me take that back. I apologize. I think the player was misidentified on the sideline. Gary Bohannon is in his number 3 jersey, but he was not out there for pregame today for some reason. He is on the field in uniform. So thank you, Mitch, for making that correction. Gary Bohannon available, dressed, and good to go.
Well, it's going to be California tap 1999.
So BYU now left to right as we see it Andrew Garrett here at quarter number 2. Jake Retzlock in shotgun, motion man Marion from right to left. He stops from back the other way. The hand clap, belt high snap. Jake dumps it left incomplete. LJ Martin, BYU after that excellent fake field goal will now kick one for real and try and get the Blue Jay 10-point lead.
Well, good screen here where you're just letting the defenders all come through. Well, UCF was only rushing 4, so you really only take 4 defenders out of that attempt. And you had a man-on situation. It was a guy that was locked on to LJ Martin. He knows exactly where that ball's going, so it was more of a ditched-out screen attempt.
So being officially a 40-yard field goal attempt from the right pass to the right-legged kicker, Will Farron. This to give the Brewers a 10-0 lead. A bridge snap to Vanderhaar. Good hold. The kick is on its way. And it is through for 3.
ever accurate Bill Fair, and now 12 for 15 on his field goal attempt.
And that's Greg Wrubell, audio courtesy of the BYU Radio Network. 10-0 Cougs on top of the Knights. By the way, Illinois has just kicked a 38-yard field goal. They're on the board, but they trail at Oregon 14-3. Alabama has a field goal. That's the difference between the Tide and the Missouri Tigers. 3-0 the score there late first quarter. All right, time for the main event. Okay, let's be honest. There's 5 ranked-on-ranked matchups today. This is the one you're all excited about. Number 5, Texas, on the road at number 25, Vanderbilt. Lightning
Slow that motor scooter down.
possibly strike twice in Nashville. Could it? Vanderbilt already has a win over Alabama this year. Now Texas comes to town. We got both radio feeds courtesy of Learfield. We'll bounce back and forth all day. Texas on offense first. That means Craig Way, Longhorn Sports Network.
28. We're underway from Music City. Kickoff will carry about 4 yards deep in the end zone, and Gold's going to bring it out. Out of the 10 to the 15, trying to get outside. Can't do it. A late flag also taken. Longhorn may be starting in a hole. Brandon Fontenette made the tackle. And now Daniel Gotro, the referee, will give us the indication as to what this penalty is. If it's a block or holding.
During the return, holding. Receiving team, number 23. The penalty will be enforced after this is the goal from the end of the run. And a first down, Texas.
Longhorn's going to start in a hole from their own 7-yard.
No hesitation from Golden. That was a 3-4 yards deep in the end zone, and now, boy, talk about needing to establish that run again.
Craig Weisner will line up offset to the right side. Quick Morris out of the shotgun. 2 receivers on the short side of the field. One of those, DeAndre Moore, goes in motion back to the right. First down, handoff. Weisner trying to pick his way through traffic. Does for 3, maybe 4 yards. He's out to the 11-yard line. On down by Murray and Thomas and Brandon Fontenette. It'll bring up second down and 6.
Coach Clark lead a defensive coach. He had started squared up. He was a defensive coordinator at Notre Dame. So they do play good run defense. Only giving up about 116 yards a game.
Longhorns will bunch 3 receivers on the short side to the right. With Weisner remaining the running back, he's offset to the right side of Quinn Ewers. Ewers in the shotgun. On second down. And now Weisner shifts out of the backfield, and it's a pass out to Trey. Turns up, breaks a tackle, and almost going to get big. He's not short of the first down.
46-yard line. Golden in motion, sets up to the right. 2 receivers out to the left. And Gabriel back to throw off the snap. Quick throw, and Golden with a grab. He'll go down almost immediately at the 48-yard line of Illinois. Was way short of the first down, effectively third down and about 13.
Well, that sack by Ackus, number 17, was really timely. He's going down right now on his knee. I don't know what he's trying to get done down there, but it was almost either acting like he's got an equipment problem or a helmet problem. If you have a helmet problem, then you got to get off the field.
Yeah.
What they're trying to do is get some sort of attention out there, and I guess that's what they're going to get. He's going to have to come off for a play.
That's all that.
But that sack by Ackus is timely because Oregon had him on their heels. An 8-yard loss brings up 17.
And if it's just an equipment issue, stay in. But if they consider it looking at an injury, it will have to come out. It's not a timeout, so Oregon will have to come out.
Well, he sat down. I'm assuming when you sit down, you keep yourself up for the play like it's an injury.
Yeah, he didn't come out the game. He is out of the game. Alec Bryant is back up for Virginia Tech. Is in place at Actus. So third down, 13. As the quarter comes to it.
And now in 3 for Texas. Glenn has it, turns, pulls it back. This is deflected in the air and intercepted. At the 25-yard line, Martell Pike.
That boy needs. That's his second interception, ain't it?
That's how a couple of interceptions have happened this season.
Did he just throw one?
And it went high in the air. And Martell Pike, the sophomore corner, comes out with his first interception of the season, and Vanderbilt will have it at the Texas 31.
I'm just trying to catch that quick hitter on the play action after a big set of production on the ground. And now you got to defend a short field. This was the problem last week against Georgia.
So here comes Vanderbilt with the football, and the Eagle Copy, 6'2", 207-pound Brad.
Commodores.
Next
Here comes this Vanderbilt voodoo once again. Because
Vanderbilt voodoo.
Radio feeds, we're going to flip it over. We're going to give you Andrew Allegata on the Vanderbilt radio feed. Yours with great field position after the interception.
One wide receiver near sideline toward the right. Sherrill's in motion. There's the snap. It's a handoff off to the center. Alexander slices and picks up a chunk on the first play. He picks up 8 yards. Tackled by Barrett. Second.
That's what Vanderbilt's got to do with their offensive line is not go head up and expect you to move those big Texas defensive linemen. They've got to get those angles just like they did right there, and that's a perfect first play for Vanderbilt.
Second down, officially 1 here. A pistol formation once again. Running back is Cedric Alexander out of Austin, Texas. 2 wide receivers off toward the left. Spence in motion, left side of the line. On second down, there's the snap. It's a handoff off the middle. Cedric Alexander toward the 20. He's in and some first down pickup. It goes for 2 yards. Tackles made. Not a foul.
Normally, I think you'd see offensive coordinator Tim Beck try something a little different. But right here, you just want to get settled into this ball game. Get that first down, and he dials up right here.
New running back, first down play. A.J. Newberry. From the 20, working toward the right. Shotgun formation. Empty backfield for Pavia. In motion for Newberry. There's the snap. It's a handoff toward the right for Newberry. Head and cut at the 16-yard line. It picks up 4. On first down, second down, and 6 tackles made by the stud linebacker Anthony Hill Jr.
Yeah, that's a really good run by Newberry right there, even though it was only for 4 yards. He got in on the speed and came through, and he was turned back in, and he just lowered his head and got the 4 yards. You get what you can when it gets turned back in like that.
Running back once again is Cedric Alexander on second down and 6. Vanderbilt with the football at the interception by Martell Heights. His first pick of the season.
All right.
Pistol formation. Stowers right side of the line. There's the snap. It's a pitch to Stowers toward the left. Texas goal for
Both part of those two, right?
McDonald, the safety who stepped up and made the tackle on Stowers.
A little bit early right there, Les Stowers. Now they're one-on-one with a very good tackler, and a good tackle was made.
Third down. 8 to go. 3 running backs for Vanderbilt.
Can you set up my little table right here, Donnie?
Junior Sherrill. Vanderbilt needs the 10. There's the snap. It's a play action. Pavia roll toward the right. Looks downfield. He races toward the 20. He tucks. He runs at 10 at the 5. He dives for the 5 line. And it's a touchdown. Diego Pavia. Scramble. Goodness. This kid. He's a star.
Diego Pavia doing things. Again, 6-0 Vanderbilt with the lead on Texas. We're going to go to Tuscaloosa. Alabama 3, Missouri 0. Third down coming up here for the Tigers.
Well, fortunately, we're able to get the time on that.
Just clearly in the play clock, there was 0 cover. And the snap had happened before the whistle even took place.
I wonder if there are issues getting the plays in by the headset.
So we went back to Tuscaloosa for a timeout. Missouri trying to avoid a delay of game. Here's where we are right now in the top 25. All these games are underway. Top-ranked Oregon leads Illinois 14-3. Eugene. BYU leads 10-0. UCF early second quarter there. Alabama leading Missouri 3-0. And Vanderbilt with the early Diego Pavia touchdown after the Quinn Ewers pick. Leads Texas 6-0. Here comes third down for Mizzou.
6 in the box for Alabama. Another lurking. Cook checking off. Walking behind his offensive line. Now back into the shotgun. Roberts offset left. Now shifts to his right. Third down and 6 more. Missouri. Cook moving to his right. Gets outside. To the right sideline. Throws it incomplete. That might be the first sign that we saw of the ankle, just because he didn't tuck it and run for what looked to be an opportunity to pick up maybe a first down on the far right sideline.
Exactly. Yeah, that going to try to push it unless he absolutely has to.
Ryan Williams comes on. 13
different player than Bama's put back there to field a punt here in the first half. Luke Bauer to punt, trying to pin the Crimson Tide inside their 10 once again. High into a red kick, moving to the right is Williams. Fields it into the yard line and hit immediately and brought down by Missouri. It was Jamarian Wade, his special teams, the St. Louis native, that unloaded on the 17-year-old wide receiver.
Will the product show up there?
Missouri Radio Network. Not a lot of offense in Tuscaloosa.
Ain't no product up there?
Not yet. 3-0 tied with the lead on Mizzou. Let's go back to Eugene. Oregon leads Illinois 14-3. Ducks are driving.
He's in his way outside. Right now he moves back inside. Here's a direct snap going left. And Dylan Gabriel coming in through. A couple of tacklers inside the 10. So an empty backfield right to Gabriel. Almost looks like a wildcat. He just takes a snap and runs. Looked like Illinois had responded to it pretty well, but a nice move by Dylan Gabriel to make the inside linebacker learn this and get up the field for the first down. First and goal inside the 10 at the 7-yard line. And Rosie kind of shot at him and just missed him. Went into behind Gabriel. The snap. And Chiefs going to go left. And will score. Jumps into the end zone. Dylan Gabriel to hand it off. He reads the D, pulls it out, and jumps into the end zone going left. Well-designed play. Illinois just not prepared to defend it. Number one. But number two, and most importantly, Dylan Gabriel, the right read, pulled it back out, and scored a touchdown.
Really, we get everything?
Yeah. 1:20 left here in the first half. Oregon's had 4 possessions, has scored 3 times. He caught Alec Bryant too far inside that defensive end, just too far inside to be able to pop back out and cover an athletic Gabriel. Andrew Boyle will come in for the extra point kick. Right-footed kicker placement, and the kick is up, and it is good. 12:20 remaining. First half, second quarter action. Oregon 21, Illinois 3.
Jerry Allen and Mike Jorgensen on the Oregon Sports Network. 21-3. Oregon on top of Illinois early second quarter. Media timeout there, media timeout in Nashville and in Tuscaloosa and in Orlando. We're going to step aside as well. Get you back out to live play-by-play after this.
If you're going to attack them, certainly that is the way. But it's also been the fact, Trash, the teams have had to, sometimes they, so it's not just that they're stout against them. It's the game script sometimes goes the way of a kind of trailing team. Right? All right. Next one here. Indianapolis Colts at Houston Texans. The Houston Texans are 4.5-point favorites at home. 80%. And the stuff I'm reading with the spreads and the spreads and the percentage of tickets, percentage of bets, all this stuff can be found in the premium section at Roster Watch, where there's a pro section and a premium section. With the pro section, it gets all the fantasy football stuff. In premium, what you'll get is the algo, the can't miss Mitch.
Algo. That's short for algorithm. That's short for algorithm.
You get all that stuff. You get the.
You guys need to double tap. The algorithm says double tap.
Like the premium betting widgets and stuff. So 80% of the bets on them right now, and 79% where the public is just all like there's some. The public is really on some of these teams in lopsided fashion. The Lions, and some of them are big, like the Lions, the Texans so far, the Ravens. We talked earlier about but so far out of the games, we previewed 4 games, and the Ravens, the Lions, and the Texans are all, big time favorites, where it's like the public's all over them. That's just a little bit worrisome here. As far as the matchup tool in this game, Indy and facing the Houston Texans. The Texans have actually been really tough against the run this year. They've been tough against opposing tight ends. There's not
double tap.
Nothing great to exploit. As far as what Houston faces in Indy here, Indy has been just brutal on defense, man. This Gus Bradley defense stinks trash, man. I mean, I don't know, dude. This feels like it's a trendy pick in betting circles.
Double tap this screen. 140 people, only 6 likes.
Just hope he can do.
Come on, guys.
Anthony Richardson things, but I just don't really know what Anthony
Double
Richardson
tap the
things
screen
means anymore. I mean, like, he looks bad, man.
I feel like they're letting him off the leash a little bit more.
I feel like they're letting him down. Like, what are they trying to do with him? I mean,
he had 14 runs last week, so I mean, I'd say that unleashed quite a bit.
BYU make the line to gain after the fumble recovery. Where's the spot of the ball? They need to get to the 15-yard line. And they spotted it right at the 15, and they mark first down. So, wow, what a break. BYU dominating. You just can't make a mistake that brings UCF into the football game. And the Cougs will keep possession. L.J. Martin, Mitch, tell us what happened down there.
Yeah, the defender picked it up, and LJ, as he was going to, he just grabbed the ball back, so he fumbled it. The UCF defenders picked it up, and LJ took it back, which, I mean, big heads-up play for LJ Martin there.
First down and 10 from the UCF 15. BYU a 10-0 lead, and all Cougars in this one. Martin middle, taken, drive, touchdown! LJ Martin kept the legs turning. It gets in for 6 to make it 16-0 BYU. LJ Martin.
BYU ain't playing with the
and the Cougs making a 3-score game on the PAT, so they make it here in a moment.
Caleb Eugene is now picking things up. He's not heavy, and he's actually
a lot of football less in Orlando, but BYU about to go up 3 scores, 16-0 on UCF with the PAT still to come. Let's go to Nashville. Texas rumbling inside the Vanderbilt red zone, but they trailed the door 7-0.
Vanderbilt is in
First out of bounds.
Tennessee.
It's going to be 3 yards to the 12-yard line.
I didn't know that.
Second down and 7 coming up. Texas quickly to the line off the right hash. Blue ball set to the right side of viewers with 3 receivers bunched together on that short side. Right quick sweep, pass right side. Caught by Moore inside the 10 to the 5. And it'll be first and goal. He tumbled forward down to the 5-yard line. Now, it might be about an inch shy. Let's see where they put it down. Yeah, it looks like it would bring up now 3rd down and less than 1. Just shy of the 5-yard line. C.J. Taylor made the tackle. Now Ewers from the gun on 3rd and less than 1. Into the snap, turn, swings it out, right side, ball caught by Moore, and he slips it out of bounds, but he has the first down at the 3-yard line. Ricky Wright forced it out. It's a 3-yard gain. It'll be first and goal, Texas.
This is what Clark Lee talked about, is that Texas, the ability to get it out on the perimeter and use all that speed. That's all this drive has been so far.
Ari Black, the 6'4", 245-pound junior, transfer from St. Petersburg, Florida, transferred in from Alabama, is in a tight end for Texas. 2 receivers out wide left. Ball was on the right hash. 3-yard go for the long one. Gene blew the running back off, set the left side of Quinn Ewers. Ewers from the shotgun, has the snap, fakes, throws for the end zone, and that ball is caught. Matthew Golden on a catch. Diving right in the boundary with a man playing all over him. Golden with the catch, and the Longhorns are on the board.
Spectacular one-handed catch by Matthew Golden, and able to bring it into his body and absorb that hit when he hit the turf, and Longhorns are going away from tying this up.
On for the conversion is Merle, 6', 185-pound senior out of Flower Mound High. It's a perfect 36 for 36 on point after tries. Out of a hole. Michael Kern, the punter, will see if Texas has a punting situation. Kern's rolling up to punt. Lance St. Louis, the 6', 220-pound junior from Gilbert, Arizona, to snap it. Snap it, and Auburn's kick is good. This season, Olsztyn will make a contribution to the University of Texas General Scholarship Fund. Everything open and extra point made by Texas. Thanks to good hands. Longhorns answer with a drive. 75 yards, 9 play. 3 off the clock. And
that's Craig Way and Roger Wallace on the Longhorn Video Network. So in the second quarter, but Illinois has crossed midfield. No, they just overturned a completion. So 3rd down coming up here for the Illini, who trail Oregon 21-3.
Allmeyer, down he goes. They broke through on that one. Jackson, the linebacker. And a sack on Luke Allmeyer. Well, they came through there like gangbusters.
Yeah, they had no chance just to eat the ball.
The Illini are going to be forced to punt. So that ball came out of there, I think. They say Allmeyer was down. The crowd wants a review again.
punt return. Robertson, the kicker for Illinois, 43.5 yards, along at 52. He needs a big one here. Not much of a breeze. Well, the breeze has picked up a little bit, I say, and it's back now as I look at the flag. A punt from inside his own 5, steps to the right, nice high kick. Johnson with a fair catch, and he catches in near midfield. Well, you don't have to give this team any help. And the Illini just did there. Unfortunately, bad break on the catch, no catch. The Illini give it back, and the punt will send us to
That
break.
is Brian Barnhart on the Fighting Illini Sports Network. So Illinois trails Oregon early, 21-3. Ducks have the football back. Let's go back to Tuscaloosa. Missouri has crossed midfield. They trail Bama 3-0.
Harris comes in motion to the left side of the tight end. Cook takes the snap, wants to throw. Throws it, fake pattern on the right side, incomplete. Intended for good cover. Freshman quarterback out of Santa Ana, California.
So the defender is running step for step with the receiver. He's got the
right side line intended for
could locate the football.
went off of the back of Malachi Moore's head. So Missouri will
You gotta be
on
my
the football. Luke Bauer comes in. Ryan Williams awaits it.
Again, same situation on previous play. Here's the other receiver. You got to work yourself back towards the inside of the field.
Luke Bauer gets the football about the 46, high end over and kick. Williams lets it go over his head, bounces at the 1, and it gets into the end zone for a touchback. Touchback of the season. Alabama.
So again, a lot of punts, not a lot of offense early on between Alabama and Missouri. 3-0. Crimson Tide with the lead on the Tigers. Hey guys, Iowa football is playing against Northwestern. You can guess what this sounds like.
Wade Black and Jeremiah Hunter in the middle. Quarterback Lausch has looked really good here in the first half. Northwestern's offense, no points to show for it. He's going to throw from his end. Yes, he's tackled in the end zone. It should be a safety. Should be a safety. Come on, give it to him. Max Llewellyn wrapped him up in the end zone.
That's Garrett Dolphin on the Iowa Sports Network. They gave it to him. It was a safety. 7-5 Northwestern with the lead over the Hawkeyes. There's 4 minutes to go in the first half. It gives us a chance to remind our listeners that safeties are brought to you by the Sickos Committee Safety Alert System, which is always alert when Iowa's playing football. Check out our friends on Twitter and Instagram at Sickos Committee. Give them a follow and embrace the Sickos College football.
Right. SickosSafetyVets.com. The algorithm say you guys need to double tap the screen.
It was thrown in from one of the side judges. So Vanderbilt tried to fake miscommunication, snapped and handed it to Stowers. Let's find out the call from Coach Bo. Illegal formation. Offense, number 3. Right somewhere from that square to the line of scrimmage. His shoulders weren't
There you go.
square
Double
to
tap
the
that screen. Thank you very much. If you like what you see, double tap the screen.
So basically, Vanderbilt didn't have enough guys on the line of scrimmage.
Not hard at all.
I thought the call might have been because Poppy was moving and looking over to the sideline. I thought they may call him for 2-minute motion.
You must like what you see.
Back at the 15.
So
There's
go
the
and
snap.
tap
Marco's
that
first
screen.
punt of the day. He lets this one fly. It's a good kick. This is back for Bolton. Makes the catch at the 30. Cuts upfield. Breaks a tackle. 40-45. There he goes at the 50. Drop ball on the far sideline. What a call. What a call there. Illegal formation. Clark Lee is after the officials here today.
That is our number. That ain't our truck.
from NTSB? Is that what that pre-plan said? Okay, so I'm taking it dry out of Rancho Cucamonga, and then, okay. Okay, at what time? Okay, and that's a live load. And then that goes up to YOLO? Oh, it goes all the way up to port. Okay, and is it just a one dropper or a two dropper? Okay, when is it due? Okay. All right. All right, I should have just enough time to get up there. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. It's due on the 29th at 9:15 in the morning, at 8:15 in the morning. So we pull it dry out of Rancho Cucamonga and then go to, drop the dry at NTSB and then pick up a reefer out of NTSB and go to a live load at 9:15 in the morning in Victory. So we have to blow out. You might want to charge your battery. And then we go to a live load at 9:15 tomorrow morning and then take that up to Portland. And it's due on the 29th, so we'll have all day tomorrow.
How many miles did I give you?
Should have us to right about 8,000 on the 29th.
What, 3 days, right?
The rest of the 29th, 30th, and 31st, yeah. So we'll be putting up another
5 pieces tomorrow.
Yeah. We'll probably only make it to Dunnigan, and then we'll have to drive from Dunnigan up to. So we'll do a 5-piece, 4.5, and then a 5-piece on Buckhannon. That's a lot of miles. We left on Tuesday, so we don't pick up any more time until Wednesday.
I'd probably have to split sleep work. I don't know what I'm saying. Is that how you get some of your hours back?
That would come us back the very next day. So yeah, we'll have to make it up to at least Dunnigan tomorrow, and then get up on Monday to go from Dunnigan up to probably either the rest area or the TA. And then, so we can probably do a half hour in Medford on Monday so that we can go in and get money orders and pick up whatever groceries we need. And then go the rest of the way up to, like I said, we go to exit 282 or 278. The load is due at 8:15 in the morning, so we would have to probably get up at 6 to leave by 7. So it'll probably take us an hour to get from there over to drop it for us.
Oh, shouts out to Justin. Jonathan Friend, don't start making me hungry again, Jonathan Friend. Justin said, greetings from Germany.
Oh, greetings from Germany, for Germany, from Germany.
Jonathan said it's good old T-bone steak time.
Oh, T-bone steak time.
Me and Big Mama had barbecue ribs last night.
Yeah, we did.
How about baby back rib time? I want my baby back rib. He said, without me? Yeah, unfortunately, Jonathan Fran, all the food you be enjoying, sometimes we can enjoy some food too. We all going cross country. Yes, we are. Up and down this motherfucking I-5.
That'll force a third down for the Red Raiders here with 2:51 in counting. In the first half, checked up by 3.
And by the way, Davion Carter is back in the Red Raider lineup and playing at right guard.
That's good news. Let's get another piece of good news for the first down here. Keep the chains moving and keep TCU from having the football before the half. Nope, there's going to be a flag on that one. Bunch of people move on the left side of the tech line.
Everybody but the center.
20 hours left by the time we drop this down, we should be able to make it back up. Like I said, even if we sit for the rest of the day on Tuesday, we didn't technically really leave until Tuesday. We're only on the clock for like 1 hour, 45 minutes. So
Number 75, number 79.
Saturday.
A lot of help.
Number 12.
Yeah, we have over
Buchanan starting at left tackle for the Red Raiders today, Dalton Merriman, but it's the third start of the year for Buchanan, who also was in there at Washington State and North Texas.
Motion left to right across the backfield as Aiken back to throw. He is going to go deep down his near side. Caught by Conyers, and he's out of bounds, diving forward with the defender on his back. It's a first down in TCU territory with Lamorian James on his back.
Yeah, that's a defensive back that's 5'10", about 190, and then you've got 6'5", 265-pound Jalen Conyers with great hands, and that was a huge catch on third down.
Yes, it was. And that is the Dos Equis 2-minute timeout. Go for Dos.
If I turn too trashy, what am I doing bringing up Dearness Johnson?
Oh, we're coming out of the 2-minute timeout. UCF just ripped off a huge chunk play trying to get back in this game. They trail BYU 17-7.
25-20, took up the 15-yard line.
BYU's got 8 in the box, so they got 8 packed in. I think they thought this was going to be RJ Harkin. Getting ran up without safety on that side. So Jacoby Jones is just in a man situation. He beats his man and he's off to the races.
You're just spin out in the middle. First and 10, UCF at the 15-yard line of BYU. Big play after big play. 40 yards that one. UCF is drawing first down in yardage, despite the fact UCF half as many plays. More than 10 yards played right now for UCF. Brown goes back right pylon, and it's incomplete in the end zone. Second down and 10 from the BYU 15. A hold for a field goal try here would be huge for BYU. 17-7 the lead. 1:17 before the break.
Drop an 8 here, you're running man, you're keeping some over the top, and you're making sure that nothing gets into the end zone, not expecting a run there, so they're doing a good job of down and distant recognition and also UCF personnel recognition.
21 minutes to 5 in possession time, and the team with 5 minutes is about to make it, or could make it, a one-score game. Brown taking quarterback draw. Spins out of 2 tackles and now chased to the left sideline and knocked out at the boundary. In fact, he knocked the player down, and now it's going to stare down. I think he just got himself a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty as he stared down Crew Wakely. Jakari Brown's going to back his team up with bravado on the boundary.
Is that what they're going to throw?
I think so. I think so.
They're not going to lay in, right?
Well, he Brown delivered the hit.
Out of bounds, right?
Brown delivered the hit on Wakely out of bounds. Lowered the shoulder, and the runner delivered the hit. We'll see what they call.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, taunting number 11 offense.
Oh, he kicked out of the game. Can't be doing that. You know you didn't have to do that. Get your ass out. They ejected him.
Crew Wakely was right there to put the hit on him, and Jakari Brown just lowers his shoulder and pops him, and Greg is absolutely right. Kind of just stands there, looks down at him. The officials are going to throw the flag on him.
Set to the 3rd and 20.
Yeah, they don't play that shit at the top.
16 moments ago. 3rd and 20 at the BYU 25-yard line. 109 to play till halftime.
No such thing as a right hit out of bounds on the defender.
Twins left and right. And BYU jumps offside. And the second penalty against BYU.
Offside, number 59, defense. Entering the zone and causing a ring.
Oh, that's all bullshit.
Third down and 15 now. 3rd and 15 from the BYU 20.
Watch the Jakari keep here.
The Cougs were cruising at 17-0. Some rough waters now in a 17-7 ball game. UCF 3rd and 15 at the BYU 20.
3rd and 20, where we at, boys?
Waits.
They better do something.
Plenty of time. 15 seconds. There's a helmet high snap to Jakari Brown. Sells in a clean pocket, steps up, and guns it to the end zone. It is incomplete. Coverage by Mark Collins, so the intended receiver, Randy Pittman Jr., sails through his hands. And so now
you gotta share this to your socials, whatever you gotta do. We get it up to 300 people, Big Mama. Gonna blow the big train horn. Toot toot.
This will be 38 yards from the left hash.
More like a
replacement kicker Reddick. Again, Reddick is replacing a guy who played a few games and then checked out, going into the portal in season. Pronouncing it going to the portal in season, taking a redshirt year.
Go ahead and share this to your social media. Thread, I know you got Thread, TikTok, X, all that shit.
The lead cut to 7, 10 straight for UCF after BYU had a 17-0 lead. 59 seconds.
That's Greg Wrubell on the
Instagram,
BYU Radio Network.
Facebook.
So, a bit of a roller coaster game so far in Orlando. BYU scored the first 17
Everybody
points
know how
of
to
the
share
game.
live to
UCF has answered with 10 of their own, and it's now 17-10. BYU's lead has been trimmed to 7.
Jonathan said keep the ball. It must have been
Inside
fourth
of a
down.
minute to go in the first half. 2-minute timeouts between Eugene and Tuscaloosa. Oregon leads Illinois 28-3. Alabama leads Missouri 6-0. But the Tide are going to have a goal to go from the Missouri 2 when play resumes. Alabama got an interception, a big return. They're in business right on the goal line, leading Missouri 6-0. Texas leads Vanderbilt 14-7. Longhorns just picked off Diego Pavia near midfield. All right, we're going to go back to Texas Tech and TCU. Final minute of the first half. Red Raiders lead the Horned Frogs by 3.
We ain't lurking.
TCU jumped a bunch of people up at the line of scrimmage.
You got to work on getting 300 people in this room.
Into it. And
Need everybody, all 122 of y'all, to share it to your socials. That way we'll have 300 people on here. Big Mama will blow that big horn. Bam, bam.
Yeah. Long conversation on a crew on that, yeah. Except for the guy over here on the TCU sideline, everybody else is talking to the line desk. He's in the ear of a certain coach. Get a timeout by TCU. It took them that long to tell you that? Well, now they're coming over to talk to Sunny Dykes because...
Well, they sort that out in Fort Worth. Coming out of the 2-minute timeout, Alabama knocking on the door. Goal to go from the Missouri 2. They lead 6-0.
Crimson Tide, deep in the Chick-fil-A red zone, at the Missouri 4-yard line. Man, the booze camp.
Timeout, what for?
Really kicking it for all over the world. Japan, Mexico, Australia, Norway, Honduras, Germany, and Tannehill State Park. My brother Steve and my nephew Kyle checking us out. We appreciate you tuning in wherever you may be doing so. On our boot camp, but also on our Crimson Tide Sports Network.
Oh, yeah? Oh, they know who tuning in?
Turnovers last week, no points off of it. Now Alabama moving the ball off that big interception from Malachi Moore.
Come on, y'all, let's get it up to 300.
Here from the 3-yard line.
We'll get it up to 300, we can get it up to 400. We get it up to 400, we can get it to 1,000. It's never a big jump, baby. We can do it. Need all 132 of y'all to share this to your social media platforms. We can get it up to 300, no problem. Somebody on here that's popular. Who's popular out of y'all? Share it to your social media. They wrote Trump. Back in his trailer.
He must have about 5 or 6 PK quads already in this football game.
Where's all my popular people at?
The first touchdown of the game, 12-0. Alabama on top of Missouri. Let's go to
Johnson said we need a touchdown.
Leads UCF.
Touchdown is 300 people. 2 spaghetti time then. Oh, rack of lamb time then.
Another touchdown for BYU. Damn it!
Oh, prime rib then. Baked potato then.
BYU digging in that ass.
What's the score now?
How much trainer he is not with Billy Gabriel? That's probably the best thing that we can ask for.
Hey, just to give you some sense of how even the series is.
Anything turkey worth passing around. Tony Sacheries makes
Pizza time then.
He really does a good catch.
T-bone steak time then.
Third down and 8. Yeah, hot you see that? Build all that momentum to get back, make it a one-score game. You got it in 3rd and 8, trying to get a stop, force it punt, and the locker room down by 7 and 4 plays, 75 yards and 32 seconds.
To finish, Window World's prices, people, and the quality of their products are unmatched.
Oh my God,
Window World for your great
Cal? Is that Cal State Berkeley?
No, it's Jake.
It's not Cal State, it's California. The Bears. I think Cal is there where you just said, around in that area.
California Memorial Stadium, 20-0. Cal with the lead, 9:31 to go in the second quarter. And some sad news to report earlier this week. Nancy McDaniel, who was the founding women's golf head coach starting in 1995, served as the head coach for 29 years before retiring in May. She passed away earlier this week on Wednesday.
Mashed potatoes and gravy time then.
Breast cancer at the age of 57, had a glorious career for the California women's golf program, 23 regionals and 10 trips to the championship for the NCAA. And she was the only head coach at that
Some old split pea soup time then.
And our thoughts are certainly with Nancy and her family.
It's so nasty.
This week there was a moment of silence, a pregame run for the Eagles.
here at the stadium. And if they measure your life in terms of the effect that you had on others, that she had a very effective life.
He had on him
Athletes here that she was able to participate in their growth, their success, and to be a part of that Cal family. Obviously, a huge piece, and our heart goes out to them.
And certainly think of that golf program too. That they had to endure all that she was going through last year, and how difficult it is earlier this week as well. All right, back to as a kickoff from Brian Coe is once again out of the end zone for a touchback. 20 to nothing.
They got Cal State, Berkeley. They got Cal State.
First half, 22 yards for this Oregon State team.
California is just its own college. California
Their defense has been so good so far here today.
Two players are in motion at the same time.
And a little noise to give to Woodington. Big hole. Woodington race to the foot. Climb inside of the 3. Foot race inside the 5. And another Illinois player down. And slow getting up. But this time it is Tyler Strain, who is the backup to Torrey Cox. And Illinois is getting beat up. And this, let me say this. Oregon is out physically. In the play calling, they're just physically manhandling Illinois on that side of the ball right now and all over the place. And then punishing them when they get that opportunity. This Illinois defense is wearing down and soaring based on what Oregon offensively has done here in the first half. Whittington gets it to the 2-yard line, left hash, and Lippy coming out of the game is Tyler Strain. So Illinois going to have to go deep into that secondary in the depth chart. They've got two, Torrey Cox Jr. and Tyler Strain, who are out of the ballgame now in that secondary with injuries. Ducks will have first and goal with 37 seconds remaining.
BiggMama says you think it's next week.
It will be Woodington beside Gabriel. 2 receivers go out to the right. And the snap, keep. Gonna run down, shovel pass to Woodington for the touchdown. It looked like it was going to be a quarterback option go left. Woodington was going to block for him. Now, if I pitch it to him, he can score. And he gets a touchdown pass on that, doesn't he? He does. That's a forward pass. It was like an option pitch.
What did flea flicker?
No, and it defended the run, which is what they wanted to do.
Oregon is absolutely rolling at home, 34-3 with the PAT still to come. They lead Illinois late first half. Let's see if Missouri get some late first half points at Alabama. They trail 13-0 with 30 seconds to go.
I would never be able to
with Mizzou trailing.
I would not have any points left.
Points here would be huge late in this first half.
No doubt. You've got time for probably 2 plays here.
Whooping they ass that.
Situation the past few weeks. Finally get Tua back. I'm excited because I got Tyreek, and now he's on the injury report. So if he doesn't go, who do I slide in here? It's a half-point PPR. So I slide in Malik Neighbors or Javonte Williams.
Oh, gosh. Are you kidding me? Oh, gosh. It was not a great matchup for Neighbors, but, man, did you say it's PPR?
It's half-point PPR.
I mean, gosh, dude, we're talking about it, dude. Half-point PPR. It's like 16 points a game just by this massive target volume. But then Javonte Williams is in the epic spot of his life, and Audric Estime is not going to mix in anymore because he fumbled for the second time. Like 10 carries this year. Every time Javonte's had a good matchup, he's come through. If it were me, like I don't bench Malik Neighbors, but this would I don't know. Maybe that's wrong.
You don't know what's.
For one, I don't think you're going to have this problem. I think Tyreek plays. The trash man. I'll defer to your flex rankings on this unless you want me to look at projections and see what they say.
Let me take a look. Neighbors versus Williams.
So they got one guy for projection.
I have Williams.
You have Williams. Okay, so we have Neighbors for 16.9, and we have Williams. Well, we have Williams a little bit below, 14.8.
So who do you play?
I don't know, because Tyreek doesn't go. I believe I do have Javonte
Williams,
on
though.
the team.
I think Williams.
You don't have neighbors, though, right?
No, but I have
Williams is safer. He's going to get 23 touches. So he's going against a good team.
Yeah, I feel better about playing Williams in that spot.
Gosh, man, really? Okay, well, hopefully you don't have to make the decision. You just get tired. Is that the last of the callers? No. All right, that's the last one. Let's go to the next one here. The New York Jets at the New England Patriots here. We have the Patriots at home, Gillette Stadium, 7-point underdogs. 78% of the tickets are on the New York Jets. 88% of the money. Oh gosh, imagine what.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the channel. We need you to translate that to English, please.
41.5 point total. As far as what they're facing here with matchups, the New England Patriots and the Jets are facing brutal matchups across the board. If you have a New England player, it's bad news for every single position. That's the best way to say it. As far as what the Jets have here, they have a really great matchup for opposing running backs. The third best matchup of the week. Everything else is good to kind of middling. So for your Jets, look, people are going to need to play Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson, and that's fine. But man, Breece Hall is set to absolutely smash this week. And Cody is on this thing where he likes for again, we have the free underdog picks over there at rosterwatch.com. You can just go, there's a thing that says like picks, and they're hitting at 59% on the year. And you see the ones for me, the ones for Cody, the ones for Trash Dan. And one that Cody has this week is he likes Braylon Allen more than 24.5 rushing plus receiving yards. I'm like, dude, how can you like this? Whenever, since they Todd Downey to call the offense, like Braylon Allen's got like 7 touches. Cody's like, man, like I think this is the spot where it's finally, where the Jets. I don't think they're going to turn it around, or make it to the Super Bowl or anything like that. But at some point, they got to have a game where they sort of get right. They got Devontae Adams, they got the main back together. He kind of thinks this is that week, and so he thinks that fourth quarter, Breece Hall has his big game, and he put in the big one. Likes this thing, so I can kind of understand that. So not so much a fantasy play, but maybe something. Whenever Cody gets these harebrained ideas, a lot of times that stuff ends up happening. So you can think of that as far as your picking entries or your player props exposure this week. As far as New England, people have talked about Mario Douglas. I think he's so little. He plays out of the slot. You know that he's gonna be able to avoid the good outside corners for these guys. He might need to do that. It's him and Hunter Henry. You know what I mean? I'm just. Do you have any thoughts about what? Ramondre was on the injury report earlier this week. He's off now, though, right?
Favorite podcast. Be sure to follow along on Twitter at Missouri. Enjoy responsibly.
So from the 4-yard line, the Red Raiders lined up for a field goal.
Takes the tick.
And making the catch over on the far side of the field, trying to get on the far side, and blasting past the first contact over on the far side of the field is Jordan King. Runs it down inside the 20 to the 18.
Starting to see some new names out there that we haven't seen in that
Shuts up the anime fusion.
But getting it down into the tail of the
California hitting south on the 5.
Breaking a tackle and making a big play. Runs after first contact are huge.
You're right, we are seeing more. Because Starling is out, Jordan King getting an opportunity. We've seen Josiah Martin. We've seen Trevor Rogers at times today. King stays on the field. Hunter in motion right to left. They fake the jet sweep. Now the handoff to Jamie right up the middle. A big burst through a hole. And he's inside the 5-yard line and fights his way for a score.
Yeah, so it looked like he was down at the 3,
so
but because the defender was under him, and he got away on the street, Hunter rolled on top of the players into the end zone for a touchdown. Yeah, kept his legs moving, stayed on top, kind of floated, if you will, or surfed the defender into the end zone.
The first burst from Thomas is so impressive. I don't know about that.
No story.
Kia dealer today to see what you're capable of in a vehicle that inspires confidence around every corner. Kia, movement that inspires.
Come on, fight back, UCF, fight back.
My products ain't sure.
The University of Alabama Regents Visa debit card can create They're a way for your wallet in a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on content of the show
this week. I feel like May is going to have to lean on Henry as that safety blanket as he has in his starts. So I like Henry. And out of the time position. On the other side of the ball, I think maybe Adams and Rodgers with another week of practice of maybe, reconnected. Built up that.
No Allen Lazard in this game.
I like Adams.
I forgot about that. No Allen Lazard. I think that speed right. Is going to really help. Do you like Garrett Wilson?
Both for Allen? Some way? I mean, I know that Aaron Rodgers doesn't love Garrett Wilson. I know that he prefer to throw the ball to Adams. I mean, I think Garrett Wilson will probably be fine. I think Adams is, probably more upside with Rodgers. But I think Garrett Wilson will be fine in that offense. I think it's a decent matchup for Jets pass catchers. And I do feel like this is a must-win game for the Jets.
I wonder if there's been any reporting on whether they don't ever get this exact right. I just wonder if anybody's put out any hints or anything like that about whether Christian Gonzalez is going to, whether it feels like they would send him to travel with Garrett Wilson. But I don't know. We'll see. That's always hard to predict. And half the time, whenever the insiders tell you that this stuff, he ends up not even traveling anyway. So it's always hard to put stock in that. But there's just one other thing to think about. Even though you're getting the bump with no Allen Lazard, we kind of don't know how they're going to try and defend these guys. 888-EXIT-FANTASY, 888-963-2682. In 10 minutes, can't miss Mitch is coming on with his free 3 picks from the algo over at the premium download section at rosterwatch.com.
3 picks from the algo.
I'm Alex.
The algorithm.
This
the algorithm.
Roster Watch. We are 7 weeks into the fantasy football season.
The algorithm say y'all got to double tap that screen.
The greatest comeback ever. Fantasy Sports Radio is ready to take you there.
Feet in bounds to make this hopefully a chip shot.
102 yards now for Jackson in the first half. 8 catches. That's 2 off his career. He's got 18 catches in the last 2 games. He had 10 at UCLA. Here's a field goal of 34 yards. That would give Minnesota its 34th point of the night. Snap back, spot down, kick is up. It's on the way, and it is good. Minnesota on the board. Once again, 34-10. Gophers lead with 2 seconds to go.
That's Mike Grimm and Gerald Thompson on the Gopher Sports Network. Row the boat, ski you off. Minnesota putting it on Maryland 34-10 late first half. Interesting. Speaking of interesting, Vanderbilt scored the first touchdown of the game against Texas. Since then, it's been all Longhorns.
Here's Ewers with the snap. Burns.
I thought Vanderbilt was doing something. Longhorns say fuck that.
DeAndre Moore got past the little guy who slipped C.J. Taylor and took it down the boundary, 25 yards for the score.
That's Craig Way on the Longhorn Sports Network. It's now 21-7. Texas in control at Vanderbilt. 5 minutes to go until halftime. They're in a media timeout, so we're going to take one as well.
Some of that Vanderbilt voodoo.
Watch Pro. Your fantasy draft was only half the battle, and now you need to win every week.
And just because Alabama came in there last week, got they ass yesterday. Now that's why they had Vanderbilt victory.
I wish I could.
Top 5 teams, right?
I wish I could bet on college.
The weekend preview. Here's Jojo. I'm really interested in the matchup between Steelers wide receiver George Pickens and Giants quarterback Deontay Banks this weekend. Now, neither Banks nor Pickens has a PhD in good body language, and Banks was called out by his coaches and reporters for quote-unquote business decisions. Meanwhile, Pickens showed new life with Russell Wilson's balls last week. With Wilson, Pickens saw an average depth of target of 16.8, and 3 of his 5 catches were deemed as hero catches by Fantasy Points Data, a category in which he leads the NFL. Pickens' aggressive high pointing of the ball will certainly earn him some trust.
Right, that's because Russell Wilson can fucking chuck the ball.
Banks in this matchup. I think he's a
borderline fantasy
wide
receiver. He's accurate under 10 yards. When it comes out to chucking it,
by Fantasy Points. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern.
And that's the problem, is that that's Russ's for. I mean, he'll move a little bit, but he's more of a pocket passer. You know what I'm saying? He's from the old school pocket passer. So he'll chuck it, and he'll run a few yards so he don't get sacked if he needs to. But he's got an arm. He's always had an arm. I always liked over there in Seattle. His ass over dinner. I was like, I like him in Denver. Now he's over here in Pittsburgh. I like him over here too. But the very first time he has a shitty game, they gonna bench him and put Justin Fields back in there. What you should be doing is swapping off each one of them. You guys go up against somebody who has a really bad run defense, and you put fucking.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen.
Justin Fields, they have a horrible secondary. That's what you put Russell Wilson in. You just swap them. That way nobody ever knows. You just decide right before the game based off of your defense, and nobody ever knows.
We got a couple beats to get to here 5 minutes from now. Canvas Smith joins with his free picks from the algo. He's the maniacal.
3 picks from the algorithm.
Behind the
so you got to double tap that screen.
Available to our premium members at rosterwatch.com. Giving away 3 free picks against the spread. Okay, next game, Atlanta Falcons at Tampa Bay. One that I'll bet you he might feature. This is one that he really likes. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers here are 3-point underdogs at home there in the friendly confines of Raymond James Stadium. 62% of the tickets are on the Falcons, 73% of the money. The over-under sitting at 45.5. And Trash Man, I think the most, look, if you have Falcons, you know which guys you're playing, right? It's like, you're playing Bijan, you're playing Drake London, and if you're in one of these leagues where you're having to kind of constantly make the decisions about playing Kyle Pitts and Darnell Mooney and this type of player, you're just have to keep on making those kinds of decisions, right? So if you have those questions, 888-XM-FANTASY, 888-963-2682, or make sure to tune in tomorrow, sign up for a pro membership at Roster Watch, and hop in the pros thread, and we will answer your questions for you as far as sit stars. The thing that needs to be discussed here is what do we make at Tampa Bay with that? All right, so there's the Bucky Irving situation. We need to monitor that, whether or not he plays, right? It makes a big deal for Rachaad White. I'm not sure how big a deal it makes for Sean Tucker. I'm not sure if Sean Tucker was just a one-and-done kind of big game kind of guy, but that was a big genius sort of let out of the bottom with him for that one game. Then they tried going with this hot hand approach coming into last week, and that wasn't necessarily one where we saw Sean Tucker. We saw him be like 20% of snaps. I think he got 6 touches for 38 scoreless yards, right? Whereas Rachaad White, it's 6 targets, 16 touches for 111 and 2. Bucky Irving, 3 targets, 12 touches for 77 and 1. But those snap counts just at 48 and 35% respectively last week versus Baltimore. So, I mean, I think if Bucky Irving and Rachaad White play, I'd probably play them both as like running back 3s, right? And then flex types. And then if there's no Bucky Irving, I'm starting to get pretty excited about playing Rachaad White here in this spot, just because of what's happened now with Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. Mike Evans probably be out 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Chris Godwin out for the rest of the season. And now, like, what do we do? I think that Rachaad White I think that the running backs actually pick up some slack here. I think that the tight end, Cade Otton, becomes a great play, picks up a lot of slack here. But now the question is, Trash Man, okay, we have Jalen McMillan from Washington that played with Rome Odunze and Jalen Gold. At Washington, he was a total slot machine. He reminded us a whole lot of Keenan Allen coming out. But what's happened now is Tampa Bay has played him both in the slot and outside. They've done the same thing with Sterling Shepard, who's traditionally been only a slot player, right? But they've played him outside and they've played him in the slot as well. And in that offense, the offensive coordinator, Liam Cohen, he comes from the Rams. And so the reason that Chris Godwin slot role was so cool this year is because that's the Cooper Kupp stuff. And I want Jalen McMillan out of the slot. And I'm just not sure we're going to get, like there hasn't been reporting on this, I'm not sure we're going to get it. I'm not sure we're going to get it. He played a lot outside last week after Godwin goes out and Evans goes out. But these are the dudes that we're looking at now. Maybe Trey Palmer. He'll play outside for sure. I mean, Trey Palmer's a prototypical Z wide receiver. I'm just curious, man. Like, Is there one of these dudes that you like? Well, I mean, for me, McMillan last week, eight targets. You know, that's not bad. He's my preferred waiver pickup this week. I like him in DFS.
I think so. I mean, yeah, like you said, 8 targets last week, and I feel like being 6'1", a little bit, on the taller side, I think that makes him more of a red zone option than say a Sterling Shepard. So I think with the McMillan, you kind of get the best of all worlds. He could play the slide, he could play.
Beautiful play call, run. Little quick play action, get the linebackers to bite, and just a great slant throw and catch.
Damon Walters and Theoren Johnson on the stop. The secondary folks, safety 14 yards. We have an injured Wildcat on the ground. And Metz, linebacker. Now he's in there for the injured Xander Mueller. He's up now and walking off under his own power. Looks like he's going to be okay. That's good news there. But the Hawks on a zip pass from Sullivan right down the middle, right over Herky's mane. The Tiger Hawk feathers.
I don't want that.
Now that's a good catch by the youngster Jerry Bowie. That was beautiful. Redshirt freshman from Tampa. He's 6'1", 200 pounds. Hawks getting some bigger receivers in there.
All right, we're going to pull you out of Iowa City because we're coming out of the 2-minute timeout in Nashville. Vanderbilt in plus territory, trails Texas 21-7.
In motion on toward the right there for Stowers. On first down, Texas shows blitz. Man in motion back toward the left. There's the snap. It's a give. Cedric Alexander bounces toward the right. He is clobbered. Goodness gracious. He is just depleted by McDonald's at the 44-yard line.
Oh, McDonald.
Yeah, Quincy's kind of run over to the referee saying, blow the whistle. But we've talked so much about Texas's offense. Don't forget they are first in the country in scoring defense at 9.7 points given up per game.
That's some more water.
Second down and 9 at the 44. Pistol for Papia. Stowers in motion back toward the right. Vanderbilt driving left. There's the snap in. Some play action. Papia drops back. He's got pressure. Rolls toward the right. He steps up. He pump fakes. He tries to scoot out of bounds. He's dragged down. Are we going to get a flag?
I don't think
it was close at the 44 on that sideline. Linda makes the tackle.
Diego's not moving quite as quickly. I think it's the knee that he's got the sleeve on this spot. I mean, he keeps kind of moving as if both knees are bothering.
Third down. 9 to go for Vanderbilt from the 44. 1 minute, 8 seconds to go, second quarter. 3 wide receivers near sideline toward the left. Vanderbilt needs the 35. Shotgun formation for Papia. One running back toward his left. There's the snap. It's a handoff back up the middle for Cedric Alexander at the 40. Lowers the shoulder. Bubba lunges toward the far sideline. Lost the football. Picked up by Texas. It's dislodged by 10. Boy, cross your fingers that we can see something on video that says Vanderbilt Cedric Alexander was down by contact. And they're going to look.
The Steelers in Pittsburgh. The line opens with a total of 42.5, but quickly moved down as the Steelers as 4-point favorites. Make sure you tune to Sports Grid Radio to stay up to date on all the latest.
The place to get the winning edge over the sports books this football season is Sports Grid Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
My dear, we've been waiting on to unleash the sounds of fear. Scary stories of power and a SiriusXM screen. Your soundtrack for Halloween on now, channel 105 and on the SiriusXM app.
Paul Kelly here from Fantasy Football Morning, presented by Fantasy Points. Get ready to maximize your fantasy points this season. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
Two homeowners
One stage.
One nation.
A concert for Carolina.
Starring Luke Combs.
And Eric Church.
With Billy Strings, Bailey Zimmerman, Keith Urban, and other special guests.
To help victims of Hurricane Helene.
The concert for Carolina.
Today, 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 Pacific.
On the highway, Channel 56.
And streaming on Eric Church Outsiders Radio and the Sirius XM app.
Has it developed into a hurricane yet?
I don't think so.
We've had his sports betting.
It says in the Gulf of
that
Mexico.
money. And the man who's in charge of it, Mr. Can't Miss. I'm feeling it.
The world, he's trying to stretch to get the first down. That's also targeting, but we'll move past that. The hit on tap right there. Lowered the crown of the helmets and delivered blow to Cedric Alexander, but we'll move past it. I think the hip is down. My track record is miserable with this stuff. Well, mine's abysmal, so.
This is Roster Watch on Fantasy Sports Radio.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Roster Watch Nation, welcome back to the Epic Radio Performance. This is Roster Watch on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio. I'm Alex Dunlap here with the Trash Man. Joining us now is the man himself, the man behind the algo.
The algorithm say y'all need to double tap that screen.
Again, the value in this algorithm available to our premium members at rosterwatch.com.
Algorithm.
The advanced, what is this advanced match? What do we call this thing? Like the advanced matchups tab here at the top. It gives you all the information about the various betting trends and the odds, like the line movements and results against the spread and everything like that. I mean, it's a bunch of really cool tools there in the premium download section. Make sure and check it out. It's a great way to more win. We couldn't have had you on the show even live from the Texas-Georgia tailgate because you might have, I had a feeling you might have been a bit inebriated by then and said something possibly very inappropriate. So I put on my Vegas Alex hat and I gave out 3 free picks from the algo and it ended up going 2-1. 2-1. What do you think, man? Vegas Alex.
I love it. I'm very happy you're back. As long as you're not a swear and you're delivering 60% plus, man, all we can ask on the year, I believe. But it's time that we're just sharing the free picks. And
11-9, you ain't no good picker.
So well done.
There we go. All right. Well,
I mean, I can flip a coin and beat you.
Free ones this free ones this week. You and I have been having discussions all morning about a particular adjustment in one of these games, having a bit of a disagreement about how much it should be adjusted, yada yada yada. So a little bit of one interesting pick we'll have in our circuit entry this week that we'll have to do some explaining about there in the sheet. But I will add those into the sheet starting now because the circuit picks have been the ones that have really been really hitting really well this year. So I'd imagine you're probably going to take 3 that are from the circuitable.
We are going to take a few. These circuit entries. We're aligned with the listeners, whoever's tailing us, and ultimately the reason why we do this is to use the model, take everything you guys know from what you see out there, from the personnel that is going to be on the field and not on the field, and then filter that through a few different lenses. We use data as the cornerstone of our decision making. And that's why we're at 60%. We're tied 415 out of over 5,800 entries. The top 7% at Circa. That's why we do this. We are on the road to winning $1 million, Alex.
Oh God, man. That's it, man. Speaking of Jalen McMillions, man, let's talk about some millions. You know I love to hear it, brother. But we got to stay on the horse this week, man. We got to have a big week again. We have to stack these big ones. So what are we starting with this week?
We are going to Tampa, and we actually had some disagreement back and forth on this game, I believe. But I
didn't have disagreement with you. It was Cody that did.
Okay.
You and the Elbow all agreed.
Threw him right under the bus.
I really like Atlanta here.
Cody must not be there.
When you take a look at Baker being able to move the ball up and down the field, he's got marquee receivers in Godwin and Evans, and two pieces. They're not playing tomorrow versus Atlanta. So I don't know how they're going to move the ball. I really don't. And I feel that Kirk Cousins, you just talked about the Falcons, London, Robinson, I think they're about to have a breakout. Although London, I've actually got him on my fantasy team, had him through one of my cheat sheet picks that I leveraged. You guys, probably my best fantasy pick in the early rounds. I think he's having a big day. I just don't understand how Tampa's going to keep up with this Atlanta offense, and I do think Kirk is going to break out here. And Algo certainly supports that. It has Atlanta winning this game outright, 25.66 to 21.
Algorithm say y'all got a double tap.
Near 2 points of value of Atlanta. This is an interesting data point, and look, take it for whatever it's worth. But this year, wherever the algo has identified
algorithm say y'all got
a point to 2 points of value, and it's something that we do track, they're all colored in orange on our spreadsheet there. They're 63%. In fact, the Rams on Thursday night, which we like Minnesota, we won't say that too loud, but you loved Minnesota. You wanted to throw them in, and the model had the Rams getting close to 2 points of value, 1.83. That was a victory. So it's now 17-10 on the year through these picks. That gives me a little extra confidence. I really like the Falcons here.
I love the Falcons too. I mean, I think it's like you said it. Whenever I look at this game and I see Atlanta's facing the number 3 matchup for opposing quarterbacks, the number 8 matchup for opposing wide receivers, and then the number 9 matchup for opposing tight ends, and then just a very, so just like really good matchup through the air for this team. I think that it lines up really well in a spot, and dude, I think that Bijan's gonna have a good game through the air as well. So I think it's going to be a little bit tougher going up against those big boys in the middle for the Buccaneers, for the guys like Tyler out here and stuff. This feels like more of a game for Bijan to me, like your space back. So, dude, I'm 100% on board. Love the pick. First pick is going to be. Where's the line on that one? Is it -3 or what is it? 3.5? 3.5.
It hasn't moved at all.
So Atlanta -2.5. First pick.
Another pick, and by the way, we incorporated that into the Circa entry. I've got 2 entries. I've got another buddy that I share an entry with. That pick was in both entries. So just something to keep in mind. I really like Atlanta here. Another pick in that same value range, over a point of value on Detroit. Detroit winning that game 32.46 to 19.85, so essentially a 32-20 game, 33-20. It feels right. Detroit should be up easily all game. There's a hindrance of a backdoor opportunity. Look, Tennessee is packed up shop. They are done. Traded away their marquee receiver. I just can't imagine Tennessee going on the road to one of the best teams in football. I think Detroit is going to give it to them. It's going to be a 20-plus victory. I love to see that the algo supports it. Metrically, if you look at Tennessee's defense, they're outstanding at limiting opponents' scoring. They're actually ranked at the top of the league. We talked about this on the Circa Millions podcast on YouTube. That metric is a little strange because Tennessee is also terrible at pulling out of the football. Specifically, and you give your opponents a short field.
Look like an old topaz.
They don't have to go very far to get points. So just something to think about. I really like that. We traditionally stay away from big spreads like this. But at home, with an elite team like Detroit and the model backing it up, it feels fantastic. We did incorporate the Lions into the Circa entry as well.
It is. That's how I remember it.
That's the only place you're going to find it.
And if
Yeah, but it's like a gold with flakes.
And it is Rudolph. I mean,
it's more brownish. Like
Rudolph threw at least one pick that I think off the top of my head last week. You know, like it didn't like he's a guy that's not prone to this.
Candy paint
and the other thing is, dude, Detroit's impossible to run on. They're just impossible to run on. And so if you think to yourself, okay, like his passing game is to smithereens, and they're having to target Calvin Ridley 9 times. He catches like 3 of these things. It's like everything's all bad. Well, at least they got Pollard, who, you know, they can, you know, get him, you know, kind of get that guy looped up and, you know, get him going a little bit because there's no Tajay Spears. But nobody can run on Detroit. And it's like you said, they so wild. They like
most of them went to
yeah,
they went
really good. I like it.
Testing.
He goes to this might be the first time ever that I've ever seen the algo. You know, since we've been
algorithms say y'all need to double tap the screen.
The first time I've ever seen it, like be very interested in like a double-digit favorite team. You know, so, and that says
You bring up some good points as far as that Detroit defense.
I don't want to
ground that they're able to prevent that rushing attack.
Unless it's sitting on rims.
First and opponent rushes per game, probably, you know, that's a little indicative of teams trying to play catch up with that elite offense. So, but when you look at their, you know, rush yards per game, they're ranked 5th. They're only allowing 92.5 yards on the ground. This is a very good defense, by the way. Very good defense. They're ranked 4th in the opponent third down conversion percentage. And you think if you have a game plan going into this, you're going to get punched in the mouth. Your game plan should be, we have no game plan. Because it's going to go out after the first scripted drive.
Matt Stafford left there, they've been doing good.
It's the best. It's arguably the best team in the league versus arguably a bottom 3 team in the whole league. So I mean,
I thought the Rams sucked.
11.5 points. Whatever. I'm completely on board. I never feel that good about laying those points, especially this year when it's been weird. But Detroit minus 11.5. I'm completely on board.
Hell no.
You guys had to love this for the entry that we share together. But I did put this pick in my other entry, and that's the Colts on the road to Houston. And you can talk about not trusting AR, I get it. But when you think about Houston at home, and you look at the teams that they've played, forget about, you know, look, they played Buffalo, they won at home. Most of the games that they've won have all been very close.
Buffalo,
and so when you talk about this number, I'm seeing 5 points that the Colts are catching, interdivision, and I look at both of these teams statistically, they're kind of mid. They really are. They're not fantastic. They're not horrible really in any metric, and so it just kind of tells me it's going to be a field goal game, maybe a 4-point game. So that extra 5, and when I look at the model provides enough value there.
It's going to be a long day tomorrow.
Where Houston is going to win this game. I can be confident that Houston wins this game. Model has Houston only winning by 2 points. So you're talking about, you know, 3 points of value that the Colts are catching. It was a very close game the first time they played. I think the Colts are going to hang around, and even if this is a double-digit lead going into the fourth quarter, I think a backdoor season. So I feel really good about the Colts here. Get it. A lot of concerns around, you know, turnovers, but if he can just hold on to the football and just get better from where he was, and think before he throws these very questionable throws that I see sometimes, I think we'll be in business.
All right, so yeah, that's one that I look. I love the other two. That one is like I told you in text, like I don't hate it. I feel a little weird about it. That's all, a little weird. But man, the algo makes us take plays that I feel a little weird about all the time.
That keep on saying it.
So,
well, he said just mess with the algorithm.
What?
Yeah. Algorithm.
No, he's not playing.
Struggle without income.
Just got a little bit of news here for the Ravens, as we suspected. First round pick Nate Wiggins, one of their starting corners, has been downgraded out. We already knew that Marlon Humphrey was not going to be in this game, so the Ravens will be going against Jameis tomorrow without either of their starting corners. All right, so Mitch, let's go back over the picks again.
Atlanta, Detroit, the Colts.
And the Colts. There you go. Gonna be a big day tomorrow. Big day tomorrow, Mitch. We got a lot riding on this one, man. A lot riding on it. I just hope that something doesn't happen to where I have to self-exclude from our conversations about these picks next week. And so we'll see what happens, man. It's going to be a big week, dude. Can't wait for it. Can't wait to sweat these games with you tomorrow. And let's go 3-0 this week as far as the free three. We went 2-0.
We're going to go 3-0. Yes, and then we're going to go 5-0 in the circuit.
There we go. 5-0 in the circuit. All right, brother. There he is. Can't miss Mitch. You can find the algo at Roster Watch. You can hear him on
find that algorithm at Roster Watch. You can find the algorithm here too.
Yeah, man. That's where you support us.
At BiggMama Trucking and Crocs N Socks. Go ahead and double tap that screen.
Mitch, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much for coming on.
Do it for the algo.
You bet. All right, there he is. Can't miss Mitch. All right, Trash Man. We got a bunch of these games to still get to from the fantasy perspective, so we're going to do that right now on Roster Watch.
Want to hear something scary? Spirits are swirling in the SiriusXM app with creepy Halloween dreams. Drift into the dark with Scream Radio. Here's Johnny. Ride with the devil into Nitro's Halloween Headbangers. Find even more monstrous fun right now on the SiriusXM app. Just search Halloween. Nobody brings you the excitement of Formula One racing like SiriusXM. Hear every thrilling lap of a worldwide championship chase.
Something happened out here today. It just seems like it's not a lot of people out here. Why does it seem like? It's not because of this part of California.
We got it Saturday. You know, traffic is reduced by half on Saturday.
Everybody at home watching YouTube.
College football, they're out of college football game.
Or watching BiggMama Trucking.
Right.
Got 100 million people in the U.S. We got 163 people on this channel. 163. We need 162 of y'all to hit the like button. All the way back there. 97. Can I get my likes up to 50%? What's half of 167? 83.
What? 88. 87. You said it was half of 167?
Yeah, 83.5, right? We need 83.5 likes. Product of
I think I still have like an hour or so left.
Decide where you want to do your half hour.
I'm doing a half hour.
$1,000 in bonus cash for you to pop. 3-point this season underdog. Must be 18 and over. 19 and over now. Nebraska, 19 over in Colorado for some games, 21 and over in Massachusetts and Arizona. The president and the state were underdog fantasy outbreaks. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with play, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Visit www.ncpgambling.org. Arizona 1-800-NEXT-STE. That's 1-800-639-8783. Text NEXT STEP to 53342. New York, call the 24/7 helpline at 1-877-8.
This is Daniel Jones, and you're listening to Roster Watch. Trash man, we've been blessed. We've been hashtag blessed. With 5 afternoon games tomorrow. We've also been blessed, man. We're so lucky and be so thankful and be so grateful for everybody here today, man. Thanks to Faith Kessler. Thanks to Brian Howe. Thanks to our senior producer, Phil Backer, our executive.
26-yard attempt from the right half. West Palm is a hold. Step back, the ball down, the kick by Ward on the way, and it's good. 2:48 to play in the third. 26-yard field goal by Logan Ward has got the Baylor lead at 24-20.
Once again, that's Dave Hunziker on Cowboys Sports Network. Oklahoma State settles for a field goal. They're still winless in the Big 12. Is Oklahoma State preseason top 20 team, 0-4 in the Big 12. They trail at Baylor 24-20. We're going back to Tuscaloosa, where Alabama has picked off Missouri. They lead 20-0. Bad news for the Tigers. Brady Cook has been knocked out of this game. Drew Pine, the Notre Dame transfer, will be handling quarterback duties the rest of the way for Missouri. Alabama with the lead and the football 20-0 on Mizzou.
4 or 5 yards, great first down pickup. That's where you can't lose focus, though, if you're this Alabama offense.
So 2nd and 10 now, line of scrimmage. It's at 25, and you smoke 27-yard line. Is where Alabama will operate from. 2 wideouts. Left side, Milrow looking that direction. Fires one that way. Intended for Emmanuel Henderson Jr., but it goes incomplete. Toriano Pride, there in coverage, knocked it away. And it will be 3rd down and 10 upcoming for Alabama.
And so that's really nice coverage by the secondary of Missouri. They traded everything off. And then as the ball hung in the air, they were able to close in and break it up.
Bama, as we said, 0 for 5 has not converted a 3rd down today.
0 for 5.
News for the Chargers passing game. I mean, it's been bad news also.
Slot left side. Single setback is Haynes. Milrow looking, firing, has a man, and it's going to be incomplete. He was trying to connect with Prentice across the way, but it falls incomplete. That was beyond his reach. And again, couldn't tell if the throw was way off the mark or if Prentice just spun his wheels, Tyler. Tough to tell, man. This is a hard spot.
Yeah, Kobe Prentice has to catch this ball. This is where it right. Right at the first down mark. It was just a little speed out, about 12 yards or so. The ball was thrown a little low. Get a dive for it. That's the ball he's got to come down with.
But not able to do so. It's incomplete. And after Burnham has averaged 50 yards on his punts today, he will kick this one away. Heavy pressure. And this one's off the side of his foot. They ran into it. And Bama's going to return, or excuse me, pointed down this way. In Missouri, may have tried to get in there and recover it. And Bama then falling on the football says they have it. Let's wait, we got a lot to unpile right here. Burnham is up and seems to be all right. He did run off the field, but he's thinking some pain. So let's see what the flag on the other end of the field is about. We know that he's been run into. Then there's a dead ball penalty, I think, that's going to be called on somebody. I just don't know which side. Just wait and see. Still waiting to get word from Jeff Easer, our referee.
There are 2 fouls on the play. Running into the kicker. Defense there, penalty decline. After the play. Personal foul. Unnecessary
says they did. The officials aren't clear on things either. I mean, they're still trying to sort it out. Bama's still pointing the other way, and the officials are still trying to figure it out. That was a hit check at best. I mean, it was in the act. It was still in the action.
That was over, so I understand, but it wasn't anything to it.
So if they were to pick that flag up, Bama's going to have a first down back down here, right?
It'd probably just be a 5-yard run.
He did say running into, not roughing. You're right. You're exactly right. A lot of standing around looking and talking, and none of it shared with us. Caleb and Moore, I think, still trying to get the
I'll take that one.
definitive word
All
from the
day.
officials. He needs them to get it sorted out before he can give him an answer on what he really wants to do right here.
Correction. Alabama is accepted for running into the kicker. That's a flag after the previous slot. Afterwards, we're enforcing the personal foul against number 1, Alabama. It's 4th down.
Alabama, how far Burnham can kick it?
Yeah. That's what they're doing. Let the play stand. All right. So, on the one hand, it's a roll of the dice because bad stuff can't happen. However, he's putting his faith and trust in his players.
That ball would have been around midfield.
Yeah.
Had we declined the penalty.
Yep. So after the step off, they'll put it down at the 17-yard line. The Alabama 17-yard line, and see if Burnham can move it away again. Yeah, that's about 4 minutes per line to never get back. Luther Burnham is the return man for Mizzou, standing on his own 41-yard line. Burnham is standing on his own 3, waiting on the snap for that is a high, wobbly kick. Fair catch is called for at the 43-yard line. I will defer to you on the math, Tyler Watts. That'll wash.
All right, that's Chris Stewart and Tyler Watts on the Crimson Tide Sports Network trying to figure out the penalty situation.
Right.
Coming up really well. If you have any questions, 888-963-2682. Again, 888-963-2682. Or you can tweet at us at Woodville Sports or at Sandajon or at Tenacious D Jones. Whatever the case may be, let us know what your questions are and we'll answer them. I think this is going to be, David, like a pretty intensive DFS show since you are like absolutely crushing it when it comes to DFS, but definitely we're talking season-long implications. We're talking prop betting. I know we're going to have our sort of our locks for Sunday, late night locks, if you will, and we I know I'm delving into the prop market. You've got some sides that you like as well. Let me ask you this, Dave. Before we get into like a DFS breakdown, I thought there were so many headlines kind of going into this show, and I can just rattle off. I'm just kind of curious. Forget about DFS for a second. Like, what resonates to you? Me as a Commanders fan, obviously, like, Jaden Daniels' status is a pretty big deal. Tua is back. That's a pretty big deal. That has implications across, like, you know, for the Dolphins, for DFS, for sports betting, props, you name it. Jameis Winston is starting. That's just an absolute delight. Dion is back with KC. Vikings go down. They lose Christian Darrisaw. That's a pretty big deal. The NFC West, the Rams sort of salvage their season, and then I think the NFC West is up for grabs. This is all with the trade deadline moving, by the way, November 5th. A couple other things. Bryce Young is back for better for worse. Jonathan Taylor is back. Is Russ going to cook? Are the Jets finished? San Francisco, Dallas, is it a must-win? I can go on for 10 minutes. Like, what kind of jumps out to you as a big deal heading into tomorrow?
I mean, you're right, man. You could have gone on, but you did a lot of things. First of all, I'm taking notes when you're saying all that stuff. The face mask at the end of the Vikings game was so egregious that they didn't at least get a shot. You know, I know they were down. I don't know. They had Justin Jefferson. They could have gone 99 yards, whatever it was, but that was egregious. However, like on my side, being greedy,
I'm glad the game ended because I took down that showdown over on Win Daily on Thursday night. It was my second Thursday showdown to take down in a row, and I do write up a comprehensive article on how to play those showdowns over at WinDailySports.com. Use promo code SICKO, 50% off if you want to read it, play along with us, because we really are crushing it. But out of all of the stories that you just brought up, the two that stick out most to me is Tua coming back. Especially when you said don't think about DFS, but he's super cheap over at DFS. And of course, when Tua gets in, everyone wants to, bring Tua down for whatever reason. His entire career as a pro, like just calling him that, saying Justin Herbert's better is not, saying that like he shouldn't have got extended or got the money that he got in the offseason. And now everyone's all, obviously Tua is the key because everyone is on lockdown in Miami. I mean, Tyreek Hill's going to be back. Waddle will be back. Should get the ground game moving. They should be playing a little bit more inspired. Maybe string together some wins. Everyone's telling the guy he should go out and retire as if they've got an MD. On the other hand, you've got Chris Olave who's got more concussions than Tua, and no one says a beat. So I don't know why people are all over Tua, but I'm excited to see them get back in that Miami offense under McDaniels and see what they can string together. The second thing that I'm excited to see is how is Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers going to react to losing Chris Godwin and Mike Evans? Can McMillan step up? Can Shepard step back up? Is Cade Otton going to go off again? Are they going to rely on the run game? This is a huge game in the NFC South, and if they lose this game, then you might as well just hand it over to the Falcons. Falcons
up to 3, we're going to hawk that hard.
I actually have them in one of my picks.
Who's the popular one?
They should easily cover
Share it to your social, get it up to 300, we hawk the big horn.
Can do with this ragtag group of wide receivers who aren't bad, but just aren't as experienced and aren't like your Mike Evans and your Chris Godwins.
It's interesting because that game has so many DFS implications, has so many NFC South implications, like you mentioned. Here's the thing, I have like a pro or a con in terms of how I think Tampa's going to do against Atlanta. Con is finding our audience. It's fun and he's fast, but I don't know that he's a refined receiver. I'd say the same about Trey Palmer. Sterling Shepard, very much refined, but very much, injury plagued, and he's kind of more of like a solid something like what an Allen Robinson.
Get it up to 300, guys.
He's going to get the cash, he's going to run the right
route. You going with my Bentley.
A bunch of people. So I'm curious how that's going to work out. I think K-Dot's going to be
Southern California, I got a big banks car.
I don't think it's going to go as well for those younger receivers.
I wouldn't mind staying in Hollywood.
Liam Cohen seems to be a great offensive player.
I know it's expensive.
And I do think he's probably...
If I stayed in Hollywood, somebody would drive me around. I wouldn't have to deal with traffic.
I guess, let me ask you this.
Right.
From a DFS standpoint, are you going to be the person that's going to kind of lean into some of that Tampa chalk, or are you going to fade away from it?
Come on, guys. Algorithm said we got to get it up to 300.
It's too good. You got the receivers. Everyone's 3,800 or less.
So who's the popular people on here?
Or less.
Share it to your social.
As cheap as Tucker Kraft was 2 weeks ago when he was mega chalk over 50% in the Big Million Maker tournament, the Big Spin Up tournament, and drove up 2 touchdowns that you had to have him to win. K-Dot is just a guy that I'm going to be playing there now. Given there's a couple other good tight end options, I wrote up in my article when Sports.com comes out after the show. But I'm playing that dude. I'm playing hot. As far as the other wide receivers go, like we can speculate, but we don't really know how they're going to line up. We don't know who's going to be in the slot. We don't know who's going to be running around the outside the most. I mean, McMillan used to be a slot receiver in Washington. Hasn't really been used there as much because Chris Godwin was there. Did they put him back or not? I don't know. I'm looking at the slot routes they've run. He's run the least amount of slot routes out of Trey Palmer, Sterling Shepard, and Jalen McMillan himself. Now, given Trey Palmer hasn't been on the field as much, those are inflated numbers, but we don't know how it's going to go, so we don't know what defender is going to be on, so we don't know who's going to have the best primary matchup. What we do know is that they're all cheap, and the upside on all of them is very good. I would probably rank it McMillan, who just came off 8 catches, and that was, by the way, in a game Chris Godwin played the entire thing, got hurt at the very end. I know they lost Mike Evans, and then Sterling Shepard, because he's kind of old reliable. I think they'll look at it, Baker will look at him in the end zone. If I had to pick one of those 3 to get a touchdown, it's Shepard. If I have to pick one of those 3 to get the most receptions and most yards, it's going to be Jalen McMillan.
All right, 224.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And flipping back to
get it up to 300, guys. Who's the popular people? Share it to your socials.
That's just really interesting.
I'll back down to
if you look at the
let's start with the passing props. In terms of like who, you know,
come on,
like
algorithm.
If you look at the props, Joe Burrow leads the way.
Come on, Al, go.
Right? Now, I'm not saying projected win daily. I'm saying what the sports books have. 262.5 passing yards. And you got Jordan Love at around 263.5 passing yards. The next quarterback down is Tua, and he's got to be in that sort of vicinity with Kirk Cousins and your Dak Prescott, who I understand is not on the main slate. Geno Smith and Brock Purdy kind of be in there, but like that's a pretty large projection for Tua. And it makes sense. Arizona Cardinals pass defense just allowed Justin Herbert.
All right, 227. Let's go, guys. Almost up to 300.
Considering he was throwing to Will Dissly, Josh Palmer, a banged up Vlad McConkey, and now you got this Arizona defense traveling to the East Coast. Early game for them. And you swap out those guys I said for the Chargers, and swap in Johnny Smith, Jalen Waddle, and Tyreek Hill. Let me say this about Tyreek Hill.
How's it possible 100 people
what Vegas is
on and off of you? Exactly 100 people.
Right, the sports books everywhere. What the sports
come on, algorithm. Point that thing in the right direction.
283.5 yards. It leads all receivers on the
point that satellite in the right direction, Algo.
Chase, then AJ Brown, then you get into CeeDee Lamb again, who I understand is not on the main slate.
Pointing to the 300 star.
That speaks to me, David. Like, that's telling me that, like, this bounce back from Miami might be pretty dramatic, and you might want to get involved. Again, we're going to go position by position a little bit.
Come on, guys, we can do it.
These 2 hours, but let me ask you this.
All I want
I think a
is
lot of people
300
want to play
people
Tyreek
on
Hill. Understandable, I'll play him too. I don't know that a lot of people want to play two. Are you in DFS odds? Would you be on the Tua Tyreek stack or maybe Tua double stack with maybe Waddle and Johnny Smith included? Or would you just take the Tyreek Hill piece and get out? Or do you
guys can do it. Pump it on up to 300.
Go to running backs with the running backs.
Share it to your socials.
Give a chance kind of popular. So how do you play that?
Tell them, let them know we need 300 people on this block.
I don't want to play Tua because I can guarantee he will not rush for 1 yard. Like, he's going to be getting the ball out of his hand quick. I mean, there's no way he's
challenge y'all
to get it in the last game where he got a concussion.
I'll back down on
he was running the ball and kind of lowered his shoulder and trying to, move the chains. I'll probably take Tyreek Hill and
y'all playing with my emotions.
Take the 100-yard gain that he's going to get, take the touchdown that he's probably going to get. I bet he scores within the first 2 drives. I mean, he told you as much in an interview this week, like, play Tyreek, he's back. We know how it's going to go down. We've been seeing it for 2 years.
All right, 245. Here we go. Come on, guys. Get it up to 300.
Led the league in passing yards. Like,
whoever these popular people is on here, share it to your socials. Let them know we need to get this live up to 300.
The running game is interesting because the running game was elite last season.
300 people.
Under Tua, but we didn't see it as much at the beginning of the season. But again, we also had Mostert who was hurt. I believe it was the first game, maybe first 2 games. So Tyreek's the first choice. I'll take a running back if I need to, but that's not going to be my primary build because over on DraftKings you have other mid-tier running backs that I like more, I would say, but Devon's in a great spot too.
Yeah, so I have like 10 running backs that I wrote down, and I'm actually looking at my sheet. Like, this is like a handwritten, like, old school sheet that I do every week, like, just because I like putting pen to paper. But I have, just so everybody knows, I have like 10 running backs, let's see, 8 quarterbacks. This isn't going to be my pool. I'll tell you why I'm saying these numbers in a second. 10 receivers and 4 tight ends. And we're going to go through the show, David. I'm going to add to this list, and I'm going to subtract from this list. And I'm kind of hoping by the end of this show that I and we, the people listening, maybe have a pool of players to choose from. Because in case you all don't follow David Jones, I mean, David, I think you're one of the most talented DFS players in this space. I've always thought that when I first met you.
Y'all.
Probably 6 years
you
ago.
can do it.
That was true.
300.
Certainly true.
That's
now.
a lot of people, but we can do it.
So people are listening to us on the radio. If you want to call in 888-963-2682, but I just said at the beginning of the show, David, I said, if you have a question, tweet at me.
Up to 300, the next goal will be 400.
Eric Mader, this is a good pick. 2 out of 3. He's got 3 running backs, and he emphasized, I love that you did this, but very specific. Eric Mader says standard scoring. Javonte Williams, Kenneth Walker, Kareem Hunt. I mean, I think Kenneth Walker is the definite one there, right? And then it's just between Kareem Hunt and Javonte Williams.
I mean, why do you only have to play 2? Like, those are like probably the 3. I'm just those are like the top 3 running backs I wrote up, like per salary. Like, this is a great problem to
All
have.
right, we got 211 people in here. We need y'all to get it up to 300.
You know, one of these three, but if you play them all three, like those are great spots for running backs. Walker, you know, you've got no DK Metcalf.
Yeah, that's why I was talking to
he's just been elite anyways. It's going to be pretty tough to
He's like, why is he talking to
Kareem Hunt has 49 touches, I want to say, over the past 2 weeks, and they're, you know, they got D up there, but they're still going to have
back down to 83. Come on.
Who might make an appearance. And Javonte Williams has the best running back matchup in the league, going up against a Carolina team that's given up like 5 more rushing touchdowns than anyone else, and it's a mile high. So this is tough. I mean, it's definitely got to be Walker.
All right, 245, 245, 245.
And I don't say starting running backs
Get it up to 300. 245, 245, 245, 245. The algorithm said we got to get it up to 300, guys, and we need the likes at 50%.
I'll say this, I mean, you know, make sure you can't play 3.
We can do it.
Where you going with my Mercedes?
That's Big Mama Mercedes.
I mean, the only argument I can make against Javonte Williams is if this game gets away from Carolina.
I'm back down to 146.
It would have to be super early. It would have to be.
Where's y'all 100 people? Keep going. Where y'all keep going?
Because when they get close to the goal line, it's going to be Javonte Williams, right? They're not going to trust Bo Nix to like sling it around in the green zone.
Next time y'all come back, bring 50 people with you.
Argument against Javonte, I guess you could kind of make this against Kareem Hunt, but not really. Is that he gets out of hand, somehow gets out of hand.
Double tap the screen, double tap, double tap.
And then you see Julian McLaughlin and Audric Estime kind of come in and clean up.
Sure. If you like the scene, don't be so mean. Just double tap the screen.
That would be toward.
There you go, Daddy.
Hunt should touch the ball
just around the machine.
That kind of thing. I mean, just by looking at the raw numbers the past 2 weeks, Williams hasn't broken 100 yards the entire season as far as rushing goes. Now he's involved in the
gotta get those get these people back up. 191, 191, 191, 191. We need to get it up to 300. 191, 91, do I see 200? 191, 191.
Ultra touchdown at the goal line against Carolina, unless it's just right there. You don't need Nick's getting hurt. So, you know, and they have some running backs that can get run too. So maybe you're talking me off of Williams over Hunt a little bit. I think I did myself just based
Where did y'all go?
Touches. So Walker, Hunt, Williams. I guess we can rank it like that.
Let me ask you one question before we go to break. And we're going to talk quarterbacks before we go to break. So this is kind of a nice segue. Of the 8 quarterbacks that I personally wrote down, which again might be different from the quarterbacks that you like, and I'm going to be subtracting some of these guys from my pool. Not included in that 8 is Bo Nix. You're not playing Bo Nix this Sunday, are you?
I don't think you need him this Sunday. Like, I'm going to have one of the Broncos defense.
All right, 221, 221, 221. Y'all stay right there, 221. Don't go anywhere. Just hit the double tap the screen. Welcome to the channel, whatever. We need to get 300 people in here. Who's the popular one? Share this to your socials. 221 people, don't go anywhere. You stay right there. We need to get the rest of these people in here. Back down to 190.
I'm actually curious to get your take on a couple of them that I do like. That might be a little too speculative, so maybe you'll talk me off with some of these guys. We're going to talk about that when we come back. We're covering QBs, wide receivers, running backs, tight ends, defenses. We're answering your season-long questions. Don't forget to call in 888-963-2682 or tweet at us individually or at the Daily Sports. We're here to cover it all. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back after the break.
Restoration, 3 receivers, tight formation on that one. Ryan Mingo, tight formation on the right. On the right hash, second down. Shotgun snap back to you as Quinn looks. Watson with the end zone looking for Mingo. And he couldn't hold it. In the corner, and Markel Knight knocked it out of his hands. It's incomplete. Now, I had good coverage able to cut inside of Mingo to get a hand on it. So now, after the loss of 5 and the incompletion, it's 3rd down and 15 for Texas. And the Vanderbilt 27-yard line.
Texas whooping their ass.
Vanderbilt in representation. Second and 25 coming for Alabama. First.
That was the Texas game we got over.
I thought he was wide open. Down the pitch, Parker.
Oh. Yeah, don't show the score.
On a 4-man rush, Culbertson throws to the first down marker and a 2-5 touchdown pass at the 6-yard line, I do believe.
Beavers did not show up for work.
Hit should not be targeted. That's the
field. 14-4. But it's still a 2-score game. 34.
All right, 223, 223. We Get it up to 300. Who's the popular people on here? Share team socials and go ahead and double tap that screen for the like. If you like our office window, go ahead and double tap. Or go ahead and share. Or go ahead and like. Or go ahead and
From the logo
subscribe.
of 28, the Lobos will elect not to snap it again, it appears.
Back down to 120.
Anchors a nice hole. Gunners
Where all these 100 people. Exactly 100.
Welcome back to Legion Field in Birmingham, Alabama.
Show Parking Company and a proud supporter of UConn Athletics.
Play coming up for rights. UConn 7, rights 3.
All right, 212.
Motion from right to left. Fake handoff rolling out. Look out.
Get it up to 300.
Again, undefeated at 7-0 and commanding 35-9 lead over number 20.
I see 250.
Yeah, I swear it's telling me to go buy Pepsi to get a $10 Fandango movie reward. So we can see
Like, share, subscribe, share this to your social media. We're trying to get up to 300 people. Let's go.
BYU and Crocs. 5 yards behind him. Bunch stayed live. And 92 deep.
Born at sea and anchored in Nashville, its sound means you better set sail or face the might of the Commodores.
Go to tshof.org.
Yes. Texas Tech came back. Better 421. Come on, fight back 49.
Studios, a little bit else going on in the Big 12 this afternoon. Yeah, he wanted to actually throw it back on the play action fake.
What's the motion of that? It's 35
that particular play on the wheel route.
They're going to keep their foot on the gas,
First
too.
ranked opponent for the Blue Devils this season. Third ever meeting between those two. Finals from earlier in the top 25. 12th ranked Notre Dame claimed one of the 5 ranked on ranked showdowns earlier at MetLife, 51-14 for 6 Navy turnovers while turning it over 0 times themselves. Riley Leonard threw for 2 touchdowns and also ran it in for a score. First loss of the year for the Minis. 13th ranked Indiana continues their streak of beating opponents by double digits. They're now 8-0 with game day on site. They win 31-17 over Washington. 18th ranked Ole Miss knocks off Oklahoma 26-14, and 4th ranked Ohio State survives late at home 21-17. Plenty more coming out of the Blitz. We'll take a break though. We'll come back.
Of your brain there, but let me ask you this: is Bama taking care of business? They're playing, what is it, Missouri tonight?
Yeah, they're playing Missouri right now. There's 18 seconds left in the third quarter. Alabama is surprisingly winning the game. It's 27-0 Alabama in Tuscaloosa at Denny on Nick Saban Field. So, they're making us feel a little bit better as of now. Started sloppy, though. I mean, look, I'll just be happy if we sneak into the playoffs. But if we sneak into the playoffs somehow, that we're playing the best team in the country. Which, by the way, I was looking at earlier. Okay, that changed. Vanderbilt was beating Texas there for a second, but now Texas is winning 24-10 in Nashville with like the whole second half left. Maybe Vanderbilt can pull another upset. That'd be awesome.
Diego Pavi leading the way for Vanderbilt. I bet on so many New Mexico State games last year, like on like Tuesday Night Football, like the Conference USA action on like CS Sports Network or ESPN or whatever it was. I'm a big Diego Pavi fan, but yeah, well, real quick on Bama, they obviously have to win out to make the playoffs. And I do think if they win out, they do make the playoffs. You'd agree. If they lose, they're obviously out.
I think so. I mean, it just depends on what everyone else does, right? Yeah. But, Alabama is going to be one of the first 2 lost teams, and that's just how it works. Yeah, we could probably sneak in there with 3 losses. That's going to be a whole lot tougher to do. So cannot lose another game. I'm most worried about the Iron Bowl, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, fair enough. A lot of good college football up tonight. All right, let's get back to the NFL. I know we've got some people waiting on the line. Before we get there, though, I want to follow through on my promise here. Let's talk some QBs. I'm going to rattle off some names that I like. Not all 8 names that I like, but just some names that I like. And I want to see, kind of compare notes with you. Are these the quarterbacks you had in mind, or do you hate some of these? Do you like some of these? I think maybe my favorite 4 are probably Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, Jameis Winston, and believe it or not, Trevor Lawrence.
you like any of those guys? Are you playing any of them?
219.
Okay, so I've got Burrow on my list. I think that, I don't know if sneaky's the right word, but almost a shootout between the Eagles and the Bengals. I mean, you look at the pass defenses for both, they're both, I want to say, bottom, I don't know, in the bottom 15, something like that. So they haven't been good, although a little bit improved on the Philly side. So I do like Burrow. Jordan Love, obviously in a great spot going up against Jacksonville there. I mean, they've just been atrocious. They're back from London now. They're playing in Jacksonville. Loving the Green Bay Packers. Look amazing. They're only favored by 4, which almost looks like a trap line like last Thursday's Vikings-Rams line. Same goes for the Tampa Bay game, by the way, too, with the Falcons only being favored 2. But I do like Love. Winston, if you're just talking about, you know, a value DFS play, it makes sense. I mean, you can stack the whole team on one lineup as cheap as all these guys are in play, and we know he's going to sling it. At least we think so from what we saw, 3 years ago when he was actually playing professional football. And we saw him, pass it 11 times last game, I think. So he makes sense on the value side, and you're going to have people, you know, stacking him up with Tillman and Njoku. So I'm fine with all that. It also allows you to get up to, you know, your Tyreeks, your A.J. Browns, your Jamar Chases. Where you lose me here is going to be on Trevor Lawrence. So I didn't dig into like the matchup with Green Bay, if I'm just being honest, because I saw that it's Trevor Lawrence, and I just knew that I'm not going to play him. Like, he's just not that good. Green Bay's been a sneaky good defense, at least as far as, like, you know, scoring in DFS goes, and then actual football. I believe I don't know if they did it last week, but before that they had a turnover in every game. And Trevor Lawrence, I mean, look, it's just bad for old T-Law. Like, I thought he'd be better than this, and he's just not. So you lose me on Lawrence a little bit there, but the other ones I'm in on.
And it's funny that I even brought Trevor Lawrence up because I talk about how much I dislike him as a real life quarterback. Ever since he was at Clemson, to be honest with you. I mean, Jason can vouch for me here. Some of the producers here can too. I'm comparing him more to Blaine Gabbert than I was anything generational way back then. So I just thought his price, he's kind of a sneaky play. Let me throw out a couple more names to you, and then maybe pick a couple names to me that you really like. And again, you can find all of David Jones' work at WindowSports.com. He's publishing his article, which I promise you you'll want to read later on tonight. So definitely be dialed in for Discord, but also WindowSports.com to read that article. Okay, a couple more names. C.J. Stroud against that Colts secondary. And how about Anthony Richardson as a contrarian, just like shoot for the moon, big tournament play?
Yeah, I shot for the moon last week, and I missed with Richardson. I mean, look, these games, you know, I know last season they had a couple good games, and we were hoping for that earlier in the season. And that's the game that Anthony Richardson, they opened up. He went out, he threw for 200-something yards, 212 yards, scored 27 DraftKings points, ran for 56 yards, and got a rush touchdown. Like, the Houston Indy games do tend to be an interesting watch, and both sides are putting up points, but you've got Stroud, you've got Richardson that have both been disappointing to a certain extent. I mean, look, if we're talking like T-Law or Richardson, I'll probably take a shot on Richardson, but the Houston pass D, like, I do respect that. You know, it was better at the beginning of the year, but they're still good enough to respect, especially with Anthony Richardson, which honestly, like, maybe the best reason is that the lack of chemistry he's shown with some of these wide receivers on a consistent basis.
Yeah.
So, look, not my first choice if you're playing, like, large field stuff, trying to, you know, hit something, go for it, but then you also have to, you know, like, none of the Indy receivers are, you know, going to be near my lineups. And as far as Houston goes, like, I know you've got Diggs, you've got Tank there, but they're not, like, even in my top 15 on this slate. So I just don't know that I need to do that.
All right, hit me with, I mentioned a bunch of names, 6 names altogether. Hit me with a couple names maybe that I didn't mention that you really like.
Who did I miss besides Richardson? Did I miss someone?
No, Richardson and Stroud. You talked about Stroud. So, and then we had Burrow. I brought up Burrow, Jordan Love, Jameis, and Trevor. I mean, I think Caleb Williams is also interesting, but I'm not settled on any of these quarterbacks, to be honest with you. So, if you were making 2 lineups and you had to play a different quarterback in each lineup, where would you go?
Yeah, so you did mention Caleb Williams there. I mean, it's interesting. He's going up against Washington, who was dead last against wide receiver 1. They are not anymore. I mean, I think you're starting to see that defense come together. But where they're going to struggle, where they struggle more, is when there's multiple good wide receivers that can beat them. So if you just have one great wide receiver going out there, the past few games they've kind of figured out, like, okay, let's put 2 guys on him, we need to stop him. Now if you've got, the Chicago combo coming over of DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Dunze, like, now what are they going to do? They can't cover them all. They're not good enough to cover them all. Someone's going to be open. So that one actually makes a lot of sense. Caleb Williams, I'm into that. And then the other QBs I'm looking at here that we haven't mentioned that aren't spin-ups, like your Hurts, who's in a good spot, is your Kirk Cousins and even Baker Mayfield in this game. So
interesting. Yeah.
Cousins broke the Falcons franchise record the last time these two teams played. He threw for 505 yards.
Dang.
Is he going to do that again? No. Would half that cover it at 6'2"? Yeah, probably so. And the Tampa Bay defense is, still bad. Pass defense still bad. So 2 touchdowns, just under 300 for Kirk Cousins at 6,200. I mean, which is 200 yards less than what he did last time. Like, that sounds pretty good. And then as far as Baker Mayfield goes, like, again, MVP candidate, price, right around Kirk Cousins, not priced high. No one's going
to...
They're not. They lock on your shit. You in LA? Never leave your load unattended to the drop off.
Palmer's probably trying to earn some more playing time. Otten's there. Rashad White caught 6 balls last time. He's going to have to throw it. He gets 2 touchdowns and, I don't know, close to 300 for him, too, in a game that they have to win in the NFC South. Like, that's your 1% Millie maker dart throw. Look, Baker's not my top 8. He's probably, ranked, 8th for me or something, but he's ranked at least, so no one's going to play him. And I'm talking strictly DFS. Like, season long, I'm probably not taking that shot.
That's so interesting because, with the Baker thing, and it is a little bit more expensive than the comp I'm about to mention, but if I'm willing to play Jameis and Cedric Tillman and Njoku, I should probably be willing to play Baker, Jalen McMillan, and K-Dot, right? I mean, it's especially when with the Browns, I'm looking for kind of like that negative game script in the second half, whereas in the Bucs game, they just might have to throw the whole game.
That's a really good comp that you just made, and I haven't thought about it like that. So, who do we think throws it more, Baker, Mayfield?
I told you I didn't want that one, baby.
Throw it back.
That's a good question. It's close.
It's close.
Yeah.
Don't even take it off the car haul.
But who's better, right? Baker Mayfield's better, right? And your point about the wide receivers, how do you argue that the Tampa Bay wide receiver core is better than what Jameis is going to be throwing to? So that makes a lot of sense all of a sudden.
I'll say this though, and keep in mind I'm only talking passing attempts. I'm not talking passing completions. Jameis Winston is tied for the most. I'm talking the sportsbooks lines here. 35.5 pass attempts. That's tied with Geno Smith at 35.5, and then you see Baker Mayfield down at 32.5. Now that's not a huge drop off. For the record, passing attempts is one thing, but let's talk completions, right? Because we're talking how are we actually going to see these guys connect? And then you kind of scroll down here, you see Baker Mayfield at 21.5. I got to be honest with you, I'm still scrolling for Jameis Winston, and I'm not even sure. Oh, there it is at 20.5. Okay, so that kind of answers our question, right? We're going to see a more efficient Baker Mayfield. The market's saying he's going to have at least 1 more completion in spite of 3 less pass attempts. So, yeah, I think that's a pretty compelling argument. If you like Jameis Winston, you should probably like Baker Mayfield. Is the story here?
Yeah, and we're also in the DFS setting. We have to consider salary as well. Winston's $5,200 compared to Baker's $6,700. So look, there's $1,500 there. But if you're, I'm not built. Quarterback's the last thing I put in my lineups this week, just so everybody knows. If I land on Mayfield, because I'm gonna have a Tampa Bay guy or two, I'm pretty okay with that. You basically just need him to have even a worse game than usual is fine for Baker Mayfield, and you don't need, Lamar Jackson to go score 40 points. You'll probably be okay.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, before we go to a break, let's go to at least a couple of calls here. We're going to start with Chris in Cali. You have a start-sit question for us, Chris. What you got?
Where you going, my husband, Mitsubishi?
Yeah, how you guys doing? Great show. I appreciate the thorough insight, advice, and sports banter. It's got a great electrical tone. First-time caller, first-time listener. So I have a flex question between Jacob, Nathan, J.K. Dobbins, Amari Cooper, D-Hop, and have my PPR. And I also have a question about Puka Nacua. I didn't start him this week, but I want to start him next week. So
same question. Why are you calling
kind of advice to either drop one of the people I probably have mentioned or try to go for a trade again.
Hey, real quick, you said, you didn't tell us how many you're starting. You said Jacobs, Mason, Dobbins, D-Hop. Who was the fifth one?
Cooper.
And you have to start. How many do you have to sit here?
Yeah, I'll sit the rest of it.
How many do you
I just need one up. One play.
Okay, you just need to sit. Okay. Oh wait, did he say he needed just start one of those? Oh my gosh.
I mean, are you 7-0? Like, I mean, you got some good options here, man. And you got some good options. This is, I don't know if it's tough or not, because I'm looking at these names, not believing you have to cut 4 of them. Like,
yeah, I mean, D-Hop and Cooper are out. I mean, with the running backs that you have, it's half-point PPR. So to me, it's between Jacobs, Mason, and Dobbins. What do you think?
Well, I think, are we still waiting on a little injury news for the 49ers? I don't know. You can run all over Dallas. I know that. He's dealing with the shoulder injury, but look, there's no Jennings. We're waiting on Debo news. There's no Ayuk. So when that's happened, Mason's probably going to get it 20 times if he can stay healthy. That is kind of a concern, though. Like, if the shoulder bothers him again, the game gets out of hand, he's coming out.
Yeah.
Dobbins, New Orleans, traditionally have been fantastic stopping the run. This year, that is not the case. They're like bottom 5 in stopping the run. So he's checking a box. Jacobs is probably going to be the odd man out for me. He hasn't been consistent enough. Mason's the most consistent on the board. Worried about the injury. Tough, man. I don't know. Maybe Dobbins. Who do you have?
Yeah, it's Dobbins for me. I think he's the safer play. If everybody was healthy, I would say Jordan Mason, but you're right, that AC joint sprain, you never know what's going to happen there. I like Mason's matchup, but I really like Dobbins' matchup. I think Dobbins has been very efficient. This is the time for him to shine against the Saints. So I think the safer floor with some upside is J.K. Dobbins. All right, let's go to one more call before we go to a break. Let's go to Lance in South Dakota. Lance, what's your question?
Hey, how you doing today?
Oh, that's your question.
Hey, great insight on the James Baker. My question is, if Travis Etienne, hello, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. What's your question? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if Travis Etienne doesn't play, should I start Tank Bigsby over Chase Brown? And if T. Higgins doesn't play, I've got a choice between Shakir, McMillan, and Tillman.
What do you think, Shakir? But let's start with the receiver question. Shakir, McMillan, or Tillman, DJ?
So if obviously you play Higgins, but if Higgins is out, I'm going to bump down Shakir because Amari Cooper's in town. Tillman and McMillan, I can see getting relatively similar targets. The better matchup would actually be for Tillman going up against the Ravens, believe it or not, because it'd be more predictable, right? He's going to stay out of the slot a lot of the time, and Marlon Humphrey, who would be the slot corner, is doubtful now, I believe, so it doesn't matter too much. And McMillan, we don't know exactly where he's going to be. Tillman's probably the safest of those three, but McMillan and Tillman's like essentially a tie for me. What do you think?
Yeah, I think McMillan and Tillman is essentially a tie. Both of them have somewhat low floors, but tremendous upside. I mean,
college football's in full swing, and we're here for all the chaos. Hey, I'm Ty Hildebrand. And I'm Dan Rubenstein. We met while working for Sports
Tillman. But if you went McMillan, I'd have no problem with it. As far as Tank Bigsby, I would play him if Etienne is out over Chase Brown personally. So I think that answers the questions for Lance. We got to go to a break, DJ. We're going to come back. We're going to answer more of your questions.
Casual fan. We've got a couple
do his touchdown totals. So great job by Oregon's defense today. It was just really not allowing this Illinois offense overall to get into any type of rhythm.
Way out to the right.
right-hand side comes Jurion Dickey as a wide receiver.
Oh, there goes Dickey.
That's why good people in the ball game will get it for Novosad at quarterback now. LeVar runs the ball out across the 41 to the 40-yard line and pick up 3. It'll be second down and 7. So Dickey in the ball game on the wide receiver. Also Janoris Wilson and Silva on the offensive line. Dylan Piaga and Jeremiah McClellan. So some new bodies in the ball game with 7:47 remaining. Austin Novosad at quarterback.
Oh, fight back, TCU, fight back.
Sports Radio 24.
Greatest one-man show I've seen in the championship game.
Wide receivers on one to right on first down, snapping a handoff for Blue. Vanderbilt's got penetration and they got it. Oh, Vanderbilt is flying. CJ Taylor got on.
Get ass, get that ass.
Awesome 2 yards on the play for Blue. Second down and 12 here for Texas.
This is a good all-around defensive play right here.
2 wide receivers near sideline toward the left. Moves in motion back toward the right. He's the running back. Does Vanderbilt show blitz? Fontenette backs up. Now he charges. Fontenette is going to blitz. George steps up in the pocket. He throws short and is caught at the 28-yard line and drops. It's brought in by Moore. It's a short pickup on second down, so third down and 6. Tackle is made by
When we get to the rest area,
Good job of squaring up and making sure that there wasn't a slip tackle right there.
Third down here for Texas on the snap. For you are throwing toward the right. He throws this. It's caught in this close lunging for a first down. And Waco's going to get
the little home skill for Texas on it. Manning grandson.
oh, is that who he plays for?
Yeah.
The Longhorns?
Yes.
This team, Texas has been the decision of the ball game. There's the snap. It's a handoff toward running back. Running here, sideline tackle is made for Vanderbilt's. Looks like the tackle is made by Bradley Mann for Vanderbilt on the running back. Blue at the 41-yard line. 1:43 to go, third quarter. Vanderbilt's trails by a touchdown.
Yeah, Longhorn was trying to track him down from behind and couldn't quite get there, so it wound up being a pretty good first down play for Texas.
Late substitution here for Vanderbilt on second down and 5. Moore's in motion backward to right. There's the snap. It's a play action for Ewers. He waits. He throws out toward the right. Caught by Blue at the 40. Vanderbilt pursues. They hit him. Tackled by Longwell, but it's a first down. Boy, those quick passes to the...
They've had success like option and read.
Well, Archie Manning? Yeah.
The offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A restaurants next week, Monday through Friday, or Cook's Best.
Retzloff's got 30.
Big Ewers 25 of 30 for nearly 250 yards and 3 touchdowns. Running back is Meisner. There's the snap. Handoff toward the right. Vanderbilt stacks it from moments. Holds on to the football as he gets hit and tackled at the 49-yard line. Second down. Tackle is made by Wataha.
And what we're seeing today is what Texas, keeping those big linemen out there, defensive linemen for Vanderbilt, is we're seeing split tackles that we haven't seen all year long.
15 seconds to go, third quarter. Second down and 7 from the -49. Vanderbilt wants to blitz. Let's see who it's going to be against. Vanderbilt tried to jump, and then Texas reacted. I fear it's against Vanderbilt.
Offside. Defense, number 24. Entering in the neutral zone. The offense 3. 5-yard penalty. Remains second down.
Right call.
Godro.
Yeah, that's the right call.
That's the third penalty for Vanderbilt for 20 yards here today. So second down and short, second down and 2. Final 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 coming off the clock as we go to the fourth quarter. Texas ranked 5th in the country. Vanderbilt ranked 25th in the country. And the doors within striking distance, but the defense needs It's moment of the season as we start the fourth quarter in just a couple of moments. Back to just a beautiful First Bank Stadium here tonight. The student section is popping here today. Music City is gorgeous on a Saturday night. Back after this on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from their field.
Vanderbilt Business offers degree and certificate programs designed to help you gain the knowledge, connections, and confidence to achieve your unique goals. We're committed to creating opportunities for you to discover, grow, and thrive at every stage of your career. Whether you're just starting out or working your way to the C-suite, let our dedicated staff and faculty help you take the next step in your professional journey. Visit vanderbiltbusiness.com/anchor down today. That's vanderbiltbusiness.com/anchor down.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds, which could be life-changing. I mean, you could put that money towards concert tickets for your daughter to see that singer who sings about painful breakups. And one song will inspire your little beauty to break up with that beast she's dating. Right? Instead, she'll get someone who's nice and worthy for love. Not someone who impresses you when your spouse says, bro. And it's all because you could save money switching at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates not available in all states.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary. Deadly. Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Redefining the landscape of Vanderbilt athletics. Learn more on VUColors.com. Now back to Vanderbilt football and Andrew Alligator. Tonight's broadcast is brought to you by the Holiday Inn West End Vanderbilt. The game starts here, plus conquer and prevail. Vanderbilt's first co-crafted beer is here, crafted by Nashville's own Jackalope Brewing Company. This one-of-a-kind pale ale is available at all Commodore games, select retail outlets, and featured at the Ranch Tap Room in Westwood, Houston. Let's head back down to the sideline. Vanderbilt is within one touchdown, but Texas has the football. Here's Kevin.
Yeah, second and short coming up here to start the fourth quarter, Andrew. But, you know, I remember a few weeks ago when we went to the fourth quarter against Alabama, we talked about Vanderbilt being 15 minutes away from a victory that could not only change the season, but change a lot of the perception down the road. Another spot here for this program. Stop right here and get this thing back even, give yourself a chance to win. But the Commodores certainly within striking distance. A big touchdown catch from Junior Sherrill. Having just a few feet away from the on a fourth down play as Vanderbilt get the game-changing play there. Quarter, but 15 more minutes of football to be played. Commodores hanging right in there against one of the nation's best teams.
And that offsides by Rinaldi in that last play to get 5 yards, you would be looking at 2nd and 7 instead of second and 2. Texas can get 2 yards on 2 plays.
Start of the fourth quarter, guys. Ewards in the shotgun. On second down, there's the snap. It's a handoff angling right. Vanderbilt pursues diagnosis and makes the tackle. It's third down and 1. Good play for Vanderbilt. C.J. Taylor has been flying here today.
Yeah, they look like the CJ we grew used to early on, where he's coming up from a safety position very, very impressively and making plays. He's like having another linebacker in there.
8 tackle of the ball game for C.J. Taylor, third down and 1. From the plus 45. Pistol formation here for Ewert with Weisner. There's the snap. Handoff, bouncing it wide toward the right. He stumbles, keeps his feet. A flag has been thrown. A second one has been thrown. He's tackled close toward the 35. That's double Jack the Laundry. Two of them have been thrown. Holding. Offense.
Yeah, bring that shit back.
10 yards from the previous spot. Remains third down. That goes against Nyblack, the tight end.
And Nyblack just kind of hit himself on the helmet. It wasn't like, I didn't know. It was like, I got the call.
That is the 7th penalty for 73 yards for Texas here today.
Well, you're going to make it count, Vanderbilt.
Money is blown. Shotgun for yours. One wide receiver near sideline toward the right. Fontanet creeping up toward the line. There's the snap. He bails. Vanderbilt rushes forward. They're gonna get home. They swallowed him up the fourth sack of the ball game. Goodness, Signor just pummeled him. 4th down.
And that wasn't a blitz. That was just 4 guys coming in for the quarterback to collapse the pocket.
What a move for Corday Signor. His 3rd sack of the season. 4th down.
Signor just had a good little move inside. Make the outside, make the move inside, make the sack.
It felt like Capers versus Alabama. Right, Capers had a beautiful play to get free in the 4th quarter. There's the punt here for Texas. Vanderbilt is back at the 20. There's Martell Height. He breaks a tackle at the 25. Stays on his feet up the 30, up the 35. He's swaddled and dropped far sideline. Martell Height on the punt return.
And right here's what Vanderbilt has to have. They have to have people making plays, and that's a play right there. I thought he should have done a fair catch. He did not do a fair catch and made a big gain out of it.
So a 17-yard return for Martell Height. Cluckley talks about it all the time. If Height gets 10 yards, that's 1 less first down than our offense has to get. Vanderbilt trails 24-17. Running back is Cedric Alexander on 1st down with the 37 working left. A 2-by-2 set here for Pavia. 7 for 15 here today. Man's in motion back toward the left. There's the snap. It's up the middle. Cedric Alexander at the 40 lunges out to the 43-yard line. Nice pickup on 1st down. Tackle is made by Collins, the senior from Texas.
And this is what we see when you see Texas starting to tighten up. They're going, we're only up by 1 score. They have the ball. They have the ball in the coming out. You start tightening up when you realize, hey, we're in a ball game.
Well, there's no doubt about that. 24-17, Vanderbilt within 1 score. Pistol formation. 2 wide receivers near sideline toward the left. So on 2nd down, the snap. It's up the middle. Cedric Alexander lowers the shoulder and pulls very close to a 1st down. They're going to give it to him. 1st down to the 47-yard line. Collins makes the stop. Cedric Alexander, the careful Austin moves the sticks.
That's what I was talking about on the adjustments, is get back and get your running game going, because you're not going to get an open receiver out there until you can get something going in the middle.
Well, total yards in today's ball game, it doesn't matter compared to the scoreboard, but 334 for Texas, 183 for Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt is driving to tie the ball game. 3 wide receivers near sideline toward the left. Bunny Jones, the running back, hit left of Pavia. There's the snap. Pavia is going to run toward the right, looking for a block at the 50. He is just swarms. He picks up a yard. You can kind of see that coming. The way that Jones started to move at the running back position to lead the blocking for Pavia.
Yeah, I don't think Diego's moving quite as quickly as he was earlier in the game before he had to go into the injury tent.
11:30 to go in the ball game. Vanderbilt trails the number 5. Texas Longhorns. 24-17. 2nd down and 9. Full house formation here for Pavia as Texas crowds the line. On 2nd down, there's the snap. It's Pavia up the middle at the 50, slips 1 tackle, and then stood up at the 49. So 3rd down on its way here for the Doors. 36. Tackle is made by Sorrell.
And again, Texas is making sure that Bobby's not doing the damage outside. They're coming up with those defensive ends, making sure anything's going into the middle.
Still 62 yards rushing for Diego Pavia here today. Has 1 rushing touchdown, has 1 passing touchdown. 3rd down. Vanderbilt at the 49. They need the 43. Pavia's in the shotgun. 3 wide receivers near sideline toward the left. There's the snap. Texas rushes for Pavia, finds the pocket, throws toward the right. It's Alexander and chucked out of bounds. After he made the catch, it's 4th down here for Vanderbilt. Is this a goal for himself? Marco is going to punt. Benda makes the tackle on Cedric Alexander. Boy, those edge rushers, they got up the field so fast on Pavia.
If
you get 3 yards right there, it's probably a go because you got anything in your playbook that you can run from 4th and 3. But right here, with 7 yards to go.
Boy, Texas is late getting guys on the field, and Sarkisian has to call a timeout. It was 3rd down and 8. The 5 yards wouldn't have really mattered, but perhaps you could have given Clark Lee something to think about.
Well, I think they go then.
So a timeout here on the field. We'll step aside. Vanderbilt is set to punt here from midfield. 10:02 to go in the ball game. 24-17. Vanderbilt trails the 25th ranked Commodores versus the 5th ranked Longhorns. Back after this on the Vanderbilt Sports Network from their field.
Quick, how can you turn $1 into the chance of winning up to $500? Just add the Quick Cash feature next time you play Tennessee Cash, Daily Tennessee Jackpot, Lotto America, or Cash for Life. It's easy. Simply add Quick Cash for an extra $1 for a chance to win instantly. And don't forget to check your ticket after the drawing to see if you win again. So play Quick Cash today for your chance at some fast money. Only from the Tennessee Lottery. Game-changing fun. Please play responsibly.
You're listening to
First time I ever seen nobody there.
Vanderbilt Sports Network from Learfield. We'll be back after this local timeout.
Whenever good friends and family get together in Louisiana, good times and great food are definitely on the menu. We call it Pass a Good Time, and it seems like Tony Chachere's is always a part of it, especially during the holidays. Our injectable marinade on the inside and our famous Creole seasoning on the outside always makes a great tasting turkey worth passing around. Tony Chachere's makes everything taste great.
Approach that the Ducks have had all season long, and it's almost like the correcting one thing and then moving on to the next after what it was last week. You start strong, but how is that?
Nope. It was a team who delivered the blow. Marcus Deal, I think, falls on the football. And the Horned Frogs are going to have it here, I think, with 1:36 to go. Wow. Wow. Barbasol brings us this review. Elvis, you saw it first.
Yeah.
I mean, and you were in our ear saying, that's a fumble.
Well, I'm on the Frog sideline, obviously, and he just spun right into my vision where Hakeem just smokes him, puts his helmet right in his chest where the football was, comes out, and you can see the immediate reaction. But Clark was the first one. You always look at the player's reaction. He saw it, he started signaling it, and there you see, I think it was Marcus Deal. I couldn't see who the other player were, but there was 2 Frogs who were on top of the ball. This is a clear turnover and clear possession of TCU football.
Texas Tech was just trying to center the ball for a field goal. They're trying to center it for what they thought would be the game winner. This ball pops out. The officiating crew's taking a look at it right now. Stephen Bear, the referee, is on the graph and Park, the replay official. There are 42,000 folks here at Damon Carter Stadium. We've had a pretty good look at a 55-foot screen.
You've got a clear fumble off review. You've got TCU coming out with the football. I don't know what's not going to be returned. That's what you'll find out. But as Elvis alluded to, players on the field know. They have a really good sense in real time what happened.
And you can just look at the body language of the 2 sidelines and it tells you who should have a football. The officials continue to gather here for this one. Joey McGuire's team was just trying to center the football for a field goal with a freshman quarterback on the carry and Will Hammond. Hakeem hit him hard. Marcus Steele falls on the football.
After further review, the ball was fumbled, recovered by the defense.
How about that for this TCU defense? They've had a great day.
What a great stop by TCU. They've been opportunistic. They've held the gates all day. They've been put in bad positions by field position, by the offense, by special teams, and they have delivered over and over and over again. And this one, the biggest of them all. But TCU has got to get a first down. Texas Tech has all 3 timeouts. The TCU offense has got to convert right now.
A team that trailed 3-0 in turnovers today, and 18-5 in the season is TCU, who just got the biggest turnover of the year for them right now.
timely hit. And if you're Tech, you're kicking yourself because all Hammond had to do was just go down. They're already in field goal range. That spin into a timely hit. His second mistake of the day, the biggest one, obviously.
Ball game,
California.
The Horned Frogs were last in the country in fumble recoveries, tied with 1 on the year until that one there. That's how big this is.
Great in the second half, guys, for 2 big plays, right? That last series were -7, but then we ended up with TCU touchdown and then this fumble.
Right now, here's the thing. They get the safety on back here looking at this. Take the snap. 38 to go. Snap back. Savion running to his left. Stay in bounds. Savion breaks a couple of tackles. Get down. Across the 35 to the 37-yard line. That's enough for a first down. 11 on that carry. And 31 to go. Texas Tech had 3 timeouts. They're going to use one here. I do believe. Clock was stopped periodically, or temporarily, I should say.
Big left guard pulled here, leading the way like a bull in a china shop right there.
Joey McGuire does take that. He's got 2 more left. This ball, reach for Devin Williams, Kentucky straight through him.
17, Vanderbilt trails 9:16 to go. Here in Nashville.
The 9. Let's take 10 seconds for station.
How short, and it is caught at the 20-yard line. Thanks.
Behind every door at Houston Methodist,
Kick off to the final whistle. This is
Sports Radio Network.
my mom.
They can do it again.
2 big plays. That's it.
Yep.
Much there other than 1 yard on the first.
Operate on X7 Internet.
Here's Tony Carini.
Had a punt block this year. They're going to huddle up. Ball is at the 35-yard line. 2nd down and 13. 1:26 to play. Tech down 1. Savion Williams is in the Wild Frog going right this time. And a swarm of Red Raiders knocking backwards. Stop the clock with 1:18 to go. And that'll force the 3rd down. And now Tech cannot stop it. 30-second timeout. Timer resets the game clock for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Just as I said. Yeah, there you go. So you got 1:20 left. You stop them one more time. They will have to punt with the time on the clock, but you have no timeouts left. Yeah. And no Dre McCray, the punt return. No, you don't. Not that he was. Yeah. And the question is, when they do punt, do you?
Everything will get done up.
I think you go for a block, but I think you also do you fair catch the ball in order not to run more time off the clock and give your offense a chance. Yeah.
Welcome, Turkey. Welcome, Turkey.
So 3rd down, and now they've got it at 3rd and 13. I'm not sure you're going to get a lot of opportunity here, but the Red Raiders do work on.
What do you mean I'm supposed to have my AC off when I'm going up here?
Well, you'd think they would run it wide and try to start running it around a little bit and try to get some more time off the clock instead of running it straight into the line. Williams will roll to his left, stumbles a little bit, gets caught from behind, fights forward to the 40. Now they stop the clock at 1. Well, it'll keep the clock rolling at 1:13. Gave you a chance to slap it out of there, but you do not. It gets up to the, like you said, the 40-yard line. It's 4th down. So now it's 4th down inside a minute. 23 on the play clock, so
Yep, it's going to be right at about the 30-second mark.
TCU does have a timeout. I suppose they use it, or does it matter any that you back up 5 yards from the 40 to punt?
Dykes is standing right next to the official. He does call the timeout. With 1 second left on the play clock.
TCU has called their third and final timeout of the half. 30-second timeout.
So 34 seconds remain on the clock.
Timer, please reset the game clock at 35 seconds.
Like I said, 35 seconds remain on the clock. And the punting unit will come out for TCU. So even if they do punt, you know, if they punt it high and get a 5-second hang time, you'll get the ball with 30 to go if you call a fair catch. What a wild,
oh baby, you
last couple minutes of this.
got what I need. Say just
now you got call back. Standing at the 20. No pressure at all. Call with another bizarre kick off his left foot. Jordan Brown with a fair catch at the 21. You've got 29 seconds left. So it was a 6-second hang shot.
Yeah. It's a 38-yard punt.
So Tech with 29 seconds. They still only need a field goal, but you're going to have to get a field goal kicker out on the field. So remember that. You've got 4 receivers and Taj Brooks in the backfield to block, I'm sure, for Hammond. Will Hammond slaps his hands together, steps back, steps up in the pocket, can't find anything, throws it out of bounds. Smart move there, not to take a sack. And to get it out of bounds.
Taj Brooks had gotten out of the backfield and had come over here on the near side. He was not going to catch that ball, but he was in the area where Will Hammond threw it.
Again, 4 receivers set. They're not playing real prevent defense here. As Hammond looks left, double pump, goes to Aiken, gets pushed all the way up the sideline. And can't come down with it because he's shoved around by the defender the entire time. That's Channing Canada. I don't understand how that can be allowed.
Had his hands on the Red Raider receiver. Now he's got 3rd down and 10.
He's hand checking it the whole way up.
Yeah.
So 3rd down and 10 from the 23-yard line, 17 seconds ago. Obviously got up 1st down, but just stopped the clock. Hammond coming over to his right, looking for a receiver. There's nobody over here. There's literally no receiver on the right side of the field other than
that late flag thrown over there
in the interior of the line.
I mean, Hammond's got to run out of bounds.
Yeah, the clock stopped at 4 seconds. But if this penalty is against Tech, it's game over.
I don't think the TCU sideline thinks it's against the Red Raiders. No, it isn't. That flag was way after Hammond had come out of there with the ball.
Yep.
I mean, way after it.
They're going to start the clock. They will start the clock as soon as the official says so Hammond's got to be ready.
Well, I mean, you can just throw it out there to somebody to catch it. He's just going to have to navigate about 7 TCU defenders, and some of them are 50 yards up the field.
Clock has started. 3, 2. He snapped it. We'll throw it over to the sideline, and they're going to do the pass back and forth play.
And they throw it backwards. It's a live ball bouncing around at the 5. Douglas gets it. He's in the wrong end zone. And he's rolling to his left, looking for someone else to throw it to. Does to Jordan Brown. He drops it again. Bounces it forward, which he can't do. And finally, it's covered by a TCU horn frog, Caleb Crocs. And that is the end. The Red Raiders fall to TCU 35-34. Man, what a rough way to lose this one. You literally snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Absolutely.
35-34, TCU, the final. We'll have Red Raider wrap up with highlight stats, post-game comments from Coach McGuire, and more right after this break. This is the Texas Tech Sports Network from Learfield.
The true strength of West Texas is in its people, where oil fields meet the heart of our community. Texas Tech Athletics is proud to partner with the oil and gas industry. From classrooms to stadiums, we're ensuring our community thrives. Texas Tech Athletics Energy Alliance is powered by Agra Impressa Companies. Double Eagle, Texas.
So, let me see. We get about an hour and a half back. We got 25 hours. We'll have just enough time to get up there.
Pussy juicy.
Martinez. And Brown can finish it off in. So, and Miami 13, Florida State nothing. Good hard running.
You want the football? Here we go.
3 down for
He asked the coach, what you gonna do? He said, we want the football, goddamn.
He's living on 400. And I'm in baseball.
Points for your Miami Hurricanes. Precisely the start that Miami wanted. A 2-touchdown lead and 4 Dallas.
NHL network.
The network's trying to take me hostage there and make me take photos of him and his girlfriend.
Everybody wants pictures with number 8.
Warren at quarterback, as we anticipate. 1-20th. Game 2 of the World Series.
The talent you got to be careful about. 7 first down. And Wally will get the handoff, and he's snapped up to the line of scrimmage for no gain. It'll be second up. That was a 14-yard play.
871 Yankee.
You either put up or shut up. Or Shane does, Downey does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them. Because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base.
Coming up next, Bruce and I will give you our TXU Energy Power Performers of the game. This is the Stars pregame show ahead. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern on Kenny Gentleman Road Radio, Sirius XM 91.
On 7 p.m. Washington Wizards take on the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Agricultural lender in Texas, and we farm credit together. We're better. 35-yard punt by Tyler Whiteang. The drive stalled right around that 40-yard line. This is an LSU defense that surrendered 30 points a game last year. Arizona State of the right especially.
Defensive ends, can they keep containment was the question.
For 1 for 14.
I am the in.
First down. A couple of penalties early on here for Wisconsin. 7:56 left in the opening quarter. 3-0.
And he takes it in, and Kentucky will go first and 10.
Welcome back to War Memorial Stadium here in Laramie, Wyoming. The Cowboys go on a 10-play, 70-yard drive in 5 minutes and 5 seconds.
Following our broadcast, check out the College Football Blitz for free by going to the
Some channels 91 and 946. Face the Washington. 220 in Trinity. And 950.
1:18 remaining. 3rd and 10 at the 37 of the Lobos. New Mexico ball trailing by 11. Shotgun snapped at the field. Fires up the middle. Caught. Ryan Davis hit very low.
Phenomenal with the front support and laying that boom.
Carson Ryan in the right slot. Brand Keeving in the left.
They've got a first and goal. The line to make was
5. Nice move to the 30. Kromenhoff 35. Slide to the 36.
the 35-yard line, and it is enough for a first.
Changing the play or reinforcing the play. Ball's on the left hash. Heading from right to left. Nussmeier looking left and fires that way. Complete again. Broken tackle. And inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. That completion to C.J. Daniels. He's the transfer. He played 4 years at Liberty. And that's 2 missed tackles for the Aggies.
And it's just a stop route. Very simple stop route. Well timed. But the missed tackle gave them the opportunity to pick this thing up 3rd and 1.
They bring in a second tight end to the Tigers. In Bo Bordelon, he's an offensive lineman and tight end. He will wear 2 different numbers. And he is on the left wing, unbalanced line to the left on this 3rd and 1 from the 28-yard line of Texas A&M. Play clock at 1, play clock ran out. Nussmeier rolls right, that's complete. First down gain, once again. Complete to C.J. Daniels. Ahead to the 20-yard line of Texas A&M, a drive that started at the 7. Daniels goes to the right, Kyron Lacey to the left. Also on the right is a second tight end, that's Treyez Green, a true freshman. First and 10 from the Aggie 20-yard line on the right hash, heading to the south end zone from right to left. In motion right to left is Taylor. It's a run to the left. And a big gain inside the 6-yard line, the 14-yard gain on the first run by Josh Williams. He's the grad, and it's his 6th season from Houston Kincaid. That's first and goal from the 7 for the Tigers. Yeah, nothing crazy, just a sweep to the left. Well blocked. They'll hook it down all the way to the 7, and he's in there to be first and goal. So right now, the LSU offensive line is winning. I don't know if it sounded or not. Holmes looking at both lighters from left to right. The right hash. She can show it from and from.
He's thrilled this game 10-7 to the Wyoming Cowboys. 7. Big game up.
Final snap coming in for Colorado State, and they are in victory formation. 17-6 will be the final score, and CSU will have its 13th straight win over the Lobos. Hard to believe.
Texas not serious. Internet 96.
Now Paddock got an extra 4 yards here. So it's at the 28-yard line. Mission of defense is discipline. Understanding your teams. Stay down at 9.
Big game. 7th game, Arkansas State gets
Great defensive back, but boy, losing an A.J. Halsey would be a huge miss. So Tyler Luke to kick off. This will be his 30.
7th game, Miami takes on Florida State. Mike.
Tomasino for the Columbus Blue Jackets. David Uracek on defense. And
He just wants to dangle and make things happen offensive.
As they attend to Ben Quarantine, who's got 16 tackles, as well as a couple TFLs. So
Close to a takeaway right there on that ball. Went through the receiver.
coming up, Aggies 2 of 4 on 3rd down so far in this game.
Forster, any accounts on
Returning to one of the luxurious have your own lucky.
Internet 957. Steve next on Monday. 58, 750.
$8 for first money. Visit 82towns.com for details.
Breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer in...
Not get a timeout. I think they did. See what the official on the far side said. They just got that timeout.
So it's game 6 on that play.
and provider of Texas A&M. All right, everybody, welcome in. Happy Saturday Night Football diehards here. Your last full
3-hour look at what's going to go down on Sunday afternoon into the evening and maybe even Monday night as well. I'm Mike Dempsey, joined as always by my broadcast partner, the Fantasy Sports Writing Hall of Famer from FootballGuys.com. Hello, Bob Harris.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Fine. How are you? How are things?
Pretty good. It's been like a kind of a uneventful day. A couple bits here and there, but not a lot going on today. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't a big breaking news day around the National Football League, that's for sure. But we will get to the latest that you need to know to get you fully prepared. Don't forget, you can get the absolute latest if you're listening on Fantasy Sports Radio, Sundays from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. with Bob and Jeff Vance, covering all the last-minute info that comes pouring in before those 1 o'clock kickoffs. No early kickoffs this week. Are we done with the London games this year?
No, there's more here. There's more games. There's more. There's more coming, Mike Dempsey.
All right. That's fine. I don't mind the 9:30 ones. I don't like the ones I have to work. It's a little going on the air at 6:30 in the a.m. after Saturday Night Die Hard's not what I'm looking for most weeks. But that's all right. Speaking of which, the team might cover, Jaguars hosting the Packers tomorrow. Well, that's our featured matchup of the week. Bill Huber of Sports Illustrated, Tony Smith of 1010XL Radio in Jacksonville, covering those teams respectively, will join us tonight. Jeff Bell from FootballGuys.com in hour number 2. We'll take your calls with Jeff and Jamie Calandro, his usual third-hour visit talking DFS this week. All right, Bob, let's jump into the few things that are of interest today that fantasy activated reserved today, so he will start for the Dolphins. Daniel yesterday said Tua's been doing everything he needed to do to get back on the field.
I think he's done an outstanding job not doing anything but controlling what he can control. And so in that he's put his best foot forward to take care of himself as well as to be the leader of this football team, just in a different way. All of that is, he's been fully engaged. He's eager as everybody is.
All right, let's start with tomorrow, Bob. They take on the Arizona Cardinals. The Miami Dolphins do. We don't know if Tyreek Hill will play, but let's presume he does. He's questionable for the game tomorrow. What are your expectations for Tua in his first game back?
I think he'll be solid, right? Maybe even fantastic, depending on if he can connect or make some big plays on whenever he connects with them from a fantasy perspective. I don't feel need to force him in the lineup. I have him in quarterback 17 this week. My guys like Jared Goff and Aaron Rodgers and Baker Mayfield. So I would keep, I think that's kind of where he's at, though. I mean, not a guy that you're trying to push into your lineups, but a guy who gives you a lot more confidence that the Dolphins offense will be working, be fully functional, and you'll get against the Arizona Cardinals. So yeah, I think I think for us as fantasy managers, he's better for the pieces associated than he is for himself.
What about going forward? We got a lot of questions this week about, I got to activate Tua, I got too many quarterbacks, go ahead and let him go. I'm not asking you to put him up against every possible name out there, but just a general range of how you feel about him for the rest of the year.
I think that's probably a pretty good range for him, like that middle of the pack, quarterback 2, and there are going to be weeks like all of these guys that are in the quarterback 2 territory that he outperforms that and gives him a little more. And I think that's, there is a whole range of quarterbacks. I'm checking the football guys rest of the season rankings where the projectors are having at it. They have him at 22. They have him behind guys like Drake May. I would probably have him ahead of Drake May. But Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, I think all those guys are rightly ahead of him. Anthony Richardson, who has not done it yet, but we hope that if you don't have, if you have questions about any of these guys, like Drake May, I'm thinking of ahead of Drake May myself, but if you have questions about any of those guys, any given week to play to, and again, there might be some upside. I just don't know that he's ever going to be that consistent quarterback 1 level, but
Jake Daniels has been that quarterback 1 level guy, and we just don't know if he's going to play tomorrow, although he didn't participate in the walkthrough today. They said they wanted to get him as many walkthrough reps as possible. Here was Daniels yesterday saying
trainer. Are you wary of a re-aggravation of his rib injury, or are you going to start him as normal?
I'm wary of this rib injury, and I'm going to start him as normal, right? I think both those things are true. This is not an easy matchup against Chicago Bears defense, but if you're looking at the list of guys that you would have as possible pivots, with Justin Herbert or Smith, I might want to play Jaden Daniels ahead of Geno Smith. Certainly ahead of Bryce Young. Bo Nix I'm interested in, so that would be a tougher conversation. The Kansas City or Las Vegas quarterbacks would rather play Jaden Daniels. So yeah, I think he's worth waiting for, and hopefully you have some viable options. I would hate to, catch myself short, but as long as you do have a fallback plan, I'm fine waiting on.
All right, let's go to Sunday Night Football here. Dalvin Cook elevated from the Cowboys practice squad, so he'll be on the active roster for this week, Bob. Where do you see him fitting in on this running back depth chart?
He kind of ruins whatever you thought you had, and he goes down, or at least takes the confidence, deflates that. I mean, this is not good news for Ezekiel, but it hadn't been any good news for Ezekiel, and honestly, it's not good news for Rico Dalvin making his or isn't for Dalvin Cook. The last we've seen of Dalvin Cook has not been good. We can think back to his late season, postseason run at Baltimore, where he did very little in his time before that with the New York Giants, where it looked like he was done, right? So, the Cowboys' rushing attack is horrible. There are going to be opportunities for him. The reporting today from Tom Pelissero was that he was about to be activated through, and the source being Dalvin Cook's agency, and then in the same tweet, it's that he's been tearing it up in practice. I suspect that also from his agency, and I suspect also that's being a bit hyperbolic. I have very minimal expectations, and I hope I'm happily surprised.
All right, moving on, the Jaguars elevated Jake Long. Not that we're looking where Jake Long slots in on the roster, but they've only done that one other time this year. That was last week when Travis Etienne did not play. So it seems to maybe be trending in that direction. And if Etienne doesn't go on running backs this week,
a solid running back too. I think that's where he'll be every week, and a guy that's capable and has running back one upside, depending on how the touchdowns play out. But the workload's been fantastic, and the production has come with the workload. So as long as there's no Etienne, we all know the concern there is that Bigsby is not an asset in the receiving game or the passing attack at all. And so when Etienne's there, he's going to be a limiting factor. Ernest Johnson might be a little bit of a limiting factor, but he's no Travis Etienne.
All right, Tennessee, we know that Tajay Spears will not impact Tony Pollard this week. He was downgraded from questionable to out. What are your thoughts on Pollard? I mean, doesn't have a lot of help right now, right? Hopkins not there, although Calvin Ridley looks like he's going to play. The offense has been pretty miserable. What are your thoughts on Pollard versus Detroit?
The Detroit run matchup is very tough. I mean, he can get a little something done in the receiving game. I have him as a second half running back too. And he's kind of outproduced that at times this year. I mean, the workload's been there and his production has been good at times. The Titans don't have a lot of options on offense. They're not bad at the ball, though. You mentioned Calvin Ridley leads that team with 183 receiving yards. That's rather low total for a number one receiver for any team. And now that there's no DeAndre Hopkins, I don't know if it gets any easier. Although this is a more favorable passing matchup than running matchup. Tony Pollard as a running back too is where I like it.
And finally, Bob, Jonathan Brooks of the Panthers has yet to debut, downgraded from doubtful to out. I believe next week they've got to activate him, or they got it, right, for the rest of the season. Now, we'll find out. There's a report today that the Panthers are not expected to move Chuba Hubbard, regardless of the status of Jonathan Brooks, perhaps. But let's say Hubbard stays in Carolina and Brooks doesn't get activated, therefore he's done for the year. What is Chuba's value rest of the season?
Chuba, and by the way, Dave Canales was asked whether it's possible Jonathan Brooks does not play at all this year. Said it could be awesome. I believe it's entirely possible. And if so, that's the golden ticket for Chuba Hubbard investors to hang on and continue drinking this high-end running back. Like, the offense might not be as good, right? Because Bryce Young has not been very good when we've seen him, and I don't know if they're planning to stick with him or if Andy Dalton will be back or if all the other pieces are going to be intact. But Chuba Hubbard has been the one reliable piece we care about when we have fantasy running backs. His volume, he'll get a lot of that, and he's shown that he can run with the kind of pacer and levelness that we like here on this program and rack up some fantasy points. So solid running back too, with running back 1.
ready for the table at AAA XM Fantasy. As you know, football season in full swing, and whether your team is scary good, scary bad this year, Underdog has a way of making the season even more fun. During Boost-Over, there'll be promos nearly every day for the pick and game. On Underdog, there are no tricks, only treats like free picks, discounts, and profit boosts. If you're a fan of basketball, Underdog will give you a profit boost for every people re-entry you make from now until October 27th. So sign up for Underdog using promo code DIEHARDS, and you'll get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Cash in on every point this season with Underdog. You have to be 18 or older, 19 or older in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 or older in Colorado for some games, Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. When in Colorado, concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.org in Arizona. Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP. That's 1-800-639-8783 or text NEXT-STEP 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 hotline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. On the other side, we've got Bill Huber of Sports Illustrated, Tony Smith of 1010XL Radio in Jacksonville. We'll look at the Packers and the Jags in impressive numbers today. Confidence picks to follow, and then we'll get into your goals tonight at AAA XM Fantasy. Let's go win it in Week 8 with Bob Harris. I'm Mike Dempsey. You're listening to Football Diehards on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio.
The World Series is on Sirius XM. The New York Yankees and John Kavanaugh from the LA Dodgers. John Before and after every game, MLB Network Radio's experts bring you closer to the action. We're down on the field getting you ready for first pitch. Here, local and town announcers on the Sirius XM. Pre-game coverage of Game 3 of the World Series begins Monday at 5 Eastern on Channel 89. Soul Stone partnered with Snoop Dogg to be as blunt as possible, and he says get that backyard lit and get yourself a Soul Stone. 100% stainless steel, lifetime warranty, multiple sizes, over 200,000 outstanding reviews. Smokeless fire pits to max out the vibe. Pizza ovens to cook all the munchies. Time for the upgrade. Snoop says most better. Buy the world's best-selling smokeless fire pit bag at Soul Stone.
I don't remember. I think it was metal. I don't remember.
Money trading stock options, but they haven't found the right system. Listen up. Todd Rigby here from Wealth Builders Institute. If you call me right now, I will send you a short video that not only proves my method works, it'll show you that you can do this too, even with no trading experience. This is the method that turned a handful of my students into millionaires, and 70% of them never traded before. They all started by calling me on the phone. I've used my TSO method for 25 years to make a full-time income, enjoying lifestyle freedom. So if other trading systems let you down, it's probably because they're just too complicated. My method is simple and it works so well because we ride the coattails of big money on Wall Street. And when my rules line up, 75% of the time, the price changes direction, allowing us to profit. So call my office now at 800-881-5252 and tell them you want a copy of my video sent to you today. No credit card required. Call 800-881-5252. 800-881-5252. That's 800-881-5252. For the first time in our franchise trade, an exclusive winners have won the lifetime chance to watch a live broadcast of the show being produced in Howard's iconic New York City studio.
Flips over every time I lose a single my time.
SiriusXM.com/HowardPatNYC for Wolves. Brought to you by Steven Singer. All-time sponsor and enjoy expert. IHateStevenSinger.com. Hi, I'm Steven Singer. Yep, that's me. The I Hate Steven Singer guy. People ask me all the time, what does this mean, I hate Steven Singer? Well, maybe this is the reason. At my store, we don't play pricey games. We wouldn't treat our friends. We only have one price. One place, one price. In my store, feel the difference. You'll have fun buying a diamond for somebody you love. Steven Singer Jewelers. One place, one price. 888 I Hate Steven Singer. Online, IHateStevenSinger.com. And our flagship store at the other corner of 8th and Lawn in Philly. With the weekend preview, here's JoJo.
I'm really interested in the matchup between Steelers wide receiver George Pickens and Giants quarterback Deontay Banks this weekend. Now, neither Banks nor Pickens has a PhD in good body language, and Banks was pulled out by his coaches and reporters for business decisions. Meanwhile, Pickens showed new life with Russell Wilson's moonballs last week. With Wilson, Pickens saw an average depth of target of 16.8. 3 of his 5 catches were deep, As hero catches by fantasy points data, a category in which he beats the NFL. Pickett's aggressive high pointing of the ball will certainly earn him some trust from Wilson. Give me Pickens over Banks in this matchup. I think he's a borderline fantasy wide receiver 1.
Here's Joe Dolan on Fantasy Football Morning, presented by Fantasy Points. Weekday mornings at 7 Eastern, right here on Fantasy Sports Radio. Hey everyone, it's your friend John Mayer here. Genres aren't rock or pop or hip-hop. They're real genres of life. They're like Mondays, dinner with family, songs I remember from junior high. And that's what you're going to get on Life with John Mayer. It's my music, it's everyone else's music. It's singing in the shower and a 5-minute hour. Come along with me as I play music that fits the moments of your life as they happen. On now, Channel 14, and on Sirius XM app. Catch up on everything you've missed on Elite Sports with Jeff Mans right now on a new Sirius XM app.
Oh man, I love it.
From laughs to winning information, just search Elite Sports.
He does everything well. He's a professional wide receiver.
And the advice to make you a better fantasy player.
The most important part of fantasy play is honesty and transparency.
Hear Elite Sports weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87.
Glenn Cooley here. Join us Tuesday nights at 10 Eastern as Kyla, Frank, and I meet you to a fantasy crown. Fantasy Sports Radio on the new Sirius XM app.
This is former fantasy football superstar Torrey Holt. Who's the next Torrey Holt of fantasy football? The answers are right here on Fantasy Sports Radio.
This is press coverage. Mike and Bob get insight and analysis from two NFL team beat writers.
The team out to the far sideline, intercepted. He seemed like he threw it right to him. He's going to catch it and run.
Football diehards are on Sirius XM NFL Radio.
Into our featured matchup of the week, the Packers and the Jaguars in Jacksonville. Let's start with the road team.
Green Bay.
Bill Huber, Packers beat reporter for Sports Illustrated, joins us as he has many times over the years. Bill, thanks for the time tonight. How are you?
I'm great. How about you guys?
Hey, doing fantastic, Bill. Good to hear the sound of your voice. I'd like you to explain something to me. Jordan Love throwing a lot of interceptions. They're way up from last year. As you watch, what do you see?
Well, it's a bunch of things. I would say the two last weeks probably were not good decisions. You know, the first one they kind of telegraphed. The second one was just not a good decision. The play wasn't there. He was under pressure. So those are bad. I would say over aggressive on some, and I don't know, but some too, like, I mean, he hasn't said that in excuse if he did, but, you know, obviously he had the knee injury. I just wonder if he had to adapt his play around the knee injury, like he couldn't plant like he wanted to, so he had to get so much bad habits to play, and I'm wondering if he's maybe kind of stuck in those bad habits, he's got to get himself out of it, probably some of that. Decision making a little over aggressive. I don't know that I was super upset about it here, because he's making a lot of plays, and it seems like someone's making the case like, okay, he's going to make some mistakes. Fine, but he's going to make more big plays than mistakes, and we're just going to live with that. I hope we can get rid of at least a little bit of it. It's a meandering answer here, but I don't think anyone's super concerned about it. Despite leading the league in picks with missing 2 games, which is obviously pretty bad, man.
Yeah. Well, until you make enough big plays to overcome it, you can live with that, as you mentioned. Josh Jacobs, what kind of plays has he been making? What kind of job, Bill, do you think he has done this year so far, filling the big shoes of Aaron Jones?
Yeah, he's been really good. Kind of underrated kind of stuff. I know ESPN, Phil Marmol kind of criticized the movie the other day, but I mean, he just, like, if the play's blocked for 2, he's going to get 4. If it's blocked for -1, he's going to find a way higher average, like going after a carry. So it's not like he's bad numerically either, but he's just so tough and so determined. And that's what you want your running backs to be. That is, you know, as explosive as Aaron Jones is, Aaron Jones is missing time with injuries. Josh Jacobs is not. That was also part of that decision there too. Just the age and now, but I think he's been really good.
And it turns out he can't catch touchdown passes. I would like to see Christian Watson do more of that. Why have the Packers gotten more out of him when he's healthy?
Yeah, look, Paul said it the other day too. He was asked about it by one of my colleagues, and you just want to get him more involved. And
talking about last week where Love was a couple picks early in drive, and they had went 3 and out 4 times. So that's like 6-year drives just gone down the drain. So LaFleur, the moral of the story for LaFleur is you just got to get more first downs. You get more first downs, you get more plays, you get more opportunities to Watson. See, I would think that would come, and he is just such a difference maker. Even if he's not getting the ball, because much like Brian Thomas with the Jaguars, he's just a threat every single play to score a touchdown. He's just more, I think, if I see some of it, but they just got to get more consistent about
Bill Huber here with us, Packers beat reporter for Sports Illustrated. Bill, when you look for the Packers defense tomorrow, what's the matchup on the other side that's going to be toughest to handle?
Well, that's a great question because, I look at the Pro Football Focus numbers, and it's wild where and I'm going to make them up here because I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I want to say he's like 20 missed carries, but he's 4 missed tackles. Yards after contact, yards like 4.5, and that's great average period. That's what he's getting after contact. So he's been something, but they got to shut him down. His reward play X numbers are just so much better than his standard contact numbers, so it's just not a big interrupts to get second and long and second line. They'll bring it low. So we'll get up, but yeah, he can fix these back. Sure.
All right, Bill, you were put you on the spot. You got a prediction for us?
That kind of thing and say, well, then he's only this level quarterback because these are the numbers for him. I think he would be way better if he had a group of guys that were actually catching the ball when it hit him in the hands. It's not even difficult plays. It's the easy stuff that they've given away so far this year.
Tony, Bob and I talked about the first segment of the show, the fact that the Jaguars elevated Jake Funk from the practice squad. They've done that one other time. That was last week.
My wife G-Wagon.
Which was an indication that Travis Etienne wasn't going to play. So let's first, do you agree with that sentiment? And if so, how do you think Bigsby does tomorrow? Like, what kind of workload should we expect?
Yeah, I think the promotion of Funk for the game tomorrow is a pretty safe assumption that Etienne's not going to be able to give it a go. But I'm sure they're going to work him out pregame and make that decision officially. But that is a big indication that Etienne's likely not to play tomorrow. And I think the week that Tank Bigsby had last week, I think it would be hard to expect him to match those numbers, but it's not that he's not capable of matching those numbers. And Green Bay is kind of a hard team to figure out. They're not exactly great against the pass or the run on either side. They're just a team that forces a bunch of turnovers. Like, that's really what they've been able to do, is force 17 turnovers. They lead the league in that statistic. Now, Hank Bixby is a player that if he's had one bugaboo, you know, to this point, a year and a half basically into his career, he puts the ball on the ground every now and then. And going up against a defense that gets the ball on the ground pretty often, that is at least something to look for going into the game tomorrow for Hank Bixby. But I think you'll see a game similar to the one that he had last week. As far as the numbers that he'll have, he'll obviously be the guy getting the goal line work when those opportunities are there in the offense for him tomorrow. But I wouldn't be surprised if there is a fumble for a guy who that's an issue for him to this point in his career, going up against the Packers team that's something they've been able to create so far this season.
According to Marvin Harrison Jr.'s numbers, Brian Thomas Jr. has been a revelation. Has he been even better than the Jaguars expected?
I can't speak, you know, they feel about it. As far as the expectation, I know from the outside looking at it, yeah. He's been better than I expected him to be to this point in his rookie season. He is already a guy that if they win into games week to week with game plan B, and we're going to get this guy 8 to 10 targets a game, we're going to target him downfield 2, 3, 4 times a game. That should be the way they're game planning at this point because he's been that good. There were questions, will it take a year for Brian Thomas Jr. to become the number one in Jacksonville? Brian Thomas Jr. is the number one in Jacksonville now. He is already at that kind of level, and I think the distance between him and Christian Kirk in that pecking order is actually pretty sizable, considering especially where the expectations were coming into the season.
Tony Smith here, Willisco, host of Jaguars Today in Jacksonville, Florida. And you can find him on the X platform at 1010XL. Fat Tony. Tony, for the Jags defense, you heard Bill Huber lay it out. The pass defense has been pretty bad this year, but is there a specific matchup that you feel is the toughest for the Jags tomorrow?
I'm all kinds of curious about how they're even going to try to cover Tucker Kraft tomorrow in the game. They are putting Foye Lucan back on the active roster. They activated him today, so he'll be playing tomorrow. And I'm curious to see how much they're going to ask him to follow Tucker Kraft around because they don't have another linebacker that covers any tight end. At this point on the defense, that has been a major issue. The coverage issues for the Jags are all over the place, so it's not like that's the only matchup that Green Bay tomorrow, and Green Bay is comfortable throwing it to 4 or 5 guys. They're obviously a team that is comfortable running their offense through that kind of thing, but the tight end has been a major issue for the Jags so far this season. Foye getting back may alleviate some of that, but only to some degree would be my guess in tomorrow's game. So the matchup that I think is most troublesome for the Jags would be the one I'd circle, but that's just circling one of whatever receiver is running a route has been an issue for the Jags at this point this season. So they've had all kinds of defensive backfield issues, but Kraft would be the one I would circle.
Well, let's go ahead and get your prediction then, Tony.
I would love to be able to pick the Jags, but just wouldn't be being honest. I'll take Green Bay tomorrow, 27-20. That's basically what these teams are averaging, right? And their points this season is Green Bay's averaging about 27, the Jags are averaging about 20, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly how the game plays out tomorrow. I'll take the Pack, 27-20.
All right, 2 for the Pack. Tony Smith, co-host of Jaguars Today on 1010XL Radio in Jacksonville. Again, on the X or Twitter platform at 1010XL. That's 1010XL. Fat Tony. Tony, all the best. Thanks for coming out. We'll see you tomorrow.
Appreciate it, Tony. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
All right, there you go. 2 for the Green Bay Packers. Bob, before we hit the break here, news coming out about T. Higgins tonight, or at least some pessimism about his potential availability.
Yeah, ESPN's Dan Graziano saying there's a real chance Higgins, he injured his quad Friday practice, will have to miss the game tomorrow. The Bengals are planning to go right until game time before deciding, but according to Graziano, there's pessimism, quote, unquote, about his chances to play.
All right, so make your plans. Make sure you got somebody in place to pivot to if, in fact, T. Higgins is inactive tomorrow. You'll find out when Bob and Jeff Vance have it for you here on the Fantasy Channel. Of course, right now, we're getting ready to come back with our confidence picks for Week 8. But before we do, let's get you caught up on everything going down in the National Football League with a 2-minute drill update.
Sirius XM NFL Radio 2-minute drill.
Winners of 5 straight and owners of the NFL's top-rated offense, Lamar Jackson again playing at an MVP level for the Ravens. Derrick Henry, meanwhile, leads the league with 873 yards on the ground. Henry telling the channel this week the culture and blue-collar vibe in Baltimore suits him just fine.
The toughness, physicality, and well-known culture that's been set in stone for a while. But I'll say one thing, just being here, the resiliency, no matter what happens, whether it's good or bad, just staying focused on what we need to do and making each other better.
Henry and the 5-2 Ravens look to stay hot Sunday in Cleveland. Jameis Winston set to make his first start with the Browns. Officially activated from the IR, Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. Tagovailoa is set to start tomorrow against Arizona. This just 6 weeks removed from his latest concussion. But according to Miami coach Mike McDaniel, there was really little doubt that Tagovailoa would return.
Tua met with a long list of medical experts and 0 of them recommended that he should play football. That means 100% of them were supporting the continued journey, and I think that is as easy a relay as possible.
Elsewhere, wideout DeAndre Hopkins set to make his debut with the Chiefs. Hassan Reddick expected to make his season debut with the Jets. Running back Dalvin Cook expected to make his season debut for Dallas. And reinforcements. I'm Brady.
NFL Radio, 2-minute drill,
Time for new tires. Tire Rack has Bridgestone tires that will elevate your drive. Touring tires for commuter comfort. Performance tires for sporty handling. All-terrain tires for on- and off-road adventure. Blizzak tires for dedicated winter traction. Go to TireRack.com to get started. Not sure where to begin? Use their easy-to-use shopping tools to get a personalized tire recommendation. The right tires for how, what, and where you drive. Choose from the full line of Bridgestone tires, shipped fast and free to a recommended installer near you. Or choose the convenience of mobile tire installation. Go bring your new tires to your home or office and install them on that. Go to TireRack.com to see their Bridgestone test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. And be sure to check out all the current special offers. Great tires and a great deal. What more can you ask for? That's TireRack.com. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Football season is in full swing. But are you making your picks with Sleeper? Just pick more or less than at least 2 player stats, and you could win up to 100 times your money. Right now, Sleeper has a special offer for new users. If you deposit $100, they'll give you an extra $200 bonus in site credit. Triple. That's code PASS. Must be at least 18 years old. Promo code location and other restrictions apply. See terms and use for details. Please play responsibly. Felony number 426-2537 for help.
idea. We've been waiting on the sounds of fear. Soundtracks, scary stories. Sirius XM screen your soundtrack for Halloween on now. Channel 105 and on the Sirius XM app.
Paul Kelly here. This fantasy football season, you need to make sure you score the most fantasy points. Easy enough, right? Maybe not, but it is if you're listening to Fantasy Football Morning presented by Fantasy Points.
Brock Bowers is going to be the #1 receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders, and if you have him, congratulations.
Fantasy Football Morning presented by Fantasy Points. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM Fantasy Sports Radio, channel 87, and on the Sirius XM app.
Had just begun.
Park, Trey, and Jay were taking
That's up to Cherokee Dad to be a few miles away from his hometown.
Sirius XM Slide, a channel featuring hip-hop and R&B.
Welcome to the channel. Go ahead and double tap that screen for the light.
Channel 50 and the Sirius XM app.
Double tap, double tap.
The only 24/7 channel on Sirius XM dedicated to sports wagering is Sports Grid Radio.
Shohei Ohtani entered the season with the 3rd best odds to win the National League MVP at a plus
Spring Radio, channel 159 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
Paul Kelly here from Fantasy Football Morning, presented by Fantasy Points. Get ready to maximize your fantasy points this season. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
This is Terrell Owens, and you're listening to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio, home of fantasy sports.
It's time for confidence picks on Football Diehards.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
We're not here to see you. You're here to see us, man. This is definitely what I signed up for. Football, baby.
Mike Dempsey and Bob Harris pick winners from every game this week. Ready and compete for points all season long.
We're going to kick you in the teeth, all right? When the punches back, we're going to buy like knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to buy the kneecap off, all right?
Hey, set the challenge today.
Right off the kneecap.
Come down to the end. You get away. You get away. We're going to swing the white line. This is football. Welcome to the big league. Let's get it.
How confident are you feeling this week?
All right, taking a look back at last week's showing in confidence picks. For only the second time this year, Bob, the producer's team was above 500. They have been slim shy, to say the least. 8-6 though last week for 73 solid points out of Noah Tannen. Not a bad job. Bob Harris also with a winning record last week in his first 5. He went 8-6, good for 76 points. Was able to manage a 10-4 mark, good for 85 points on the week. Dempsey in the lead by about 30 over Harris and by about 100 plus over the producers team at this point in time. We'll see if they can dig themselves out of it, Bob. As always, we go in reverse order of last week, or highest points to lowest points, however you want to look at it. We have 15 games this week that have yet to kick off, so our most confident prediction is worth 15 all the way down, or at least confident being worth 1. So I will roll, Bob, with the Detroit Lions over Tennessee. I'm going to take Baltimore on the road against Cleveland, and I'm going to go with Denver against the Carolina Panthers as my top 3 picks for the week. Who would you like?
I'm going to go with Baltimore over Cleveland. I'm going to go with Green Bay over Jacksonville, and I'm going to go with Tennessee or Detroit over Tennessee.
Detroit over Tennessee. All right. Now, another week over 500 is desperately needed. Well, what are you starting off?
Definitely Lions over Titans, Ravens over the Browns, and I'm going Chiefs over the Raiders.
Ravens.
You already got both.
All right, 12-point line this week. I'm going to go with the LA Chargers over New Orleans. I'm going to take Pittsburgh on Monday Night Football at home against the Giants, and I too will go with Kansas City over the Raiders on its work 10. Bob, your next 3.
Jets over the Patriots, Broncos over the Panthers, and Kansas City over the Raiders.
Okay, Noah.
I'm going Broncos over the Raiders, Steelers over my Giants, and Packers.
Pittsburgh.
You're going Broncos over the Panthers, right?
Yeah, Broncos over the Panthers, yeah.
Okay, just making sure we have some game there. All right. For me, on the 9-point line, I'm going to go with the Jets against New England. I will take Atlanta in Tampa, getting the win for the Falcons, and I will take Houston at home over Indianapolis.
I will take the Steelers over the Jets. Houston over Indianapolis, and the Chargers beating the New Orleans Saints in Los Angeles.
All right, Noah.
I'm going Texans over the Colts. I'm going with the Jets over the Patriots, and Chargers over the Saints.
All right, LA Chargers, final 6. Here we go, 6, 5, and 4. I'm going the Miami Dolphins with Tua back at the helm over Arizona. I will take San Francisco on Sunday Night Football, and I will take Chicago worth 4 points against the Washington Commanders.
San Francisco and
I will take San Francisco over Dallas, Atlanta over Tampa Bay, and Philadelphia over Cincinnati.
Cincy, all right. On to you, Noah. Next 3.
I'm going Bears over Commanders, Seahawks over the Bills, and Dolphins over the Cardinals.
Okay, last 3 here. I made these picks before I got the T tickets in, but I'm going to stick with it anyway. I'm going Cincinnati over Philadelphia on the 3-point line. I'm going Green Bay over Jacksonville, and I too will take Seattle over Buffalo, but that is my least confident outcome of the week. I'm more confident in Green Bay than the 2-pointer, but I want to be able to root for the cover, so that's the way to do it for me. Bob, your last 3.
I'll take the Bears over the Commanders. I'll take Miami over Arizona, and the Phillies over the Seattle Seahawks.
Okay, and no final 3 for you.
Final 3, Falcons over the Bucks, and Bengals over Eagles, and Niners over Cowboys Sunday night.
Niners over the the LA Chargers, Pittsburgh, Kansas City, the New York Jets, Atlanta, Houston, Miami, San Francisco, Chicago, Cincinnati, Green Bay, and Seattle. Bob Harris rolls with the Ravens, Packers, Lions, Jets, Broncos, Chiefs, Steelers, Texans, Chargers, 49ers, Falcons, Eagles, Bears, Dolphins, and Bills. And Noah Tannen representing the producers team once again this week. Detroit, Baltimore, Kansas City, Denver, Pittsburgh, Green Bay, Houston, the New York Jets, the LA Chargers, Chicago, Miami, Atlanta, Cincinnati, and San Francisco. Most to confident they are locked in. We're just minutes away from your calls at 888-XFS. I want to remind you once again, football season, as you should know, is in full swing, and whether your team's scary good or scary bad this year, Underdog has a way to make the season even more fun. During Boosttober, there'll be promos nearly every day for their pickup game on Underdog. There are no tricks, only treats like free picks, discounts, and profit boosts. And if you're a fan of basketball as well, Underdog will give you a profit boost for every people-only entry you make from now until October 27th. So sign up for Underdog using promo code DIEHARDS. You'll get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Cash in on every point in the season with Underdog. You have to be 18 or older, 19 or older in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 or older in Colorado for some games, 21 and older in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, it's 1-800-NEXT-STEP. That's 1-800-639-8783 or text NEXT-STEP to 533-342. In New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Top of the hour, we'll walk into Jeff Bell from footballguys.com. But your phone call straight ahead at 888-XM Fantasy. You're listening to Football Diehards on Sirius XM NFL and Fantasy Sports Radio.
Want to hear something scary? The spirits are swirling in the Sirius XM with creepy Halloween dreams. Drift into the dark with Scream Radio. Here's Johnny. Into Nitro's Halloween Headbangers. Find more monstrous fun right now on the Sirius XM app. Just search Halloween.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has a lot of drama.
My office has its ups and downs.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, one thing's for certain. If you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds the most qualified candidates for your roles fast, and you can invite your top choices to apply. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So, for any kind of office.
You're really going places in my office.
My office has everything you could ever want. Count on ZipRecruiter to find the right candidates for it. Try ZipRecruiter for free today at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
When you want to talk football, you go to experts, like those of us here at Let's Go. And when you want to talk diamonds, you go to the experts at Jared. The diamond experts at your local Jared Jewelers know all natural diamonds. Did you know Jared has more certified diamondologists than any other local jewelers? Let them guide you in creating a brilliant, one-of-a-kind engagement ring to kick off your happy ever after. Visit your local Jared Jewelers or look online at jared.com.
Football season is in full swing, and whether your team is scary good or scary bad this year, Underdog has a way of making this season more fun. During Boosttober, there will be promos nearly every day for their pick'em game. On Underdog, there are no tricks, just treats like free picks, discounts, and profit boosts. If you're a fan of basketball too, Underdog will give you a profit boost for every people-only entry you make from now until October 27th. Sign up for Underdog using promo code FANTASY, and you'll get up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Cash in on every point this season with Underdog. Must be 18 and over, 19 and over in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 and over in Colorado for some games, 21 and over in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Arizona, 1-800-NEXT-STEP, 1-800-639-8783, or text NEXT-STEP at 53342. New York, call the 24/7 Hope line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Message and data rates may apply.
You dominated your fantasy football trip by listening to SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio.
I just want to say thank you, because ain't nobody going to beat me after this drive.
You set a winning lineup with the expert advice of the best fantasy football analysts. I don't see any but instead of tasting victory, you got this.
Every week in this thing, I average like 40 points a game.
Find out how to replace your injured and underperformed players.
Well, you had the top down too, then.
Sirius XM 87 and the Sirius XM app.
With my Mercedes. Driving it like you stole it.
Good message. Love. That's me. I think that's what everybody wants.
Peace and coolest channel in the world.
On Channel 18, or listen anytime and anywhere on the Sirius XM app.
Hey Kelly, I love your Joy Thornton Connection channel.
All right, thank you so much for listening.
The mixes excellent.
I love music and I just want to celebrate all of it with you.
My favorite now.
Does it work? Does it work?
It is perfect.
This is my highlight. The Kelly Clarkson Connection, y'all.
You're gonna love your channel.
Oh my God. Channel 12 and on the Sirius XM app.
Try on long jeans. So soft and decorating your kitchen with country geese from Celine Dion. Wilson Phillips. And more. Indulge in the allure of mom jeans. One of over 200 extra channels on the SiriusXM app.
All light up with the football diehards. Here are Bob Harris and Mike Dempsey.
All right, we go until 11 o'clock Eastern Time tonight, folks, here on Fantasy Sports Radio and NFL Radio. Glad you're along with us. Your home for the NBA, of course, is SiriusXM NBA Radio, Channel 86. And tonight at 10:30 Eastern, you can hear a matchup between the Kings and the Lakers. Tune in for the action on NBA Radio, Channel 86. And if you missed any other season previews for all 30 teams with exclusive interviews and analysis, you can hear them on the all-new SiriusXM app. Just search NBA Radio. All right, we are ready to roll. Jeff Bell, the football guys, will join us at the top of the hour. Then we'll take calls with Jeff beginning at about quarter after as well. But we have time to get a few in right now at 888-963-2682. That's 888-XM Fantasy. We'll start with Chris in California here on Die Hard tonight. Chris, go ahead, please.
Appreciate you guys. So half-point PPR, I have two questions actually, but half-point PPR, I need one running back, Jacobs, Mason, or J.K. Dobbins. And do you want me to ask you the second question?
Yes, please.
So I have Puka and Cup. Would you guys think about I should trade one of them to get a better running back possibly? And like one of my opponents has Nico Collins, but he's in IR, probably not
No, he's just calling
but I also have St. Brown, Mark Cooper, and PK who's in jail.
Fantasy football analyst.
Okay, I mean, you can afford to trade one. But, you know, you got to be a little concerned, Bob, about the possibility that Jordan Mason turns into significantly less than what he's been, right? Correct. Probably doesn't go away entirely. And J.K. Dobbins is pretty extensive. He could. J.K. Dobbins has pretty extensive injury history. So, yeah, I would at least check out the market and see what I could get for one of those guys. I don't think that you're going to be able to pull off Nico Collins and a running back, but if that's where you were going with that kind of thing. Like, it's not the craziest thing, though. When a guy's on IR and people are panicking, oh, my gosh, I'm not going to have him for another couple weeks or whatever, you know, sometimes the prospect of, I don't know who the running back would be, Bob, that you get back, like, say, for Puka. And I think Puka would probably bring you the biggest return right now based on coming back and having all those targets. So, yeah, just you got to shop and find the running back heavy teams that need wide receiver. Who are you playing, Bob, and a half-point PPR out of Jacobs, Mason, and Dobbins?
I'm probably playing them Dobbins, Mason, Jacobs, and them.
Yeah, I'm playing Dobbins all the way here, man. I mean, New Orleans look less than stellar recently.
try to stop anyone running the
kind assessment like this.
Yes.